Dear guest, welcome to our conceptual Gangster series.
We're going to start the warm-up, standard position number 2, small line 300, big line 600, and 600, players usual, and then it's normal.
So, by the way, there is 700,000 guarantee in this tournament. We are running today the day 1A. We have day 1B tomorrow, day 1C pass tomorrow. The turbo, it's before day 2. Then we get day 3, and the final will be on Sunday.
Ali, just left. Speak. Yeah, sure. Hello guys, can you hear me clearly? Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Something happened. Something really
Yeah,
bad has
we're good.
happened.
Okay.
And I invited the best investigator possible to help me to solve this mystery.
Hello, Mr. Detective.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. You will help me to solve.
Yes.
Somebody has died.
This looks like my fifth wife.
Oh, really?
Yes.
But you cannot be suspect. Come on. But the most important thing, the stolen. It was stolen $2,200, exact amount to buy in for the warm-up event. So you'll have to help me.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Come. Really important to understand, where could be suspect from? What do you think?
Not Mongolia, probably. Oh, maybe somewhere from Middle East.
I think the same. I made some homeworks, and I think I have the main suspect. It has to be a poker player.
I thought the main suspect would be Gia, but he doesn't look like
No,
him.
for sure not. This time it's not him.
Okay.
And any ideas?
We need to check, we need to think. Oh, look at this phone. It's like in my grandfather's apartment.
Yeah, but it works, and when I will find my suspect, I truly will call over this. Hello, I know who is the guy, I know.
No. Relax, brother, relax. The real criminal will be known in a few days, you know, because he will be the champion of the warm-up event.
Really?
And let's get this train back on the tracks. Hello, everyone. Ali Najad alongside Andrew Headley, live from the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino on the shores of the Mediterranean. Audio issues behind us, and what's in front of us, of course, is the fourth and final day of play here in the Marriott Gangster Series. Final table will be coming your way, but for now, we've got 21 players on our hands, and at the top of the chip counts is Iran's Hadi Khorbin, who looked very impressive throughout the day, but not the only man who you've got your eye on coming into today's action.
Yeah, absolutely, Ali. Very interesting feature table lineup for us here to kick it off. And a man who needs no introduction, Fabien Quas, going to be somebody to keep an eye on. Absolute beast of the live and online poker scene. I was referencing to you that he had quote-unquote retired,
right?
Which we hear often in poker. Normally that means someone who's made so much money that they no longer need to grind. Fabien, very, very good player, somebody to watch. We also have Can Miral, who's one of the most promising young Turkish tournament regs, and he's transitioning from online to live. Played very well yesterday. And as we see in your picture there, we have Basal Musa, Merit Poker veteran. 12 years or so he's been coming here, Ali, one to watch.
Yeah, 50 and 100,000 will be the blinds, 100K big blind, any $250,000 in orbit. The cost of poker, top pair for Musa with Queen 10 offsuit. Blind versus blind confrontation, unfortunately for Weiser. He's got himself second pair.
Yeah, interesting spot right off the bat, Ali. Musa deciding to limp the small blind. Working with around about 17 bigs to start the hand. Decides to limp with the Queen 10 off. And Weiser, with one of those interesting spots, could have elected to shove pre, but decides to check back. Nice to have a little bit of board coverage when the board comes ace high. We can see Musa here with the best of it. 10-7-6. Action checks through to the King of Spades. Musa now going to go for a little bit of value. Bets 120K. Gets called.
And
4 of diamonds.
Yeah. On the end, this front door flush draw completed.
Yeah.
Without a diamond in hand, Musa still wants to dictate the sizing here on the end. 540 in the middle. And how much has he fired?
Yeah, quite interesting, Ali. After going check, check, flop, Musa decides to lead now on the king turn. Still undeterred, goes for another street of value.
Yeah.
Which is pretty thin, Ali. You know, a lot of the time your opponent may just have a hand like king deuce, king 3. But he does recognize that his 10 is good. Fires out a little bit. Very nice start for Musa.
Blind versus blind aspect of that particular pot might have had a lot to do with his comfort in barreling both turn and river.
Yeah.
Shortest stack in the room right now is Kanada Zemin, per the updates that we're looking at. Sub 1 million in front of him. That's that precarious sub 10 big blind territory. By the way, Dmitry Gromov, top 3 stack out there. One to keep an eye on. Ihar Soika still in the field, of course. Nikolai Fall. Frederick Popot. Nurmuhamedov. Nataliev. Shuang Luo also.
Yeah, Shuang's going to be one to watch. She is here on our feature table. She won the EPT Cyprus women's event and came 41st in the EPT main. She was on my table, Ali, when I did step out of the booth into the high roller, and she is absolutely fearless, let me tell you. Saw her firing a couple of triple barrel bluffs with complete air. She is not going to be afraid.
No, in fact, the opportunities that we've had to observe her at the featured table have certainly painted a picture of a woman who is in command of her craft. No question about that. As you get a look at her with King 7 in the big blind, facing a limp from the small. Checks back, is dominated, and manages to connect with her side card. Now, top pair, king kicker, delightful kit.
Yeah, Shuang going to be thrilled with this. Checks back pre-off 21 bigs. Very reasonable with a sort of middling range holding. Don't want to raise and get blown off your equity. It's going to go ahead and fire Ali right off the bat.
Big blind is 100.
going to min bet 100K. Visor with just King 9. Let's it go.
So a small pickup for the woman who plays under the Chinese banner. Increasing amounts of participation here at the Merit Complex and enthusiasm for what's on offer throughout the course of the year from that corner of the world.
Another one? This one maybe, yeah.
Luo, by the way, almost 200,000 in career live earnings.
Yeah, one of the things I like most about the Merit Tour, Ali, it's obviously growing at an exponential rate. And we're getting to see players that we perhaps haven't had our eyes on too often, especially on live streams. So it's going to be interesting to see how Schwang navigates that stack, working with around about 25 bigs. As you saw Fabian Quast there, one of the most experienced players left in the field. Round to Chan Miral, Ali, ace-4 of spades. Interesting decision point here with 12 big blinds. Lots of players, Ali, would go ahead and just jam this in for 12. But Chan content just to come with min raise.
I mean, I have a sense as to why it is that he wants to make the most of this stack without necessarily risking his tournament life. You've got 295,000 and change up top to the eventual winner. And for the time being, we're handing out $13,280. So much runway between here and there. You would hate to just jam, knowing that maybe under normal circumstances that is the profitable play, but so risky.
Absolutely.
Content to take the line that he did and turns ace high into a pair of 4s on an 8-high rainbow texture where Karabalchik has missed entirely.
Yeah, it's a very nice flop here for Miral. Typically, you will just see this go small c-bet. And Karabalchik, with only 7.5 bigs behind Ali, really doesn't have enough chips to navigate, to do any floating, to do any check raising. Miral going to want to deny equity here to a hand with just 2 random overs, as we can see Karabalchik has. Very deliberate. You'd expect him to bet very small, Ali, and there you go, 1 big blind. Been very impressed with Miral throughout. Has this very strong awareness of textures when we can bet tiny. This, of course, and look at this. Not so sure about this one, Ali.
Appeal of the 100K. I mean, maybe he thinks, given the conservative nature of the line taken to this point, that it's just a couple of hopeful overs itself for Miral, and that Karabalchik might be able to bluff him off of it, or just direct price with the 2 overs. Unclear.
I have to say I'm not a fan, Ali. I mean, this is very dicey. You kind of want your opponent to have a hand like Queen-Jack, something like this themselves, right? King-Queen, King-Jack. We block both of these holdings, and all of a sudden, Miral does check back. And we get to the river, and Karabalchik gets the run out, Ali, that could get this done. 4-liner to a straight. I mean, the only bluffs he would have is a hand like this, right? Just 2 overs that have floated. He's going to bluff at Ali for sure.
Man.
Wow.
And he's doing it for the full amount.
Wow.
This is incredible. You know, consider the thought process that I was assigning to Miral, which is that we have a massive first place prize. I don't want to get out there and maybe take a risk. Very opposite to that thought is what we're seeing on display here from Karabalchik. This is going for the gusto.
Hey, you know what? I thought that this flop peel was wide, but bravo to him for finding it.
Gets the winner into the bin.
He gets the great run out, Ali, and all of a sudden when he jams, really is perceived to have no bluffs in this spot.
Yeah.
We can see he did just have Queen High. Karabalchik, well played.
That was something else there.
Yeah, what a start for us here on the feature table.
You know, no matter
Merit.
how deep into this thing we get, you just continue to see merit-based procedures.
Yeah, not to be underestimated how much of a blow that is to Miral also. Started
Right.
the hand with 1.2 million.
Yeah.
Going ahead and losing a quarter of his stack in that hand. This is the notoriously difficult stage of a tournament to sort of negotiate, Ali. You know, there, Morale could have open shoved. I don't hate the min raise whatsoever, but then you do get into these tricky little spots post. Karabauchik earned that pot.
Yeah, he very much did.
Yeah.
I think he suspected also that you know, range advantage, big blind defender, but off of a very
on
short stack,
the 8, 4,
you kind
3.
of expect that he's not defending, you know, with that sort of kit, but credit to him,
yeah,
man.
Credit to him for finding it.
A little cooperative river, obviously, in terms of the
Yes.
four-liner being out there. You know,
Yes.
the board just stayed 8 high. But that was...
Yeah, and he's going to be right back in the mix here, Ali. 14 bigs in the small with an ace. You can expect this one to go in. Look at this, he plays very tricky. We talk about merit poker optimal.
Oh, Quas with a couple of 4s, by the way.
Yeah, Fabian's going to shove here. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. Yeah.
Yep.
This is part of the problem, Ali, when you min raise with a hand like ace-6. You know, if you get reshoved on, all of a sudden, it's a pretty nasty spot.
Would you rather limp it then?
I would open shove ace-6
Okay.
off for sure. You know, typically less than 15 bigs, any of these offsuit aces, all the way up to a hand like ace-10, just going to open shove them, Ali.
Do you think Quas would have called off against
Well,
the
this
shove
is the
with
thing,
the
right?
pocket 4s?
It would have put Fabian in a pretty gross spot. He likely still calls, right? It's 14 big blind jam. But it would have been for around about a third of Fabian's chips. And he's almost always flipping it best, right? It's going to be 2 overs. But the problem now, when you do this min raise against one of the best players in the field, I think that's something to note. You know, this might work against some opponents. They may not defend correctly. Whereas Fabian, he's going to find the correct defense. He's going to find the correct reshoves. And now we're in this awful spot where ace-6 feels like it's not strong enough to raise call, which is part of the problem, Ali, when you make that min raise. Yeah, this is the issue.
So a little bite taken out of the chips that Karabauchik earned just a pot ago by Fabian Quas. Has looked very threatening.
It's going to be tough to get a read on Karabauchik. That's 2 pots played, and twice I got wrong what I thought he would do.
No shame in it, Andrew. Don't go beating yourself up after the stream's over, thinking you don't know what you're talking about anymore, but rather just appreciate that adjustments need to be made by all parties, not just those on the felt, but those here in the booth when a Merit Poker tournament is taking place.
A couple of really interesting spots right off the bat. I feel like we're in for a treat, Ali. Now, Miral, after min-raising that ace-4, down to 9 bigs now, Ali, under the gun. King 10 off.
Boy, under the gun in particular, though, this one.
Yeah, this
you
is
know,
grim.
it's better than what rates to come his way in the big blind and small blind in a couple of hands. It's an above average holding, but he can afford to go through those blinds. He'll lose 2.5 more of the 9 that he's got right now.
Yeah, this is a really grim spot, Ali. You know, 9 bigs, excuse me, 9 bigs, King 10 off. Of course, the deeper you get into the tournament, the tighter you have to play, right? We're down to 20 players, but he is going to go for it, Ali.
Yeah.
Feels that that big blind is hunting him, as you suggested, so he's going to go a little bit wider than perhaps you would normally. Going to send it.
Oh, and he's run into 2 queens. Got through the a7 off suit, but isn't going to get through.
Yeah, of course the problem, Ali, under the gun you have 6 or 7 live ranges behind you, which of course going to be often that you run into some trouble. Does have 1 overcard, Ali. Schwang loving life here with the queens.
Asking for a count. Getting her bearings.
Yeah, Schwang, of course, wants to look as if her decision is more marginal than it is.
920.
Ali, if somebody behind wakes up with a hand like 9s or 10s, for example, she wants them to put the chips in. Here she comes. Does decide to ISO shove. Anything else actually looks a bit too strong, I think, off 23 blinds.
Yeah, tend to agree.
Yeah. Here we go.
Doesn't believe me.
And as strong as it looks, every now and again it can get exploited too by somebody who then does something reckless behind us, forces us out of the pot. So she just jams And Miral with just one overcard, eyeballing this 2 million plus in the middle, recognizing it needs to head his way if the journey is to continue for him here in this Gangster Series main event final day. Burn down 3 off the top.
Oh.
And ace king 6. Miral hops
Wow.
in front of the queens. Board pairing on the turn, and now only the queen needs to be faded. And Miral will secure the double, plus the big blind and big blind Annie. Some small blind biscuits in there as well.
Fine survival, Ali. Hammer blow there for Schwang. Of course, every pot now so critical as the average stack starts to get a little shallower. You know, if she wins there and holds Ali, she's up to just a shade under 40 bigs. Now she's going to be down to 14 big blinds. It's a very cruel game at times, as we know, but Miral finds that 3-outer. New life for him. Back up over 20 big blinds.
Consider how rocky the road has been for him here. Just half an orbit into play. Folded a winner with the ace-4, understandably.
Yeah.
Against Karabalchik, and then manages to connect with the king and down the 2 queens of Shuangguo.
Yeah, tough one for Schwang. Just has to recompose herself. Still right in the hunt here.
But she's more toward the side of hunted
Absolutely.
than hunter.
Absolutely.
Courtesy of losing that one.
Yeah, amazing how you have the sliding door effect in tournament poker. Sure. Miral, of course, if he doesn't lose that ace-4 suited spot, not going to jam king 10 off. Unfortunately for Schwang, gets outdrawn. So we see Fabian, one of the bigger stacks at the table, Ali, 42 bigs. And very likely the most experienced player in the field.
Yeah, one of the bigger resumes behind that big stack.
Yeah, he is going to be a real force here. Knows, Ali, how to put the pressure on, as you see here, deciding to open jam.
Ooh, and pocket 4 is the hand that he jammed against the Karabalchik limp. Surfacing for Kanar Zemin. Just 680 back.
Yeah, Fabian here basically deciding he's up against one stack in the small blind with 7 bigs, and the stack in the big has around about 16, 17 big blinds behind. Decides that Jack 10 is going to be strong enough just to jam. People are going to have to be very tight, Ali, right, calling off. For example, if Miral wakes up with a hand like King 10 off that we saw him shove, King Jack off, likely going to have to fold these hands. So lots of good things can happen when you do open shove. Also, if he just opens, allows the big blind to reshove on him with some hands that would fold to an open jam, decides to open shove it. A little surprising to me that he does it into a big blind of 18 to 20 bigs, though. But perhaps knows Miral's game. And look at this, Ali. Here is a case in point, an absolute case in point of what I just illustrated. Can Miral call off for 20 here with a 6 suited? I would argue potentially no. You can see he's not comfortable.
No, he's almost entertained by what the deck is doing to him here so far. Less than an orbit in.
Yeah, amazing. He's had to make some tough decisions. The 3rd in quick succession.
The thing is, he knows that Quas with that big stack is likely to be leaning much harder than normal.
Definitely. I mean, Quas can just be pretty light here, Ali. You can have a hand like this, Jack 10. Can jam a bunch of like Queen Jack suited types, decide to open rip them. All the low pocket pairs, some potential other suited broadways. And
I could see him taking a suited king, you know, and it doesn't really have to be a hand that has a whole lot of prospects against ace 6.
He's going for it.
Miral digs in, and he's right.
Wow. Miral says, ICM, I don't care, let's go. Massive pot here on the feature.
You think Quas is going to be surprised by that? Look on his face suggests that he didn't anticipate a 6 suited would be deemed adequate by Miral as we go to a flop of 9-7-4. 2 overs in the gut shot. Look at Kanar Zemin recognizing the danger being posed to the ace 6 here. 5 on the turn is safe. The 8 still belongs to Quas. Oh! I say these things, Andrew. I don't expect them to happen.
Wow.
Miral makes the straight, but it's no good as Quas makes the nuts and showers the man who just managed to double up through Shuang Lo as she sees her chips passed over.
What an insane roller coaster start to this final day, Ali. Fabian rivers the straight, sends Miral to the showers. Small blind had pocket fours, Ali, I recognized.
Yeah,
Zabine would have flopped a set. Why he was contorting his face. Wow, we need to draw breath.
So carnage in the early goings here on this final day of the main. And if that is an indication of what's to come, then we better grab some body armor to make our way through the rest of this days. I mean, 7 bigs, still the short stack, but just look at what's happened to Quas. 6.3 million. Conversely, Lo Shuang, 14 bigs, as you mentioned. Karabalchik, 12 bigs. His 2 stacks are behind her. Vasil Musa, Maximilian Weiser in the middle.
Even to any bluff.
Still attempting to recover myself, Ali, from what we just witnessed transpire. Miral, you have to hand it to him. It decided, I'm playing to win this tournament, Ali. You know, we do talk about ranges and how we need to be tighter, final few tables and the like. Sometimes you want to draw a line in the sand and say, I know my hand's best. I want to play for a big 40 bigs, 50 bigs pot, put myself in position to win the tournament. I kind of love to see it, to be honest. He made the brave call and unfortunately got punished.
Consider the situation he would have found himself in had the equities held.
Sure.
He would have been sitting. He would have bounced in 2 pots' time from sub 10, you know, right
Plus
on up.
40, yeah. As we attempt to recalibrate Visor here under the gun, pocket 8s. Shuang, this is dicey, Ali. Peeling +1 of 14 bigs with Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, it is one that tempts us, but against the under the gun open, maybe we're less inclined. I know she recognizes that Visor is deep, and as such, she does expect him to be wide, but here we are, Ace Jack 9, second pair out in front of the pocket 8s, but yet never really able to get too comfortable. Loves seeing the check, obviously, but it's not a given the Jack 10 is good just because Visor has elected to check, so she checks back, and a 9 is allowed to roll off.
Yeah, interesting. When she peels here +1, Ali, Visor would hate to see that pre-flop. She's going to have some traps. She's going to have a bunch. Like, she should have a very strong range here, essentially, to make this peel of 14 bigs. He knows his 8s have shrunk up markedly here, just hoping to get to showdown and somehow see a hand like King, Queen of Hearts or something like this, Ali, which of course would be no good now. But I think almost impossible for Visor to bluff here. I mean, you would be targeting a hand like exactly a Jack, Ali, something like King Jack, trying to get it to fold. Yeah, he's just going to try and show down 8s and hope it's somehow good.
Yeah, there was really not a lot of worlds in which the 8s were good, unless 7s
That's
specifically would have been in there. I don't even think the 6s get too interested.
Sorry.
Nor do the 7s, realistically.
I'm helping myself.
Yeah, one thing about that +1 peel, it can spook the under a gun a little. But we see in Merit, people make these very outside of the realms of normalcy peels off these shallow stacks.
Yeah.
But Shuang, another player who's here to win the tournament, it's quite refreshing to see people just go for it and kind of ignore ICM, so to speak.
In terms of thought processes, the proverbial box is a very vacant space here.
It is. Yeah, 6-handed now, so this changes the dynamic as well, Ali. Of course, that big blind ante still in play. So every 6 hands, you're paying 250K.
19 remaining now as casualties at the outer tables.
About to have another all-in, Ali. Zamin down to just under 7 bigs. King 10 of spades. Let's go.
Was going to mention Daniel Henriquez and Oleg Nataliev, the two men who have met their fate here at the outer tables. As we see collection for Kanazamin.
Yeah, just in time as well. Sub-7 bigs. Especially six-handed Ali. We've seen this before. Puts even more pressure on the short stacks. Very timely pickup with the King 10 suited.
Sure. Zamin, by the way, a little north of $60,000 in career tournament earnings for him. In October, played the EPT main right here in Cyprus and finished 45th. Considering the size of that field,
yeah,
that's an accomplishment, and one that obviously gives him the sort of experience that he's drawn upon to work his way into the top 19.
Yeah, right in the hunt. As we see Fabian here, ace deuce. The problem now, Ali, for the rest of the field, Fabian with a big stack and the experience, he's going to pound on this field, you would imagine, or attempt to do so. In there with that ace blocker. Gets it through pre. We'd have to make him one of the favorites now, Ali, I think, for the title.
Oh, yeah.
65 bigs. Average stack now around about 30, if I'm not mistaken. So almost 2x average, I think.
Next payout, $13,280, and then we'll have the jump up to $15,170. Step by step, up the ladder we go.
You see the service? Thank you.
9-6 off. Politely returned to sender. Queen 7 suited now for Musa.
We will have a redraw, Ali, right, at 18?
Three-table redraw sounds, or two-table redraw.
Two-table redraw, yeah.
3-2.
Just something to keep an eye on. Zamin there tanking the 9-6 off.
Oh, no redraw.
No redraw, we're being told. Oh, here we go, Ali. Big decision for Schwang. Visor just rips it on the button. Into two short stacks. Makes a lot of sense. King Queen might be too much hand, Ali, to fold.
I mean, she did cauterize the wound left behind by Miral, but not going to try her luck with King Queen.
A somewhat similar spot, right, to we saw Miral call off ace-6 suited.
Yeah.
You know, with the big stack just open shoving the button. Very rare they have a very strong hand. King Queen, very close. I don't fault the laydown. Very close.
Even when we have a solid advantage, let's say, have we worked our way this far into the tournament to just spin a wheel? When we have a stack, which is still one that's deep enough to operate off of without having to just take an all-in pre-flop sort of stand. And I think that's what she's thinking there. It is so demoralizing, though, when you're at a table and you have these big bullies and they're coming around collecting everyone's lunch money, you know, throwing sand in people's faces. You're just waiting for that one moment where you might be able to rise up on behalf of all the abused.
Stand up for a crusade for justice.
Yes. Justice has been hard to come by so far here at this table.
Here we go, Ali. Another decision point for Schwang. 16 bigs.
I tend to think that she's going to be far more in favor of jamming with an ace-8 from the button than she is calling off with a king-queen from the small. Having fold equity is so important.
Yeah, always more comfortable to take the aggressive action yourself. Shuang considering here, Ali, I think whether to open jam as you suggested, or if she can just open. But she is raising into a short stack in the small blind, and the big stack Fabian, probably the most experienced player who's going to defend correctly. So yeah, I like this shove. You know, if the small blind or Fabian wake up with a big hand, so be it. A hand like ace-8, you know, Fabian's going to defend correctly. We're going to get put in some tricky spots. Does decide to just send it.
Right. Minimize the decision-making from this point forward, although with the benefit of position and what appears to be a sound fundamental understanding of all phases.
Count, please.
I don't think Shuang would be in a bad way, but Quas is in a bad way here. Asking for a count.
Yeah, this is
the A7 offsuit really worthy of consideration against 1.6?
It's actually very close. You know, open shoving for around about 15 bigs. We should be shoving basically most ace-X. If we're going to have an open shove strategy, we're going to shove all our low pairs. We're going to shove a bunch of Broadway stuff that ace-7 beats. But Fabian might think he has an edge, Ali, on the table, and might not want to risk 1.6 as you suggest.
We definitely can sense that Fabian has good vision and I think recognizes that Shuang's a player. And so this jam from the button doesn't have to come at all times from a hand that performs so well against ace-7.
He makes the call, though.
Yeah, and she's going to be left in a good way. Now, obviously, a good bit of the time they will be chopping, but as it stands.
Yeah, if you could choose one hand to look at, Ali, it's probably this one.
Sure. We're going to play for 3.3.
Big pot.
And all of a sudden, Shuang could be bouncing right back.
Oh. Oh.
7-4-4. How on earth do we find ourselves in these spots as the ace-8 outflop? The heart is working, though. No longer.
My goodness. Fabian gets there. Shuang needs an 8.
Is Frosty available? No, no snowman, and she did not waste any time. Bolting right off the stage.
Oh, you can feel the heartbreak, Ali. Brutal, brutal run out. And all of a sudden, Fabian Quas must have around about 8 million in chips, Ali. 7.5 mil.
I'll tell you what.
There we go. 8
I
million.
hurt for Shuang Lu.
Oh.
That really. You know, when you saw the percentages pre-flop, you recognize that she summoned the courage to kind of stay away from King-Queen as a call, jam on the button, got Quas in a bad way, worked so hard to get here, obviously got doubled through by Miral. That was already deflating enough when she had the 2 queens. Took the best of it on both occasions in which she got forward, and yet somehow she does not join the remainder of the field, who march on with a leader laying claim to 8.1 million plus now. This is an almost 2-to-1 chip lead over the second place stack here at this table. 18 remaining. We're going to rebalance things, but this has been barbaric.
Unbelievable start to our final day coverage, Ali. Fabian Quas, how's your luck? Gets it in twice. Jack 10 against ace 6, ace 7 against ace 8. Somehow manages to win both. And if you're a player with his unique skill set who's also running pure, best of luck to anybody trying to stop him from here. Good game, Shuang, right? That was pain.
We say running pure, Andrew, but I feel like I should submit that we should reconsider the purity. I mean, I think it's running impure when you do things like that. This is not clean.
Yeah, these were tough. I'm still a poker fan at heart, you see, and I just, it's so hard not to feel for Shuang Luo there. Played great, got it in Queens v King 10, did her job, got it in ace 8 v ace 7. Unfortunately for her, busts in 19th, down to 18.
Yeah, that is a second pelt claimed here.
Oh, it's
early going.
It's a painful game at times, it really is. It's why we love it though, Ali.
Listen, I have no financial interest for the time being, early coverage here. I don't even really have much of an emotional interest, and yet I hurt still for Shuang Luo, who I watched battle and be so sound throughout so many days of play, which is tough to do, not just in terms of stamina, but you know, to pitch a perfect game, make the right decision time and time again, is just, from the sheer volume and the odds standpoint, difficult.
Yeah, tournament poker just laced with heartbreak, you know. You've battled through, as you said, 3 full days. You've got yourself in contention to chase that 300,000 and the title of the Gangster Series main. And yeah,
coming to the big blind.
The best of luck to her moving forward. I mean, we can see she's got some skills. I'm sure she will be back here.
Oh yeah, I mean, we haven't seen the last of Shuang Luo. That much we know for sure. Maybe the last of her in this room for the next hour or two as she leaves the scene of what truly was a crime. Ace-7 versus Ace-8.
Okay, now the game is going to change, guys. The game is going to change now.
If Fabian Quas ends up winning this, we should send him over to the display that's been erected up at the front of the poker area. You know, the police tape that's out there. And then just have him hold up the Ace-7, the Jack-10, the 2 hands that, at least so far, he's ridden to glory, but taken the worst of it on both occasions.
We see Fabian flexing his muscles, opening with Queen 5, makes it 3x to go pre. And Zamina has found it, Ali. Pocket Kings in the small. Oh my goodness. Big decision point coming. They just keep coming, Ali. We have a 3x from Fabian. Zamin all in for 7 bigs with Kings. Now Manny Karos, pocket 8s in the big blind. Working with 3.1 million. This feature table has been violent. Manny Karos may be tempted to ISO this, Ali.
This is a man who just got to the water's edge and suddenly finds himself kicked right into the deep end. You know, it's already a little annoying when you step into the big blind during this rebalancing effort. And now you've stepped into this very awkward spot.
I actually really like this shove in the long term. You know, Zamin only has 7 bigs. Fabian's going to be really out of line. Decides that pocket 8s are good enough with the extra 3 big blinds in from the button.
Surely Kings aren't going to win this pot, just given what we've seen so far here. Quas, the man that started this mess, I thought for a second.
Maybe not.
7-7-5 board, the Kings. Looking good. Now just one to come, and you know it's a nervy one. Zamin's had a front row seat to the carnage. And
crossbar.
You can pull those tokens back toward him, and
Either I forgot or I wasn't there.
they're going to have company. As a very cold welcome, frosty reception to the new arrival, Manny Karos.
Yeah, what a spot for Zamin. More than doubling up, courtesy of the extra 3 big blind open from Fabian. Fabian there clearly deciding, I'm going to make it 3x, call a small blind shove, and fold to the big blind. And Zamin, big pickup. Was down to 7 bigs there, Ali, with the extra dead money, back up closer to 20. The action's been absolutely relentless.
That it has.
Feature of the week, all week long. Had some amazing feature tables. Gangster Series main event, final day.
Manny Karos, by the way, has results going all the way back to 2018. Mostly no limit from what I can gather. Not much else. And kind of sticks in this realm in terms of buy-ins. Did play the World Series of Poker main event in July of this year. Cashed 940th. So big fields are something he's not a stranger to.
Yeah, very solid. So we see Fabian continue to flex that chip lead muscle.
Yeah, 200K, and Zamin with another candidate to come over the top of this bully.
Yeah, this one's a bit out of line from Fabian. Typically, you want to have some kind of blocker effects to use that chip lead. But of course, if people are going to overfold, you can really get after it. Zamin, no, never fold in this one. Can go a couple of ways here, Ali. Could either shove or peel. Elects to go with the latter. Rips it in for 18 bigs. Of course, printing money here against the chip leader with a 3-bet jam. He's going to get through. Very nice bit of momentum for Zamin, right on time, Ali. Just getting very short.
Yes, sir. Looks pretty relaxed out there. $160,000 plus in career tournament earnings for his neighbor there, Manikatos, who failed to give that statistic on Best Live Cash for the Greek national, 65K. Last trip I made out to Merit, by the way, I transited through Greece, and I thought to myself, you know, having visited dozens of countries throughout the course of my life, I've yet to actually explore Greece, and I was saddened by the fact that I just spent time in an airport terminal.
Yeah.
And that's it. You been down there?
I mean, it happens to us a lot, right? Us in the poker realm, traveling, you know, you can say to your friends, oh, I've been there, I've been there.
Yeah.
It's always the airport lounge, isn't it?
It's the airport, and then also the casino. You know, you're in there
That's
playing
it, I
poker.
know.
You're like, well, maybe I left the airport, but I never left the hotel. I never left the resort.
Yeah, I'm the same as you. Actually, never been into Greece other than transit. Look at this, Karabalchik.
His chips are in transit. Ace-8, jamming under the gun. This is another function of maybe him saying, I don't want to pay big blind, ante, small blind, and then be sitting with 25% less in front of me and hoping that I find something better than Ace-8, and leveraging, of course, the fact that he's both short and opening from under the gun to make this look like stronger kit than it is. Suppose sometimes we'll get an Ace-9, maybe even an Ace-10 out of there behind us. Maybe some of the smaller pairs as well. It does pay off.
Yeah, that's definitely reasonable. I mean, we know he's fearless. We saw him in that early hand float the flop off 7
Queen
bigs.
Jack.
That was a filthy line to take. So he's here to win.
Yeah, this has been a real petri dish of a table that we've had on our hands.
A petri dish.
This is a bacterial affair.
It just makes for such entertaining viewing, of course. Players here, nobody's worried about these small ladders, Ali, and it makes it fantastic to watch. Here to win. Go big or go home.
Well, that is the philosophy that's been on display from at least one of these competitors.
Yeah, with this first hour's had everything. As it folds round to Musa. Queen 10 off, Ali on the button. Couple of options available to him. Does have the big stack. Weisner on his left, or one of the big stacks. Gonna burn a time bank. Feels like a little too much to shove to me, Ali. I think if we're gonna play this pot, raise fold would be fine. You know, we have a queen and a 10, block some of those continues, block some relatively strong hands. 16 blinds, I think, too much to rip it in. Of course, it makes chips, but we are down to 18. Have to be a little more selective. Does come with the min raise. Karabalchik, Ali, we know he's not afraid. Working with just 10 bigs, 9-7 off. Are getting, of course, a good price to defend. Yeah, and here he comes.
Offsuit one gapper. Being employed, a 7 in the window is a nice sight. Pesky ace behind it, although button opens don't all have to have an ace in them.
Yeah, something worthy of note here is that some of Musa's ace-X combos would open shove pre.
Right, so for him to take this sizing in lieu of a jam, you can take at least
you can take
a quotient of the ace-X combos off the board.
Karabautik's going to be aware of this, of course. This the most over c-bet type of board in Hold'em. I can tell you now, Karabautik's not folding a 7. It's whether he decides to call or shove.
I mean, shove would seem so reckless and unnecessary, would it not?
I mean, the thing is, it might do.
You're just playing the guessing game. You either have the ace or you don't have the ace.
But also, it can be good to deny your opponent, right, any future equity. There's already 840k in there. We only have 900 behind.
He does come with the flat, by the way.
Yeah, he does come with flat. I wouldn't have been shocked to see it. Just to, you know, equity deny and decide, I'm going to run it. As it stands, Musa gets a free look at a river to try and redraw. Jack of hearts.
Once the check back comes in, Musa is going to be in a spot where the ace is so unlikely to be a part of his range, but maybe a Jack-X combo of some sort. Let's see if Karabautik wants to choose the sizing for the duo with 840 in the middle. No, he checks. And now Musa could really put a lot of pressure on what he might perceive to be a 7, maybe a 3 from time to time.
Yeah, these are the interesting spots where it's pretty clear at this point that Karabautik has a 7 or like some kind of a missed diamond draw. Yeah. Maybe a hand like 4-5, 5-6 suited alley that made a pair and is now checking.
Yeah, the queen high doesn't fare well, and Musa knows it. Hence the bet. And let's see if 250 is going to be enough into 840 to weed out Karabautik.
The most interesting thing in these spots, would Musa find a value bet alley with a jack? Would he find a value bet with a hand like pocket 10s, pocket queens and kings? You know, Karabautik clearly doesn't have an ace very often, right, unless he's doing some trapping of his own. So would he find a value bet with a hand like a jack or a pocket pair higher than a 7? If the answer is no, then Karabautik likely to hero call here. Like, is Musa the type to go that thin alley this deep in the tournament? From what I've seen of him on stream, he's quite conservative. May just think, okay, I've rivered a jack. Let's just take our showdown. By the same token, this looks like a value bet. Quite like the sizing alley, it looks like a milky one. You know, like he wants to get the call, and look at this alley, gets it through. Very well played, Musa.
All hail.
Told the correct story.
Lebanese national with almost $500,000 in career live tournament earnings. Best live cash, $66,000. And the last almost dozen and a half cashes that he's had have all come here at Merit, dating back to January of 2022. Almost every festival.
That is a great river bluff. He's timed it very well. Our intrepid colleague, Mr. Dempsey, always says in the booth, bet, check, bet. It's always a value bet. And we finally saw one that was a bluff.
Careful with that always rhetoric.
Never say never, Ali. But very well played, Musa. Sniffs out the weakness of Karabautik. Gets him off with a little value bluff on the river. Action relentless. Zamin, King Jack of clubs. UTG. Round to the big blind. Fabian, quick fold.
Zamin is...
It's had a great start.
Yeah, and it's been kind of unblemished, dare I say. He'll take it. Obviously a really great seat for Zamin in terms of being directly to the left of Kwas as opposed to just about anywhere else. You know, it gives him the first crack at exploiting what he might expect to be an overly active stack.
100% agree. One of these things, right, the table draw, it's such a piece of run good or run bad, right? You know, last couple of tables, Karabautik arguably with the worst seat in the room to the right of Fabian Kwas. Yeah, Zamin has had a very good start, basically tripled up. So we see Musa fresh off that lovely little bluff. Round to Fabian Ali, 10-3 off in the small. Be an illustration here of how he's going to approach the chip lead. And there's your answer, Ali. Just going to pound away. Going to open.
Oh, and Zameen with another tempter, dare I call it, David Lappin's lexicon. And Headley is suggesting the jam here is the way to go about things. But you wonder if you aren't tempting fate. Eventually, Quas rates to have a hand.
He does eventually rate to have one. The thing with this open from Fabian, it's very polar, Ali. He's going to limp a bunch of his kind of mid-range hands. Most of the time here, this open is either strength or extreme weakness. Zameen deciding just to call. The problem with a hand like Ace-Deuce is it flops a lot worse than some of the other aces, but of course it doesn't, because it's come Ace-Queen-5.
Yeah, that it has, and Quas really just has a lack of hope on this board. I would imagine that once Zameen makes the call, we do weight him more toward the upper part of the deck.
Yeah, the most interesting thing here is Fabian isn't going to discount every ace. Of course, there are going to be some in there, but lots of players will rejam a bunch of their ace-X here, working with 20 bigs or so pre. So, of course, Fabian going to take a little stab, try and fold out something like a king-8 of hearts, something like this, Ali, some king-highs. Try and put pressure on a hand like a 5 if Zameen would have one. Maybe down the streets we can get that to fold. Really just hoping to fold out 2 random cards here that didn't connect. Of course, Zameen in a great spot. We just go into bluff catch mode now, Ali.
Well, that's provided that we do need to do any more catching, and Quas does pick up a wheel cut shot on the turn. So does Zameen. And he is blocking the necessary deuce.
Yeah, Fabian's gone from a hand that really had no equity. Picks up a little sliver on the turn. Really depends how he perceives Zameen, Ali.
I think the question right now is, am I up against an ace or a queen? And I think he's going to have some more clarity with respect to that as he bets just shy of half pot and awaits Zameen's reaction. Now, Zameen needs to be thinking ahead. This is a quarter of his remaining stack back. If he makes the call, he's going to have sub 1 SPR on the river and could potentially face a request for all of it from Quas as a natural line of progressions across 3 streets.
I mean, against a player as aggressive as Fabian, honestly, you just close your eyes and you call this down for the most part. As we've referenced, Ali, Zameen going to have a lot more Queen X, a lot more sort of 5X, Queen X, some King 10 type holdings. So Fabian going to barrel off into the weaker part of his range.
I don't know if the King 10 hangs tough. It would have to
maybe
be
not
spaded.
On the turn. Maybe not.
Yeah, but now this is an interesting river insofar as Quas has showdown value, which he lacked earlier, and the lack of showdown would have emboldened him and encouraged him, obviously, to make the bet on the river. Instead, he decides that the check is the way to go. I felt as though he might still turn it into a bluff just because the ace-X, queen-X felt like such a broad part, you know, the former over the latter more so of Zameen's range as played. Really just the manner in which he called flop and turn. Granted, we can see the cards, but you know, that sixth sense that we have as poker players.
Yeah, I think you are going to get shown a queen, a weak ace, a good amount of the time. But we do still beat some king-high spades, some jack-high spades, some 5X with spades. So Fabian decides to take the showdown, unfortunately. Zameen with the ace-deuce. What a start for him, though, on this final day. Making moves. Up to around about 4 million now. Shade under.
Again, he continues to just rather surreptitiously soak up gaming tokens. As we see Visor. King Jack offsuit. Hijack opener. Zameen will happily sit this one out with 8-4. And an ace-5 suited for Monte Carlos. This is a hand that we know is going to continue, but in what form may be the question.
I think likely to just call Ali. We are facing the hijack open, which of course will have some weaker hands in, but for the most part, our hand plays so well, flops so well. Is looking at just chips though. Gonna use a time extension. Seems to be torn between call and 3-bet shove. Not really a hand, Ali, that you're going to 3-bet fold. The hand's too good. You know, you don't want to burn a hand as good as ace-5 of hearts if you were to get 4-bet shoved on.
Right.
He does decide to run it, Ali. Timing perfect. Rips it in. 23.5 bigs.
It was always an option.
Sure.
Granted, it was the higher variance of the options, but one that is well timed as King Jack offsuit cannot continue. And I think in particular, it's kind of a strange push-pull effect when it's a big stack that's the opener. Early position. We know big stacks like to be active. They like to take this part of the tournament and apply pressure and accumulate chips.
Yeah.
This presents opportunities, of course, for us to be pulled toward the re-raises, the jams, trying to take them down, thinking, okay, our guys are wide. But as I mentioned before, even these players can have hands from time to time. Maybe with less frequency than the rest of the field, who's going to be a little bit more in line, but we do risk running into it, so to speak.
Yeah, I think one of the main benefits of shove there, Visor, going to have hands like, you know, ace-8, ace-9, king-queen. These types of hands are going to have to fold for 23.5 bigs. So we can actually get some hands that dominate us to fold. Very nicely timed there from the big blind. A real feature of this last couple of tables. Nobody's shying away, Ali. Everybody playing to win.
Yeah, that they are.
Round to Zameen. Ace Queen O. Premium hand on the button. Is of course going to open. Has a much stronger hand than he will be perceived to have. What? Wow, strange, curious decision here. Open shoves the button. Not too sure about that one.
Good button cards.
Could be a potential misstep, I think. Ali decides to just open shove with ace-queen for 35 bigs. I mean, in the small blind, we have Manny Karos there with 25 bigs. You know, you miss the opportunity to get him to 3-bet jam a hand that you dominate. Curious decision from Zameen. Bit of an overplay, in my opinion.
You know, sometimes you'll see that happen from someone who has failed to recognize just how big their stack has grown.
Right.
Right? And he's won a number of pots, and now suddenly where he came in thinking, I've got a lot of, got to move all in sort of stack depth.
Yeah, and he did.
You actually have way too much. And on the topic of too much, how about a couple of aces here for Karabalchik?
Talk about timing, Ali. Has 6 bigs under the gun. He's going to be perceived to be so wide here with the big blind hunting him.
Under the gun in particular, he has open jammed on at least one other occasion, maybe
ace-8
two.
off. We saw him shove ace-8 off.
And I don't know whether or not anyone's paying attention to this, but it could be just a theme where they're like, every time this guy is about to go into the blinds, he decides that he wants to jam. It's irrelevant in terms of Manikaros with a couple of queens welcoming.
Wow. This is just ill for Manny Karos. Thinking to yourself, Ali, that you always have the best hand versus a 6 big blind jam. Karabalchik perceived here, Ali, to be incredibly wide with that big blind anti-hunting him. Manny Karos about to run into a buzzsaw. potential silver linings. At least Karabalchik only has 6 bigs. Of course, Manikaros thrilled to get it in with queens. He is going to be shocked to see the aces. Thinking, how did you find them?
Yeah, can only just shrug his shoulders and laugh. Obviously, it's a little funnier when we're the covering stack as opposed to the covered stack, but 720,000 is not an insignificant chunk of the 2.6-ish that Manikaros came into this one with. And playing itself as 1.75 million begins to inch its way toward Karabalchik. And now a further stride towards seat 1 as the board pairs. And no carnage on the river as the aces hold on.
Wry smile from Manikaros. You talk about how's your luck, Ali. 6 bigs on the ventilator, big blind hunting you, and you somehow find the pocket aces and get called. Karabalchik, fresh life. Stay of execution, Ali, or the start of redemption?
I mean, I think he's deep enough now that we're going to be playing some poker. This is the breathing room he was in search of when things kicked off here today. But he is one of those guys, you know, a bit of a maverick.
He's spicy. I would like to see him with a stack. We saw that float with Queen Jack off 7 bigs. We saw a non-standard small blind open off a shallow stack with an ace that normally would shove.
Dare I say no stack is safe when Karabalchik is out there, including his own.
Yeah, I would say that is fair.
Pocket 8s for Zamin now.
He's been our big mover, Ali. Started this feature table with around about 1 million. Managed to move up to just sub 4. Interesting here. Visor. Not much has gone his way so far. Still with a healthy stack. Jack 10 of hearts in the small blind. I would suggest all options open to him here, Ali. Blinds have gone up, so working with 30 big blinds. He's going to decide to play this one as a flat. Does have our resident maverick, Karabalchik, fresh off that double up. Has the king 6 of clubs. Getting a very good price here to flick in 1 big blind. We know he's spicy. He is going to complete, Ali, and we're going to have our first 3-way pot.
Very rare sight. Queen 9-5 open-ender for Visor's small blind. The 8s are actually still in front, but looking up at those 2 overcards, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, favorable flop here for Visor. Karabalchik. Not much to work with. Zamin checks to Zamin. Content to check this one back. Can't blame him. Very dicey board for a pair of 8s. Visor now. Does have nice blockers. Blocks Queen Jack of hearts. Blocks Queen Jack, Queen 10 of hearts type holdings. Probably expects Zamin to c-bet here with the stronger parts of his range. Gonna go ahead and stab. Bets half pot.
$400,000 into 875.
Yeah, not too sure what this tank is about, Ali. I know Karabalchik is creative. You can't do anything here.
No, I mean, this would take just a large Ziploc bag full of the fun mushrooms to really understand.
Queen or 9?
Yeah, this is a really nice bet from Visor. You can see Zamin in an extremely uncomfortable spot. Body language uncomfortable. Asking his opponent if he has a queen or a 9 would appear to signal that he's done with this one. Does he use a time bank? Confusing this to me, Ali. I believe he asked his opponent if he had a queen or a 9.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, this is surely a tell of weakness if we now time bank flat.
You know, if we ask that question, then we raise, it looks surreal strong. But I can't see a world in which these 2 8s...
Just because
he's going to fold. I can't imagine you ask that question.
Yeah. So nice from Visor.
Very tight fold.
I don't know how tight it was, but
Thank you.
it was a fold.
Jack, Queen 8. Maybe.
Yeah, I
Wait
mean,
half an hour.
So tough to continue.
Wait half an hour to watch.
The delay is half an hour?
Half an hour, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah.
So it's only 28 minutes difference.
So wait half an hour.
Why not? Ay.
I mean, trying to get the information out of him, Ali. Not going to get it.
Oh, it's on me. Sorry.
Well, I know where he can get it, and it's right here on this stream in 30 minutes' time. He's 10 now from Manikatos, folded around to his hijack.
This is a mystery boat, the new blind level, small blind 600, big blind 100 to 200 big blind anti. This is the last level for registration of the entries.
It feels like a little too much to jam, Ali. 15, 16 bigs, ace-10 off. He is considering that option, though. Of course, the benefit of just open shoving, you can just shut people down, shut the big blind out. I believe it's Fabian in the big, will be a consideration for him. The big stack, of course, liable to defend wider than the rest of the table.
With the blinds having ticked up to 60 and 125,000, and on the back end of having lost queens to aces, he now sits at a depth where he could consider.
Yeah, basically has exactly 15 bigs, and he does decide to take that route, Ali. He wants to simplify things. Of course, on the flip side, if you run into a calling hand, you're going to be crushed often.
Yeah, we understand that.
Yeah.
But it's the risk that we take in exchange for not having to kind of work with the ace-10 post-flop, which can get awkward if we just come with a more standard open size.
Yeah, I think his main consideration there, or one of them, you've got Fabian in the big, who's going to defend so wide. You don't really want to go post-alley with ace-10 off, sub-15. Decides just to jam. Don't hate it. Gets it through. So we are on the brink of our final 2-table redraw. Play normally slows up a little now, right? These short stacks they want to get 8-handed instead of 6 or 5-handed.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, playing at a full table if you're a short stack is less taxing in terms of the frequency with which the blinds come around.
Oh, they're breaking the table. Yeah, they're breaking the table. Okay, this is personal now. He's attacking.
How much are you playing?
Oh my, Ali.
Jacks for Visor, who is the other big stack here on what looks like, based on the elimination at one of the outer tables and the fact that we're at 16, one of the final hands of shorthanded play where we expect wider ranges. Visor has been active, Quas waking up with ace-king. These two are not looking to get after one another this deep in this final day of this main event, and yet the cards may not present them an option.
Yeah, this is it. This is going in, Ali. There is really no other way to describe it. And Fabian takes the low variance route out of position, decides just to rip it. I mean, Visor's not folding, Ali.
No.
This is a snap, even with 35 bigs behind.
Listen, I don't know about a snap
It's
because
a snap,
it's a gross feeling in your stomach. Yes, he's going to make the call, but he's going to take a second and acknowledge the absurdity.
There we go.
Then the chips come in. He's not beating Fabian into the pot. He recognizes this can't be the greatest of spots.
Yeah.
This is usually best case scenario. You're up against the big ace, 2 over cards.
Yeah, actually hoping for 10s or 9s to play like this, which is not out with the realms. As it stands, it's the classic massive flip.
9.1 million chip pot.
Oh, Fabian again.
An ace right on the flop. And Quas, who's already so deep, continues to hold over when he's taking the worst of it. Deuce on the turn. Weiser wearing all the telltale signs of a man who knows that the end is here. As he pushes his chips forward and we pull closer and closer to a final table.
My goodness.
I mean, how do we describe what's happening? Fabian Quas seems preordained at this point to have at least a podium finish. I mean, it would require him being reset from extract to dispense.
Yeah, is it name on the trophy stuff, Ali?
It feels that way, doesn't it?
Fabian Quas, like a buzzsaw through this field. Massive flip. Biggest pot of the tournament, potentially. 9.1 million chips. He would have been on the ventilator himself, Ali, if he lost that flip. All of a sudden, just under 11 million in chips.
You know, as we bring you back into the studio, I'm trying to think back to myself. When was the last time? Do me a favor, hit the lights if you would. It's not that depressing in here. Give me, you know, yeah, do that. Okay,
oh,
now.
There we're back.
Now the sun shines. Now maybe it was that smoky ambiance that was causing strange things to take place out there at the feature, but really the story of the frame, we were harping on it as we came back on camera, it is Fabian Quas. What a massive stack he now wields as we get down to two tables.
I'll tell you something, this is danger Will Robinson for the rest of the field. Fabian, 3 all-ins, 3 wins, 11 million in chips, 90 big blinds, 15 players left. The very best of luck stopping him. He's going to try and run them over, Ali.
Yeah, no question about it. We're going to take a brief pause as we shuffle the deck, reassemble 2 tables, that which we will convene upon, and then return with continuing coverage from here at the Marriott Crystal Cove, working our way toward that final table. Stay close, just a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. As promised, just a few short minutes, and we're back with continuing coverage of this main event of the Merit Gangster Series, the last event on the calendar here as we wind our way toward the end of 2023 and toward the end of this particular series. But very much it is the beginning of the Fabian Quas show. That is the way to describe that frame of play. We were talking about it just before we went to this quick break, and in just a few short moments we're going to get right back to play. But who's going to stop this man? Because if you thought that he was being, you know, aggressive before, now he's got all of the ammo that he needs to continue on in that manner.
Yeah, I think the problem now for the rest of the field, Fabian, with his experience, Edge Ali, he's going to be opening lots of pots. Also going to be aware that people, in theory, need to be tight approaching this final table bubble. It's going to be incredibly difficult to stop him now.
Yeah.
Fascinated to see how he's going to go after it, but I would imagine with a lot of aggression.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, when he retired, it was a road made easier for those that were out there playing tournament poker. And now that he's come back with a renewed enthusiasm for the game, you can see that the minds are back in place as people try to work their way through what is a very militarized zone right now with 2 tables left, just about set to get you back down to Thunderdome, dare we call it. And the thunder has been coming from Fabian, who is sitting with 87 big blinds, 60 and 125,000. You see Dmitry Yurasov joining the party here with 62 bigs. He could be a candidate to create some challenges for Quas, although obviously when you look out and you see Karabalchik 11 bigs, Musa 14 bigs, you don't really want to get yourself involved all that much.
Tell you something, Ali, you just asked me who can stop him. What an interesting development. Dmitry Yurasov, yesterday he was so short, Ali, had 8 big blinds to 10 big blinds on the feature for what felt like an eternity, and he has found the massive spin up to 62 bigs. Yurasov, of course, World Series of Poker bracelet winner, won the 10K 6 max in the summer. And if anyone can stop Fabian, he's certainly a candidate, as we see Musa. All in already, Ali. No time for us to breathe.
No, listen, the deck has clearly woken up this morning and decided to choose violence. Although, I don't think Ace-3 is the one here. Lucelik.
Yeah, no time for chit-chat for us in the booth. Musa here, 15 or so bigs, Ali, very reasonable.
Absolutely.
Decides just to send it with the pocket 7s. I'm not sure, are we on a pay jump bubble? Because this is never a consideration from Celik. He's never calling. Potentially a pay jump, I think.
We are at 16.
I think 15, Ali. We lost 2 people in that hand.
We?
Yeah,
okay.
we did. So maybe a pay jump consideration from Celik.
If we have 15, the jump has already been realized.
Okay.
So we see an ace-jack for Karabalchik. Hang on, this is the kind of hand that some might just comfortably shy away from. I don't know if this gentleman here rates to be among that type of person.
Yeah, this is a really grim spot. You know, Musa, we've seen, he's pretty tight, Ali, but look at this. Karabalchik deciding, I'm here to win the tournament. Takes it, calls off ace-jack. Right back from our break, Ali. Here we go. All in again.
Picking up exactly where we left off as collisions are everywhere. Somehow we have trains that are headed in different directions, and it seems only one operational track. 3 million in the middle. And Karabalchik, the covered stack behind with ace-jack. 45% equity, though, as we head to the flop. 10-7-3, a set. And I think the end could very well be near. Deuce leaves the ace-jack, drawing dead. The river is a formality, and it will be with a heavy heart that we bid adieu to Hakan Karabalchik, who passes around some knuckles, but ultimately will be left to collect 15th place money. 2,500 more than 16th paid out, $17,650. Not to be overshadowed, of course, the ascent for Basel Musa, capital infusion He, of course, is going to be a dangerous operator.
Yeah, good game to Karabalchik. Very entertaining for us to watch in the booth. Couldn't quite activate the spin up. Decided to take that spot on Ali against the 14 big blind
1.4,
under the gun
1.5.
shove of Musa. Pretty thin, probably the worst hand we can call off. But, you know, we saw he wanted to get chips, wanted to have a chance to chip up before that final table. Happy to see the sevens of Musa. Couldn't win the flip. GG, sir.
So recapping the casualties on the day as we begin with 21, Daniel Enriquez busting in 21st place. That was good for 13,280. The same payout for Chan Miral and Shuang Lo, both of whom went up against you-know-who, Fabian Kwasing. Came up short during their attempts. Oleg Nataliev finished in 18th. Nuno Correa, the man who busted at the same time as Max Weiser, 17th for him, 16th for Weiser. Payouts of $15,170 for each of them. Nataliev also collecting that same sum.
Not sure who shuffled the deck today, Ali, or which one they chose. Here we go again. Fabian open in fives. Manny Karos with a mandatory jam. These are going in. You never quite know. Is Fabian feeling invincible? Unlikely to call a shove, Ali.
You know, he was a late arrival, not all that late to the feature table. If I sit in a game and I end up in this spot over and over again, as we see Musa waking up with a couple of playable ones, ace, queen in the big 3 million.
This is ugly stuff.
But what makes it ugly is the fact that Kwas is playing off of over 10 million, and so the 3-bet from Manikaros doesn't have to be tethered to a hand that has ace-queen in bad shape. In fact, Musa is presuming that Manikaros is targeting the wide range of Kwas, and so he is willing to step out.
My goodness.
And step into it.
Very understandable getting from Musa. Don't think we can fold Ali for the reasons you just illustrated.
The fives, by the way, into the bin quickly for Kwas, of course.
No.
Unrelenting action. Another all-in situation.
Jack 6 deuce. So far, so good for the ace-king. Note the club for Musa. Okay, now chop outs.
No. I will be greedy.
Manikaros wagging his finger, telling the dealer, don't you do it, and compliance in the form of a 3 as the ace-king's tokens are submitted for replication.
This has been absolutely wild.
You don't expect this many all-in calls in such short order. And by the way, not always attached to hands that we fully expected them to come from.
Yeah.
This was a spot, of course, that we did. But, you know, regardless of how we got there, we keep getting there.
Yeah.
It's been exciting.
I mean, we have lost 1/3 of the field, Ali, in the first 90 minutes of play.
How about
Not
that?
something you typically see. Very unfortunate for Musa. For the reasons you illustrated, Ali, that is a massive cooler. Fabian going to be opening extremely liberally, which of course means the small blind going to shove wider. Musa picked up a monster in that particular lineup of cutoff open and small blind jam. Got the bad news. Great spot for Manikaros. Finds the full double. Can we have a couple of just raise and take it so we can have a minute?
We have a couple of cold towels. Kidding me? I feel like a prize fighter that's in his corner. You got 60 seconds to try to get your bell unrung. So we see Herakles, 119% pop to the stack he brought into that one. Courtesy, of course, of the open from Kwas being a part of the equation.
What a spin up, by the way, for Yurosov. He looked thoroughly miserable yesterday, Ali, on the feature table, but he has 10x'd his stack from that moment to now, as we see Fabian getting after it, as we expect. This time with a real hand of sorts. Jack 10 of spades.
You know, you touched on the fact that Yurosov picked up a bracelet, you know, in the 6 max 10K at the World Series. He also had a 4th place finish in a 50K at the World Series in 2019.
Yeah, he is a confirmed beast. And you know, the 10K 6 max at the Series, Ali, I'd venture to say one of the most prestigious bracelet events in the world. He's got game. As we see Celik here, somewhat out of character. Yesterday we saw him be extremely tight. Flicks in the defend here, Ali, with 3-4 off against the chip leader. Don't like it at all.
Well, the good news for him is it's an uncomplicated board texture.
Yeah, he's not going to get in any trouble.
Yeah, Quas with a 10 here can c-bet into this 685. You see the mountain of chips in front of him, representing some broken hearts.
Yeah, just a little posturing here from Celik. We're never going to go for this one. Surprised to see the defend, of course. 4 eliminations or 5 eliminations away from the final table. As Fabian continues to grow that monster stack.
You know, when I look at that stack, I'm reminded of Angkor Wat. It's like just a whole lot of skulls, you know? Just people who ran in to a despot out there.
Yeah, he's already collected 3 of them today. Dispatching.
Oh yeah, walking papers have been issued. Eviction notices served by Mr. Quas.
You never want to try and think too far ahead and forecast who is going to be taking titles down. But Quas and Urasov going to be formidable.
I'll tell you what, I would take those 2 against the entire field at this point very comfortably.
Absolutely.
Just based on resume, you know, I mean, and stack. Urasov, by the way, in the high roller at the EPT right here at Merit in October, finished 10th. So he's on form.
Yeah, he is a confirmed boss, as is Mr. Quas. Finding a real hand once more. King, Queen of Hearts. Zameen in an uncomfortable position here, Ali. This awkward stack depth. You know, 27 or so blinds. Makes this one awkward. Feels like too much to jam with people behind. But you do know that Fabian is going to be very light.
Yeah.
So he's going to use this one as a 3-bet. Don't hate it. It's going to make a lot of money against Fabian. But it's not going to get King, Queen suited to fold.
Yeah, Quas's VPIP is a little suspect right now, and it's not entirely cryptic what's afoot for Zameen. So he'll take his chances here. I wonder what Quas's response is going to be.
Yeah, I think typically he's going to play this as a call. But there is some universe where he may decide, okay, Zameen knows I'm supposed to be light.
Right.
So therefore, he can be a little lighter than normal. Look, I can just jam this in, but I would expect him to call.
This is a hand that performs relatively well. We block ace-king. We block ace-queen. We block kings and queens. And note, by the way, the ace-jack is what we're up against, given the blockerish nature. As we look elsewhere in the field, knuckle bumps being issued right now. Do we have a casualty? No, that's Nur Mohammedev, who I believe is going to be doubling up. Bear with us as we effort.
Yeah, as the dealer counts it down, Ali. Looks like 1.7 million or so heading his way from your countryman.
Yeah.
Card Bean losing the flip. I believe it's pocket jacks against ace-king.
I think it was an ace-queen, given the king on the board there, where the jacks would not have held, right?
Here we go, Ali. Non-stop action. Quas did call. Look at this flop. 7-5-4 with 2 hearts. Quas flops the second nut flush draw.
And Zameen with the ace of hearts feels comfortable following through. Doesn't expect that Quas is going to be interacting with this board that often. But here he is.
This is intriguing. A couple of ways you could potentially play this. There is 2 million in the middle. You can dislodge some better hands and make them fold on the flop. But Fabian will be aware, if Zameen has a hand like aces, Ali, aces or kings, you never get them to fold. And we are getting a very nice price here just to call. You know, getting around about 6-1. But he will be considering the fast play.
keeping a keen eye on that which brews.
Yeah, interesting. Quas also blocking kings and queens, Ali, and look at this.
Check raise up to 850.
Oh my goodness, quick reach from Zameen.
At this price, maybe he feels obligated.
Oof. How are we gonna proceed though?
Well, here's the thing, we have the ace of hearts.
We do.
And so the nut flush check raise, nut flush draw rather, check raise can be removed from the equation, and that's a bit inconvenient.
That being said, what is Fabian going to raise you with here for value? Is he really just going to raise a hand like 9s, like 10s? When you're representing the nutted over pair range, is Fabian really just going to check raise, get it in with a 7? Maybe a hand like 6-7 suited. Bunch of flush draws like he has. Going to have a fair few bluffs, I think, against this tiny c-bet size.
This isn't ace-king or ace-queen.
No, never.
And so the ace-jack starts to feel a little bit cozier. But as you said, Andrew,
proceed? What can you do? You just jam and hope he's bluffing? Feels like almost impossible to execute. Don't think Zameen can flat, Ali. It just wouldn't make much sense. You know, we just have ace high. If Fabian is going to shove turn a lot when the SPR narrows. Yeah, Fabian Quas running them over. Gets it through. Understandable, Ali. I think that's very tough to continue with ace-jack only.
Is a check back in order on the flop?
Oh,
to prevent exactly that?
It is.
I mean, we don't expect a lot of check raising.
You don't expect much.
Ever.
You don't
so
expect
you understand
a lot.
the c-bet trying to clear.
If I didn't have ace of hearts, maybe I shove.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah. He wanted the ace of hearts to be
in Fabian's
nestled
hand.
in Quas's holding.
Yeah, there's arguments for both, Ali. If you check back flop, though, you do open the door to just a hand that would fold to a small c-bet to start bluffing you. Very awkward. This is part of the problem with 3-betting the big stack when he's as skilled as Fabian. Gonna put you in some tough spots. Hard to fault Zameen, though, for the play. Unfortunate. Runs into a hand of Fabian that can check raise him. We are right back into it. Oh, this can't be real. What is going on today?
Eights for Celik, who has shown stickiness, opening from the button. And of course, Yurosov deep stacked. This could look fishy when the re-raise comes in. And I could sense Celik with 2.2 back, finding his way.
This is good game, Ali, again.
Yeah.
I think it has to go in. Especially against someone like Yurosov, who will find the 3-bet bluff here, as you just referenced. These setups are incredible.
This is what we sort of expect to see when a man plays with matches at a petrol station.
I just don't see a way to get away from this one, Ali, really. I think it's different if you're against a tight opponent, right? Someone who's going to play extremely honestly here against your 20 bigs or so. Yurosov will find the bluff here. He will find ace-7 off.
Of course.
He will find king-10 off. But some players won't find them, you know? And Yurosov gonna be the man who finds the correct frequency of bluffs. I mean, I can't see a route away from this, Ali. Celik tries to get a read on Yurosov. You're not going to get one. Has burned through 2 time banks. Impressed to see him taking this long.
I am too. I thought Celik would kind of just be delighted to be up against what he has to imagine is an overly aggressive small blind and big stack of Yurosov.
Finds the just call, Ali.
You know, I don't know how I feel about a just call. I recognize sort of the preservationist nature of it, but the 8s don't perform particularly well when forced to take a flop out of position. We expect multiple overcards. This is not awful board texture, though, for him.
Sure.
King, King, 6. Of course, it's an awful spot, given that he's actually up against aces.
Yeah, really interesting. One of the merits of call is lots of Yurosov's 3-bet bluffs, Ali, will be one high card, one low. So hands like ace-5, ace-6, ace-7 only have one overcard. So you almost kind of know what you don't want to see, right, on the board. But then again, if you get 3 overcards to hit the board, for example, becomes tricky to play.
Did Yurosov just check this? By the way, he did, Andrew. And you're nodding your head in affirmation?
Seems pretty reasonable, I think.
Because he expects the King X to be out there, or because he's looking to kind of induce or allow improvements?
It's more to do with that, I think. The parts of the Chelik range, you know, these Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, we basically have them not drawing dead, but in really bad shape. And that ends up very often being the case that we're now a long way behind the King, or way in front of other parts of Chelik's range. Probably expects Chelik to be all in pre with 8s, 9s, 10s, right?
Yeah, of course.
So it makes it slightly more of a polar situation where our opponent probably has a really strong hand like flop trips, or a hand that we still crush with our aces. Of course, just going to check call this one.
Yeah, I think Dimitri just senses like either I'm crushing or getting crushed.
Exactly.
And so let me just defer in the event that I'm the victim here to Chelik. And maybe he hangs himself.
I mean, Chelik might find a way not to go broke here, which is astounding in itself. Could just bet small again here, Ali.
I mean, I don't think Chelik ever imagines 9s through aces or taking this line, does he?
Very unlikely that a hand like 9s and 10s in Yurosov's seat would check. I think that they're more likely to need more protection, right?
Sure.
A hand like 9s needs to protect against the 10 Jack Queen. Aces doesn't need any protection, basically, as I've just referenced. Yeah, this makes some sense also. He's going to hope Yurosov has... I mean, he won't really have any worse pairs as such, Yurosov, that 3-bet. Just hoping he has an ace high that will check down. This is another fascinating hand that you don't expect to go post-flop. Yeah, gonna look for thin value. Not thin value, of course, but gonna look for the little small value bet. Small rather than thin. Of course, not thin with pocket aces. A little milker. Ali blocks the river. Chelik now in such a gross spot. Our opponent, are they gonna bluff here, Ali, for 400k? Like, what possible bluffs can Yurosov even have here? I'm struggling to find one. Hands like ace queen and ace jack, they're not going to do this, I don't think. Could Yurosov have a hand like ace 6? Maybe. 3-bet bluffed, flop to 6, but I think it would c-bet for protection. Yurosov really running out of bluffs here. Doesn't really have thin value himself that's worse than 8s, but he does pay it off.
Yeah.
Manages not to bust the tournament, Ali.
I'll tell you what, I mean, well served not to be showered. We expected that he was going to slide his head right into a noose, but somehow wriggles his way out of elimination.
Very well done.
Certainly plenty of players would have found a different outcome.
Yeah, I think 9 out of 10 people, Ali, ship it in pre. And they're walking to the payouts desk. As it stands, Chelik, well played. And anything can happen from here. Still has around about 10 bigs now, Ali. Not out of it.
Look on Yurosov's face, by the way, suggests he's trying to understand how it is that he isn't playing with one less participant in the field.
I'm not sure if Celik tabled his hand, did he? I'm not sure if he showed 8s.
Oh, you're right.
So
you're right.
Yurosov will be thinking, what did he have?
Well, yeah,
that
it's
calls
still
river?
befuddling.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely. A river 9 wouldn't make much sense.
No.
Yeah.
It does feel like a pocket pair.
That managed not to get it in.
What he was up against. And, you know, the smaller pocket pairs than 8s, you would imagine wouldn't necessarily be inclined to continue pre-flop. The bigger ones, 8s and up, you would have expected to rip it in there. And so now you're sitting here, it's not a King X combo. It's not 7s and below. It certainly shouldn't have been 8s and above. So what just happened there?
What just happened, indeed.
Did some sort of ace-queen suited get really, really stubborn? I mean, who knows?
We've really been spoiled all week. Some fascinating lineups. Today has been explosive, to say the least. Confrontation after confrontation. Got to hand it to Celik there for not going broke. Really do.
You know, in particular, given kind of the profile that we had on Celik as a guy who was just ready to, you know, let's gamble a little bit, you know?
We saw him defend 3-4 off.
Right.
So to manage not to bust with 8s here.
Right.
Button versus small. Actually quite astounding. So well done.
14 players remaining now.
We're just not going to pause for breath, Ali. It's that simple. Celik, no. He folds the 6s in the hijack? What is happening?
There's some incongruence.
What is happening?
Afoot.
Can't fold that one. Pocket 6s, 9 bigs. Time to go, but does fold. Perhaps his head's still spinning from the 8's hand?
Do you think his head's spinning?
Mine is in turmoil.
We're going to need, you know, a poltergeist.
I need an exorcism to get back on track after this 90 minutes. Incongruence is right. How does he manage to slow play? Well, it's not a slow play. You understand what I mean. Not fast play the 8s. And then fold 6s here with 9 bigs. Risk averse, I suppose.
Maybe he's randomizing in a way that none of us can appreciate.
I need a moment, Ali.
Yeah. I don't blame you. It's been that kind of affair, but it's in part what makes every one of these Merit Poker series so fun to get in the booth and observe. And obviously, we certainly hope you share those sentiments as you're out there streaming us on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. We encourage you to subscribe to make sure you don't miss any of these deeply entertaining affairs. Go ahead and give us a like if you would as well. Heck, if there was a love button, I'd be mashing it right now. This is awesome.
I've absolutely loved this first frame. And if that's any indication of what's to come, we're going to be spoiled. Yurosov, one of our chief protagonists, along with Kwas, in there again. Another interesting decision. Foul with King-Jack of diamonds, Ali. Look at this. Looks like he's going to 3-bet. Makes a lot of sense, I think. Yurosov going to be very wide here. We have Kwas sitting behind us. Makes a lot of sense to try and shut him out of the pot. Makes it 680. Relatively small sizing. 5.5 big blinds. Of course, the shallower we are, the smaller we can make it. Yurosov does get out of the way. Well played, foul. I think good awareness there that he has the big stack behind him who could squeeze.
Yeah.
So less inclined to peel. And as we approach the final table, Ali, you want to do less peeling in general. If you enter a pot, want to do it aggressively. Well played, sir.
You know, a lot of times we glamorize the notion of fortune favors the bold, but you know, those sorts of pursuits are also what find people collecting their belongings and walking right out of the room, kind of dizzy and going, what just happened there? You know, I mean, certainly consult Luo Shuang. You know, she fell prey, as did Chan earlier, Miral.
Yeah, a couple of painful exits for sure. Feels like more are on the horizon. Let's foul here.
Being advised of something there? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure. I was trying to hear. I couldn't hear our floorman there, Seb. Couldn't hear what he was saying, unfortunately. Thought it might have been to do with the cards on the graphics, but we saw them fine. I'm not
I think
too
he
sure.
came over and said, hey, listen, man, Karabalchik was just sitting over here. Bad things happened in this seat. Just want to make sure you're aware. Okay, so be careful out here. All right? This is a
Very
bloody
nice.
feature table, you know? It's like when you're skiing off-piste, as Dempsey likes to do. They got to put a lot of signs up and warn you. You know, avalanche hazard, you know, exposed rock.
Tell you something, there's been a lot of avalanches and hazards at this table. Manikaros in the small. Did see him inquire about the big blind stack.
This table here, this is like trying to sprint your way as a defector from North to South Korea with all limbs attached on arrival. You know what I mean? There's a lot of buried ordnance out there. You're not likely to miss every footstep.
Dodging landmines aplenty. Musa. I mean, Manikaros sends this in, Ali. Makes a lot of sense. Musa only with 8 bigs. So Queen 8, of course, going to do fine. Musa in one of these horrible spots where, you know, King High figures to be good, right? A good amount of the time.
Sure.
But this 4 side card, very problematic. You know, I think if we have a hand like King 8 here, for example, Ali, we just call this off. We run it.
I've been in this spot.
Yeah.
I don't play a lot of tournaments, but I've been in this spot where I know what I'm supposed to do.
Sure.
Right? Yet here I am, and there's so much at stake, and I'm looking at King 4 offsuit, and maybe I'm ahead, right? But by how much?
I think we can
do
fold
I
King
really want to
4.
take the spot? You know what I mean?
I think we can fold King 4 for sure. You know, it's a little too weak. I think the bottom there and
King 7?
King 7, King 8 maybe with ICM factors. You know, we are down to 14, right? So your stack has a lot more inherent value than it would typically earlier in the tournament. So King 4 seems very reasonable fold.
I'll tell you what, even with that King 7, King 8,
yeah, you're not happy.
The spots that are cuspy,
I'm not happy with it.
I've stopped and I've gone, I don't want to gamble. This is a huge moment, you know, and I know that I could be mocked, I could be ridiculed, but it means too much, and I want to pick a better spot.
I understand.
You know, I want to be the man getting my chips in. I want to have fold equity. I don't want to play a guessing game.
Sure. And Musa will have at least one orbit to find a spot. And as we predicted, Ali, doesn't exactly make us rocket scientists, but Fabian pushing the action. Actually been waking up with some very reasonable hands. Ace-Queen here. Zameen seems to be affronted and insulted that Fabian continues to open. He's got the goods. Round to Celik. He is our enigma. I find it difficult to get inside his mind, Ali. We saw him manage to very skillfully not bust with 8s, then decided to fold 6s with 9 bigs, and is now defending King 8.
I mean, good luck trying to put a finger on his pulse.
Yeah,
as he fails to connect on the Queen 7-5 board. The 8 of Hearts does interact nicely, but the water is murky from this point forward, especially against this deep stacked Quas who just has the Warhammer at his disposal.
Yeah, we're just not deep enough really to do anything here post. Fabian can just go tiny here. Shows his experience. You know, he can get this in easily on the turn when he min bets. Decides just to bet small.
I like that he gives them a free look, by the way, because the VPIP is high enough at this point that he's like, hey guys, I know what you think. You think I'm out here speeding. But you know, I got it. Hang on. That which we've got is another all-in impulse situation. 9s against 4s. Is that a 4 on the turn?
It is.
Oh, no. Bloodshed looked like it was going to be imminent. And
So he hits a 2-outer to survive?
Gromov on his feet, efforting. He's not walking out the door.
Gromov gets 2-outered.
Oh, no.
My goodness.
The covered stack. That is painful.
It would appear that the deck has also chosen to be incredibly
I've got
aggressive on the outer table.
I've got a little breakdown of how it played out.
Okay.
It was a middle position open from Gromov's 9s. Frederic Popot pushed pocket 4s and then found one on the turn. And that's a lot of talent exiting the arena in terms of Gromov. By the way, the path to victory made a little simpler, courtesy of Gromov's elimination. Ouch.
That is grim. Final 2 tables in the main. Not the time to get 2-outered. We saw Gromov, by the way, make a sensational laydown on the feature yesterday with trip queens.
Ah, the king queen.
What a hand
Ace
that
queen.
was. Hand of the tournament for me. Sad to see him go. We see another confrontation brewing.
Pocket 5s for the Greek. Yarosov with the goods and the big.
Yeah, certainly some potential. You know, if the open came from under the gun here, for example, Ali, we might not decide to 3-bet if it's against a stack comparable to ours. Against the cutoff, though, we're always going to 3-bet this one. You know, Manikaros open in range, going to be a lot wider. Ace, King of Spades, going to be crushing it. And of course, you have that leveling aspect now, Ali. Manikaros knows Yurosov's aggressive. He also knows that his range is perceived to be wide. Could Yurosov be 3-bet bluffing me here? Can I 4-bet shove? Pocket 5s. Not impossible, although improbable.
You know, beyond the sort of self-evident reasons, the big stacks are oh so dangerous when they actually get
They
armed.
actually have it.
You know?
Absolutely.
Because everybody's so tempted to get after them, thinking, hey, I know you're dancing. I know you're speeding.
And in actuality, we've seen Yurosov aces and ace-king suited. His 2-3
Yeah,
bets.
that's right. As the 5s do find the muck.
Yeah, nice fold, Manikaros. Not the type of hand that you want to 4-bet shove. If you get called, Ali, you're typically crushed. Or flipping against ace-king, ace-queen. Good restraint. This can't be real life, Ali. I'm sorry.
Quas with aces right after I established this theme. I mean, oh boy.
It feels as if we haven't seen one hand dealt where there has not been some form of big hand or confrontation.
Absolutely right about that. $250K open. Yurosov in the small with King 7 suited. This is not the man he's looking to pick a fight
Yeah,
with.
doesn't want to battle with Fabian. Rightly so.
8-3, double suited.
Always makes me laugh, Fabian. It showed the ace-queen, that now shows the aces. When big stacks do that, Ali, I trust them even less. I do. It's like they're saying, oh, look, guys, I have a hand. So now I can continue just to run you over for the rest of this feature table.
Sure. It's wild.
I'm just surprised nobody woke up with kings behind based on what we've seen for the first 2 hours. I think that's our first raise and take it. It really might be.
Listen, you keep talking like that, I'm going to jam a bar of soap down your gullet. Be careful with those blasphemous tones that you're taking.
What was blasphemous about that?
I just, you know, there's a lot of fate being tempted out there right now. You know, I prefer more conventional sort of expectations from the pulpit.
It's a very aggressive retort. Firmly put in my place.
All love from this corner as a lovely ace-queen suited reveals itself for Manikaros. He knows what to do. Uh-oh. Say it. Say it, Andrew. This is not real life. Those of you who tuned in expecting to find something earthly afoot, we apologize in advance because we've gone several SDs away from the norm. We've gone several light years away from the Milky Way. I mean, this is just absolutely unbelievable number of confrontations. Set up hands.
I mean, this is sensational viewing. And what do you do now? Ali, you've just been 3-bet by Yurosov 2 hands prior. And he's doing it again with a big chip stack from the button. This is very, very dangerous waters for Manny Karos. Only has 30 bigs behind Ali. Not impossible that he sends this. Very interesting decision point, though. We do crush a bunch of the 3-bet bluffs, right, of Yurosov. So with that being said, we may just call, decide, okay, if it comes ace high, Yurosov can have a hand like ace 10, ace 9 off. I crush that hand. Can have a hand like king queen. If it comes queen high, I could stack him.
Or I could just look at this 650 and say, oh, how delicious it would be to re-raise and get after it without having to make decisions out of position from this point forward.
Yeah, this is a critical moment. Feels like call or shove.
And the 4-bet is declared.
This is it.
How much?
This is it, Ali. Hard to blame him. He's run into it, and all of a sudden, Yurosov's about to call this off.
Yeah, he didn't intend to play a pot this big pre-flop, but ace-king is a powerhouse.
He's not folding this, I assure you. And this is for the chip lead, Ali. If Yurosov holds.
Manny Karos obviously making it 4 million, leaving himself 115,000 back, but
pay jump, right? Must be. Has to be a pay jump.
Let me take a look.
Otherwise, no reason to do this.
Well, maybe just, you know, enjoy the moment where you think you may be a dead man walking. Try to negotiate with the Undertaker.
I like that. What a moment, Ali. Another huge pot, 8.5 million in the middle. Yurosov from on the short stack last night towards the end of play, about to take the chip lead in this tournament, Ali. If you can fade one of the 3 queens or a bunch of hearts.
No pay jump, by the way. 17,650 is flat between 14th and 13th, and now flattened is an ace queen on this board, which is king high. The draw dead could be afoot.
Yeah, about as bad as it gets. 2% equity.
Oh, wait a minute. No draw dead yet. Although the ace of diamonds does block one of the available 10s. 3 remain. But do not reveal themselves. And your heart has to go out to Manny Karos. He just never was able to sit back and relax. Oh, thank you, Musa, for your volunteering to assist in chip delivery here.
No.
A real gentleman.
That's what I do all day. You help them? All day. I stay here. I give chips. This is my chips.
Don't let me ship a pot your way, by the way. There's going to be some delivery fees.
Look at this.
Just when Fabian Quas thought it would be impossible to be anything other than the chip lead with the better than 3-1 margin between himself and Nikolai Fall. It is Yurosov, the man who was in second, that leapfrogs him into first. Almost 14 million, Andrew. I mean, these two might as well look at the rest of the field and be like, hey, guys, why don't you divvy up 3rd through 13th?
Yeah, I mean,
figure out how you want to, you know, handle that, and then we'll just play heads up.
It really is getting into those realms. And arguably the 2 best, most gifted players in the field with all of the chips. And what a, honestly, surreal spin-up from Yurosov.
Baffling.
Incredible stuff.
By the way, I caught a glimpse there of Kareem. Is it? Hang on. Having a brief aneurysm.
No problem.
Now. It feels like, no, it was Zamin, not Kareem.
Okay.
Forgive me. Taking a shot. Now, you may be tempted to think he's taking the edge off. But as I've come to learn, they have these kind of wellness ginger, you know, lemon juice, you know, something to really keep your immune system bolstered out there deep into this series.
I would like one of those.
It's spicy, I gotta tell you. But in that way, it's very appropriate for what we've observed.
Yeah, genuinely, Ali, might be the most entertaining 2-hour segment I've ever covered. And it's not an exaggeration. Just absolutely non-stop.
Certainly an unforgettable frame.
Unbelievable,
That's for sure. Dempsey missed out.
He did.
You see me play, no? 2 days now?
Yeah, but it's nothing against...
Pocket nines for Celik. Uh-oh. More action at the outer table. Hadi's on his feet. It looks like an ace-queen against 2 jacks. King-high board. 10 on the turn. Gromov, by the way, still in there, so incorrectly identifying his departure earlier on.
Is Corbin all in after starting the day with the chip lead?
Bear with us. It was Barjan Akimov who opened the 2 jacks. Corbin jammed the ace-queen.
Wow.
Akimov going to be doubling through him.
Okay, so Corbin not at risk. Looks like a big pot though, Ali. Wow, Corbin could be very short here. There you go, 3.6 million.
I'm still marveling at the fact that I'm staring at a man who I thought was a ghost.
Yeah.
In Gromov,
Thought
right?
He was gone.
Bad intel on my part.
There you go, there's 3 million. Wow, massive hit, and all of a sudden, Corbin, who started the final day as chip leader, Ali, he is on fumes.
It's come undone for him. And by the way, that chip lead was always going to have been vanquished courtesy of the activities at the feature, namely for Kwas and Yurosov, but he was in third going into that one.
Decimated now. Down to around about 1.5 million behind. 10 bigs. Critical flip. Action on the outer table. Almost as fast as on the feature. We saw Celik all in with pocket nines, Ali, on the feature. Under the gun. I believe, did he get the shove through? Or he's all in now? Tough to be sure. Yeah, looks like he jammed and took it down pre. The fact that he's still in his seat. Fabian. Very experienced, surveys the stacks behind. We know he's going to be wide. And look at this, Ali. He's going to jam 7-5 suited.
Here we are, bearing witness to the benefits of having a massive stack. And a pot that doesn't include Yurosov, given that he folded already. These are moves that one doesn't tend to want to make with the prospects of the chip leader involved. And that chip lead used to belong to Kwas until, of course, we saw Yurosov.
Just a sign, Ali, of how relentless Fabian is going to be. You know, behind him there to his left, he has stacks of sort of 12 bigs, 7 bigs, 7 bigs, still willing to jam 7-5 suited.
Just look at this.
I mean, he's just going to go ballistic now on the FT bubble. And of course, difficult to blame him, right? Even if he gets called in this spot, only going to cost 700K to see.
I mean, he was already cruising. Now he's got the afterburners on.
Yeah.
Look at Yurosov. I mean...
He has the best table presence. He always just looks like he's bored.
This is like 2 kids that have the lion's share of the Legos during a play date. And they're not sharing.
Yeah. Now, interestingly enough, the person with his hands tied the most is Fal. Right? He has the sort of 35 bigs.
Yeah.
He's just going to say to the big boys in the playground, all right, you go ahead and rub everyone else's nose in the dirt. I'm just going to sit back and wait.
I mean, he's bookended by them. It's not a good feeling.
Oh, there is a break.
Yeah,
he does have enough chips to kind of hang out a little bit.
Last hand before the break, Ali. Musa going to run it. Oh, wow, and he finds a hand that can fold.
Yeah, count.
Yurosov, that is. Ask for a count.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean, 4 big blind jam.
Okay, enough. I fall.
And he finds one of the only hands that can fold pre.
Yesterday.
Boy, he would have been happy to get called by the 5 deuce offsuit.
And button have 5. No.
Well, this is a break that's needed, as opportunities to catch one's breath have been few and far between thus far on the day here in the main. Yurosov and Kwas coming together to compile almost 80% of the chips at this feature table, where the bulk of the big collisions have taken place from what we can observe. Obviously, we're not seeing every single hand out there at the outer table. Things coming undone for Hadi Kordbin, as we observed, running into it with the ace-queen. But, boy, I might need just a cold towel, you know, about 5 to 10 minutes to collect myself. It's been carnage.
If you ever needed an illustration of the roller coaster nature of tournament poker, we just saw it in that 2-hour spell. You just referenced Kordbin on the outer table. He came into today with the chip leads, probably with designs on taking it down. He's still alive, but has had his stack decimated. Yurosov, Kwas, they've just skyrocketed to 12 and 13 million in chips.
Yep.
We've just seen absolute non-stop confrontations, action, madness, and I'm here for it. Sensational stuff. Down to 13. Finally, we get a little rest.
Maybe we get a little rest. Obviously, a 10-minute break, but right on the back end of it, action will continue here at the main. You won't want to miss it. Keep it close. We'll return in just a few. Circumstances, that is the profitable play, but so risky.
Absolutely.
Content to take the line that he did, and turns ace high into a pair of 4s on an 8-high rainbow texture, where Karabalchik has missed entirely.
Yeah, it's a very nice flop here for Miral. Typically, you will just see this go small c-bet, and Karabalchik, with only 7.5 bigs behind Ali, really doesn't have enough chips to navigate, to do any floating, to do any check raising. Miral going to want to deny equity here to a hand with just 2 random overs, as we can see Karabalchik has. Very deliberate. I'd expect him to bet very small alley, and there you go, 1 big blind. Been very impressed with Miral throughout. Has this very strong awareness of textures when we can bet tiny. This, of course, and look at this. Not so sure about this one, Ali.
Appeal of the 100K. I mean, maybe he thinks, given the conservative nature of the line taken to this point, that it's just a couple of hopeful overs itself for Miral, and that Karabalchik might be able to bluff him off of it or just direct price with the 2 overs. Unclear.
I have to say I'm not a fan, Ali. I mean, this is very dicey. You kind of want your opponent to have a hand like Queen Jack, something like this themselves, right? King Queen,
Right.
King Jack. We block both of these holdings, and all of a sudden, Miral does check back. And we get to the river, and Karabalchik gets the run out, Ali, that could get this done. 4-liner to a straight. I mean, the only bluffs he would have is a hand like this, right? Just 2 overs that have floated. He's going to bluff at Ali for sure.
Man.
Wow.
And he's doing it for the full amount.
Wow.
This is incredible. You know, consider the thought process that I was assigning to Miral, which is that we have a massive first place prize. I don't want to get out there and maybe take a risk. Very opposite to that thought is what we're seeing on display here from Karabalchik. This is going for the gusto.
Hey, you know what? I thought that this flop peel was wide, but bravo to him for finding it.
Gets the winner into the bin.
He gets the great run out, Ali, and all of a sudden when he jams, really is perceived to have no bluffs. After min-raising that ace-4, down to 9 bigs now, Ali, under the gun. King 10 off.
Boy, under the gun in particular, though, this one.
Yeah, this is
You know,
grim.
it's better than what rates to come his way in the big blind and small blind in a couple of hands. It's an above average holding, but he can afford to go through those blinds. He'll lose 2.5 more of the 9 that he's got right now.
Yeah, this is a really grim spot, Ali. You know, 9 bigs, excuse me, 9 bigs, King 10 off. Of course, the deeper you get into the tournament, the tighter you have to play, right? We're down to 20 players, but he is going to go for it, Ali.
Yeah.
Feels that big blind is hunting him, as you suggested, so he's going to go a little bit wider than perhaps you would normally. Going to send it.
Oh, and he's run into 2 queens. Got through the A7 offsuit, but isn't going to get through.
Yeah, of course the problem, Ali, under the gun you have 6 or 7 live ranges behind you, which of course going to be often that you run into some trouble. Does have 1 overcard, Ali. Schwang loving life here with the queens.
Asking for a count. Getting her bearings.
Yeah, Schwang, of course, wants to look as if her decision is more marginal than it is.
920.
Ali, if somebody behind wakes up with a hand like 9s or 10s, for example, she wants them to put the chips in. Here she comes. Does decide to ISO shove. Anything else actually looks a bit too strong, I think, off 23 blinds.
Yeah, tend to agree.
Yeah. Here we go.
Doesn't believe me.
And as strong as it looks, every now and again it can get exploited too by somebody who then does something reckless behind us, forces us out of the pot. So she just jams, and Miral with just 1 overcard, eyeballing this 2 million plus in the middle, recognizing it needs to head his way if the journey is to continue for him here in this Gangster Series main event final day. Burn down 3 off the top.
Oh.
And ace king 6. Miral hops
Wow.
in front of the queens. Board pairing on the turn, and now only the queen needs to be faded. And Miral will secure the double. Plus,
yeah, amazing how you have the sliding door effect in tournament poker. Miral, of course, if he doesn't lose that ace-4 suited spot, not going to jam king 10 off. Unfortunately for Schwang, gets outdrawn. So we see Fabian, one of the bigger stacks at the table, Ali, 42 bigs. And that very likely the most experienced player in the field.
yeah, one of the bigger resumes behind that big stack.
Yeah, he is going to be a real force here. Knows, Ali, how to put the pressure on, as you see here, deciding to open jam.
Ooh, and pocket 4 is the hand that he jammed against the Karabalchik limp. Surfacing for Kanar Zamin. Just 680 back.
Yeah, Fabian here basically deciding he's up against one stack in the small blind with 7 bigs, and the stack in the big has around about 16, 17 big blinds behind. Decides that Jack 10 is going to be strong enough just to jam. People are going to have to be very tight, Ali, right, calling off. For example, if Miral wakes up with a hand like King 10 off that we saw him shove, King Jack off, likely going to have to fold these hands. So lots of good things can happen when you do open shove. Also, if he just opens, allows the big blind to reshove on him with some hands that would fold to an open jam, decides to open shove it. A little surprising to me that he does it into a big blind of 18 to 20 bigs, though. But perhaps knows Miral's game. And look at this, Ali. Here is a case in point, an absolute case in point of what I just illustrated. Can Miral call off for 20 here with a 6 suited? I would argue potentially no. You can see he's not comfortable.
No, he's almost entertained by what the deck is doing to him here so far. Less than an orbit in.
Yeah, amazing. He's had to make some tough decisions. The third in quick succession.
The thing is, he knows that Quas with that big stack is likely to be leaning much harder than normal.
Definitely. I mean, Quas can just be pretty light here, Ali. You can have a hand like this, Jack 10. Can jam a bunch of like Queen Jack suited types, decide to open rip them. All the low pocket pairs, some potential other suited broadways.
I could see him taking a suited king, you know,
and
it doesn't really have to be a hand that has a whole
he
lot of
does
prospects
make the call.
against
He's
A6.
going for it.
Miral digs in, and he's right.
Wow. Miral says ICM, I don't care, let's go. Massive pot here on the feature.
You think Quas is going to be surprised by that? Look on his face suggests that he didn't anticipate a 6 suited would be deemed adequate by Miral as we go to a flop of 9-7-4. 2 overs in the gut shot. Look at Canadas, I mean, recognizing the danger being posed to the ace-6 here. 5 on the turn is safe. The 8 still belongs to Quas. Oh! I say these things, Andrew, I don't expect them to happen.
Wow.
Miral makes the straight. Be able to rise up on behalf of all the abused.
Stand up for a crusade for justice.
Yes. Justice has been hard to come by so far here at this table.
Here we go, Ali. Another decision point for Schwang. 16 bigs.
I tend to think that she's going to be far more in favor of jamming with an ace-8 from the button than she is calling off with a king-queen from the small. Having fold equity is so important.
Yeah, always more comfortable to take the aggressive action yourself. Schwang considering here, Ali, I think whether to open jam as you suggested or if she can just open. But she is raising into a short stack in the small blind, and the big stack Fabian, probably the most experienced player who's going to defend correctly. So yeah, I like this shove. You know, if the small blind or Fabian wake up with a big hand, so be it. A hand like ace-8, you know, Fabian's going to defend correctly. We're going to get put in some tricky spots. Does decide to just send it.
Right. Minimize the decision-making from this point forward, although with the benefit of position and what appears to be a sound fundamental understanding of all phases.
Can I get a count, please?
I don't think Schwang would be in a bad way, but Quas is in a bad way here. Asking for a count.
Yeah, this is
the ace-7 offsuit really worthy of consideration against 1.6?
It's actually very close. You know, open shoving for around about 15 bigs. We should be shoving basically most ace-X. If we're going to have an open shove strategy, we're going to shove all our low pairs. We're going to shove a bunch of Broadway stuff that ace-7 beats. But Fabian might think he has an edge, Ali, on the table, and might not want to risk 1.6 as you suggest.
We definitely can sense that Fabian has good vision and I think recognizes that Schwang's a player. And so this jam from the button doesn't have to come at all times from a hand that performs so well against ace-7.
He makes the call, though.
Yeah, and she's going to be left in a good way Now, obviously, a good bit of the time they will be chopping, but as it stands.
Yeah, if you could choose one hand to look at, Ali, it's probably this one.
Sure. We're going to play for 3.3.
Big pot.
And all of a sudden, Schwan could be bouncing right back.
Oh. Oh.
7-4-4. How on earth do we find ourselves in these spots as the ace-8 outflop? The heart is working, though. No longer.
My goodness. Fabian gets there. Schwang needs an 8.
Is Frosty available? No, no snowman, and she did not waste any time. Bolting right off the stage.
Oh, you can feel the heartbreak, Ali. Brute.
If Fabian Cross ends up winning this, we should send him over to the display that's been erected up at the front of the poker area. You know, the police tape that's out there. And then just have him hold up the A7, the Jack 10, the 2 hands that, at least so far, he's ridden to glory, but taken the worst of it on both occasions.
So we see Fabian flexing his muscles, opening with Queen 5, makes it 3x to go pre. And Zamina has found it, Ali. Pocket kings in the small. Oh my goodness. Big decision point coming. They just keep coming, Ali. We have a 3x from Fabian. Zamin all in for 7 bigs with kings. Now Manny Karos, pocket 8s in the big blind. Working with 3.1 million. This feature table has been violent. Manny Karos may be tempted to ISO this, Ali.
This is a man who just got to the water's edge and suddenly finds himself kicked right into the...
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Gangster Series main event. It is the final day here at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino, where we began the day with 21. Things are beginning to thin out. Myself, James Dempsey, and Andrew Headley joining you here from the booth. And for me, the first time today. And it sounds like I've missed a lot, Andrew, because 21 is not 13. What's been going on?
Honestly, I needed a little lie down on the break. Unfortunately, didn't have time to execute said strategy. What a couple of hours, Demps. Carnage, blood on the felt, complete and utter chaos. Lost 8 of our 21 remaining within 2 hours. We saw big moves from Fabian Kwas and Dmitry Yurasov, 2 of the most accomplished players in the field. They both left the feature table with over 100 bigs. On the outer table as well, we just kept being shown all in and call. We saw Hadi Corbin, who started the day as chip leader, decimated his stack, lost a couple of all-ins. I believe he's down to sub-10 bigs. Dmitry Gromov, who we saw make that world-class fold yesterday with the trip queens, he's still in the hunt. Ihar Soika, extremely accomplished player. Niels Pudel, who we know is a beast, finished 6th in the World Series of Poker Europe main event last month, 300k score.
I can't believe that.
There's a lot happening.
Dmitry Yurasov is the chip leader.
Hey, what is going on?
What happened there? Yesterday we saw him nursing a little nub in the penultimate frame, just folding his way along, 7, 8 blinds, getting the occasional jam through. Just goes to show what can happen in tournament poker, especially if you just stick around and get things going. Now, obviously, you referenced we had a feature table that was going somewhat ballist, as is of course the case 2 hours into the day. We are going to mix things up and see those players we've yet to see thus far. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of dynamics are going on there. You referenced, you've actually seen a lot of those hands because we've been panning over there, picking up the action. So perhaps not so cold to you.
I honestly thought it was impossible for action to rival the feature table. it was every few minutes we kept getting shown all in a call action on the outer table. We saw a couple of 2-outers on said outer table. It's been ugly and absolutely amazing viewing for us in the booth.
Now, of course, as we pick up the action, there are 13 left, as we mentioned. On a small pay jump, bubble 21K going to 12, 17.6. Or 21.7 going to 12, 17.6 going to 13. So around $4,000. We're talking over a buy-in now in pay jumps. They are becoming more and more significant.
Yeah.
Lines creeping up. 100,000 from the small one, 150 for the big. And look at the distribution here. Nils Poodle second in chips on this table with just 23 blinds. So fair to assume we're going to see a continuation of said carnage.
The thing is now, it's a very fascinating, you just touched on the distribution. Kwas and Urasov have taken 26 million chips between them, Demps, to that outer table.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, we have this chasm of a gap between the top two. Chasm. And the rest of the field, right? So, bit of an ICM tightrope now in some ways, right? This is where it's at its most potent in the lead up to the FT.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, of course,
yeah, who knows?
566 entries in this tournament, meaning we have 56.6 million chips in play. So that's a lot of chips between the two of them over there.
Yeah, chaotic. They have half the chips in play between them, just a shade under.
Yeah.
So yeah, little dicey tight ropes for these mid stacks, I'd suggest.
And on that topic, there, they'll both be upset that they've landed on the same table, right?
Yes.
You'd much rather the other big stack be nowhere near, because it is absolutely horrendous if one of them busts, isn't it? And it can happen.
It can happen.
It would have to be Monster v Monster.
Yeah.
Or Monster v Big Bluff or an Ego or something. But it can happen. The point is, someone's on there with a big stack. You don't want it as the other big stack. Akimov, he's the one with the big stack over here, loving his table draw.
Yes, he has run very pure here. Round about 50 bigs, so probably around about third in chip stamps with those two monster stacks.
Yeah.
Taking a chunk of the remaining chips.
A long way clear of the rest on this table allows him to be opening up hands like this. And we see Gromov with a small tank. Can only assume, exactly what you're saying, ICM is building to a crescendo as we approach this final table. Thus, these players just going to take a bit of extra time. Cordbin with Ace-Jack. This feels like...
Yeah, time to go.
And I was interested, going to look there to see if he would do the old all-in bar a chip when it gets back to him. Maybe use up some time, keep an eye on the other table, see if he can get that one more place ladder up. Of course, time bank's now in play on final day, but you can certainly use a couple, perhaps, if there's a hand going off next door.
Sure.
Players have reasonable eyes. You can see it just in the background there. You can kind of tell if something's going on. Akimov for 10 blinds, but it's 10 blinds in a spot where...
Yeah, even for 9 blinds, I think against the range of Cordbin, I mean, Cordbin's still going to be pretty snug here, even with 9 bigs, based on the rest of the distributions. Can't call this one off, unfortunately, with just Ace-5. Of course, very reasonable open for the chip leader here. Any of these Ace or King X going to be opened very often, because our opponent's 3-bet jams going to contain these hands very often.
All makes a lot of sense.
That's
why we've got you here, for your sense.
Of course.
You're here to keep us on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, Cordbin has had a pretty much disastrous day, Demps, and the first real thing that we've seen go right for him. And he's still alive, right? All you need, get that double up, get yourself back into the middle of the pack.
I just referenced, of course, Dmitry Urasov coming in really short, spinning up now the chip leader. Anything can happen in a tournament. Urasov had to run good for that to happen. He couldn't afford to lose a pot. Corbin put himself in a position where he could lose a pot. As we, speaking of Urasov, is he involved in this one?
I think he is. Looks like they're all in from the short stack of Chelik with 4s against Ace-8.
That's right.
And he's holding.
No help.
Very short, about 6 bigs, I think.
Ace-8, yeah, looks like 650K.
Yeah, even less. 4.5 big blinds.
Wow.
Big hold.
There we go.
Yeah, Urasov, of course, there. Ace-8 off. Has all the chips. More than good enough to take on the short stack. Big hold for Chelik. He found a way, Demps. Me and Ali were astounded in the booth. Found a way not to go broke with 20 bigs to start a hand. With pocket 8s on the button versus aggressive Urasov in the small, so he's earned his place here in the final 13. Still alive.
It's funny because we tag in and out in this room, in this role, and you know, we're a little subdued on the breaks. Come in, grab a coffee, quick chat. You just came bounding up to me like a puppy going, you won't believe what happened. This happened, and this happened, and this happened. Telling me non-stop stories. You're genuinely just bowled over by the first 2 hours of play today.
You know I love poker.
You really do. And you're really getting a full feel of merit poker as a slightly different brand of the game. You see that kind of stuff. We see people sometimes over-aggressive, sometimes overly passive.
Yeah, this is somewhat interesting, Demps. Look at this, a little mini raise, which would be my least favored of all available options from Popot. You know, don't mind check here with the ICM stuff. Have these middle range aces. Poodle's aggressive. If it comes ace high, might be the type of guy to tee off. I'm not sure about this tiny ISO, Demps. I'm not sure we want to give Poodle the price. And wow, it might work out or it might not.
Right, on the flip of all that, Poodle's like, oh, why has he gone so small?
And now I have to call,
this.
yeah.
I'm now playing an 800k pot with, what, 3.5 times that behind with a deuce in my hand. Out of position. But yeah, I'm with you. Go a little bit bigger, maybe jam, maybe check, all sorts of options.
Speaking of flops that could cause these hands to clash, this one right up there, ace 7-4, 2 diamonds, and Poodle, of course, never folding Demps. Likely to just check call, right? We don't really have many ace-x in our range compared to the big.
It's hard to think what hands do I give my opponent when he makes like a mini raise
Tiny
like
click.
that. Do I give him like super strength?
Kings,
do I give him
queens.
ever weakness? What kind of hands do I think? We can see it's right in the middle there with ace-8 off. Not the hand I would expect if I was in Poodle's seat to see make a mini raise. And so I think with that in mind, best to take the prudent line. And
oh wow, he just instantly
just
gets
make the
there.
nuts.
Start in this frame, exactly how we finished the last one.
I wonder if Babot obviously knows he's not up against a better ace, right? That hand's going to limp jam, you'd imagine.
Yeah.
So maybe thinking, he's pretty sure he's got the best hand here. Look to bet the turn in view of perhaps checking back some rivers, denying or at least getting value against some lone diamond kind of combos.
Yeah, I think the scary thing here is how many combos or how many types of hands does Poodle limp call? Does he have a 4x in his hand that often? Maybe hands like 4-5 suited, 4-6 suited, suited queen 4 potentially, maybe. Gonna have some 7x in there. And of course, gonna have a bunch of diamond combos. I think you can rule out an ace Demps. I'm with you for the most part, not gonna have too many of those.
Yeah, that's why I actually quite like this 400K.
Yeah, don't mind it because there are still worse hands in there, right?
You target those kind of hands, like you say, we don't. It may even be, maybe there's some like King Jack off that decided just to limp call because of that mini raise and not quite sure what to do. And now it's the King of Diamonds that might want to call. King 10, same sort of hand. It's really hard for Poodle to know what to do. I mean, I guess he just calls.
Yeah.
And this is the problem. Like, Popot set the price for himself for this showdown, unless Poodle somehow comes out with a nonsensical lead. And
yeah, these
nicely
spots are quite frustrating, I think, because in Poodle's mind, I think he's aware that his opponent likely to check back the river a lot. But then again, what bluffs are we going to just tee off with here with a little check raise? But should we just do it anyway, Demps? Like these spots where you know they're going to check back.
Right.
Should like make it 900k? I mean, it seems absurd.
Or call and lead.
Give
them a price that
lead
allows
$500,000.
They're still in the tournament if they call and lose. Kind of
sure.
Just as an exploit, of course.
As an exploit adjustment, of course.
That's an awful line to take, obviously, with a...
Yeah.
It's very hard to be balanced if you always doing that when you make really strong hands. You're just going to get blasted on the river. But in these kind of situations, we're deep in the bounds of merit. It's day 9 of the festival, day 10. Everyone's a little tired. You might just get paid off.
Yeah, I actually quite like it.
Just a dirty little
just like a silly little 600 lead where your opponent's like, what is this? But I have an ace.
Right.
How can I fold? Yeah. I think I'm with you. We are now the MPO
I've always
practitioners.
been MPO, I've been MPO my whole life.
Yeah, you must have all the exploit tricks up your sleeve after spending a lot of time in here.
Certainly here, and just playing so much poker in the pre-training courses, let alone pre-solver era. It was a more magical time.
Yeah.
players had different styles. Now it's everyone's just like, oh yeah.
No, what is going on, Debs? This can't be a thing.
Gromov trying to sneak one through. And if I'm Corbin with ace-10, I'm just like, yep, fine, you got me.
This is next level stuff.
He does find them, doesn't he?
He really does.
Be curious to know how many of those T-shirts he's got, though. Or does it get washed each evening?
The old King of Spades T-shirt.
It's the lucky T-shirt. I've seen him wear it a lot here.
The thing about this Open is historically, right, this used to be aces and kings, Demps. But in the modern day, I would argue that this is weakness more than strength, almost.
Right.
You know, thinking, right, I can still sneak it through. 9-7 off, not normally one we're going to use.
Look at this.
Nurmagomedov.
Nurmagomedov. Maybe feeling like you do that. Okay, this isn't necessarily just monsters, and he's right in that it's 9-7 off both, completely bricking Queen 8 deuce. Surely Gromov will just take this away.
A little tickler.
Couple 100K.
Yeah, no bigger. Looks like 250. Yeah, 200. There we go. It's gonna work. Always fascinating, you know, this Open. We did see Corbin insta-fold ace-10 off, right?
Mean, I'd be doing the same.
I would also be. I mean, what can you do? He still has 5 ranges behind him or so to act. Love watching Gromov. Pure box office stuff. I'd venture to say there's nobody else in the room, Demps, that finds that Open and earns that pot.
I can't think of anyone who'd be opening that spot. But he gets it done.
Yeah.
Just sneaking one through.
Is there a danger, Demps, though, that, of course, with this being on stream, once his opponents get wind, or will he have that in his mind and think, right, I'm going to have to adjust. They're going to find out that I just opened this in half an hour's time. And then he tightens up now and
you say adjust, but it might just be a one-hand deviation. Decides that this hand, this spot, he was going to take. It's not like he's opening often there, is it? I mean, I don't think it's like he's opening all the 9-7 offs and all the better than that. He's just decided, hey, I think I can sneak this one through off this stack size. Here he comes again. This time King-Queen off. Far better piece of equipment.
Yeah, this one a much more standard Open. We got some killers in this field still, Demps. Pudel, Beast plays online. Pudel Power. We're hoping to power his way to this FT. Of course, Yurosov, Kwas, Gromov has shown aptitude. We've seen him do some of these crazy Opens. We've also seen him make some sensational barrel offs and laydowns.
Yeah, I mean, the hand of the day yesterday for me was one that he was involved with, where he had exactly this holding King-Queen on a Queen-Queen board and managed to get away from it.
I actually went back and dissected that hand when I got up to my room because I was so fascinated by it. And I kind of concluded that he made a sensational river fold, but to be truly sensational, fold in the turn perhaps.
Well, we'll come back to that in a moment because we have an all-in and cool out on our last remaining Open table. It is Basamusa jamming in over an Open, and we're waiting, I guess. Oh, he's got the one chip back. Okay.
So it's Fabian.
So he's burning time in case there's a bust out on the other table to get that ladder up to see those 2 white chips in his hand. Obviously, when he's put that many chips in, we know he's not folding. And as he's running out of time, he will call and flip over what looks to be 2 7s up against an ace-3 suited.
Yeah, suited ace of our chip leader, or one of Fabian Kwas.
And a Queen-Jack-8 board. So far, so good for the 2 7s. No. Counterfeit outs, but a safe river.
No,
Musa
not like this.
With
Take
the
ace.
double up.
Musa, who has ducked and dived throughout. Still battling away. Very short there, Demps. That looks like 1.1 million, perhaps. So very short to start the hand. He gives the camera a little wink. Fabian, small hit to his stack, of course, still with a lot of artillery. see Pudel opening the hijack. King 8 of diamonds. Gromov does defend with the dominated 8-5. Flops arguably best, Demps. Flops a gut shot.
Oh, yeah.
Backdoor spades on a 7-4. Pudel here, pretty ugly combo. King 8 of diamonds, no real backdoor potential. Of course, has the betting lead. Of course, one of these boards that we consistently see small c-bet.
Yeah, I mean, it inches somewhat towards the big blind, doesn't it, with the 7-4 and a suit combo. But again, we're playing in a spot where ICM is that more relevant, so suddenly these kind of 3-5s and 5-8s offsuit combos certainly don't want to play.
Yeah, we know Gromov not afraid.
Ooh.
Very interesting. Turns the double gutter.
Yeah, still with pretty much the worst hand you can have.
Did wonder if there's ever any inclination to lead here, but I don't think so on the ace-high boards especially. Maybe just look to bluff river if we're unimproved and Pudel gives up. That's what happens.
And what a great card as well, given that he's going to play all his 7s this way with a check call on the flop, checking the turn. Green light for the bluff.
Kind of interesting in some respects that it does take away some 7x as well. But I'm with you. We are going to play all of our 7, and all of it. We're still going to have ace-x, right? We're going to have some ace-x combos for sure that don't rip it in pre. And we're going for the value bluff. And look at that, quickly gets it through.
Spicy for just 200. Does that open up the potential for like even a 4x to be betting? Maybe even a 3 if you had like a 3-5 suited, check called the flop with double gut shot.
I feel like you can bet almost your range here for this size if you like.
I mean, there are of course some natural bluffs, like the hand he had and missed hearts, but so much value. The smaller you go, the more value you can have.
Absolutely.
It's the spicy thing.
I really love watching him. It's been a treat. He's got all of the strings to his bow, Demps. You don't often see players willing to get quite as out of line as Gromov.
Oh no, he plays. Absolute crusher. Both here and elsewhere. But certainly considered a merit reg. Perhaps some calm for a hand. Let's see. Gromov's still in the pot, so I'm not going to rule out action just yet. And the head off folding. Akimov, King Queen, the table chip leader with very strong holding with the badge.
Yeah, going to be perceived to be much wider than this, Demps.
And I wonder, it's kind of annoying. Okay, he's got the table chip lead, but he also has Gromov to his left, who's still a kind of thorn even with the stack he's wielding, and 2 jacks are a weapon far above what he needs.
Yeah, we know that this is going to be at least 3-bet. Might decide just to jam Demps, being as we're on the FT bubble, don't really want to get ourselves in a tricky spot.
I think if anyone can get away with a non-all-in 3-bet,
it is him.
It's Gromov, but
yeah.
I'm with you, and it seems like he's with you as well, starting just to rip in for 21.
Yeah, this is really annoying for Akimov.
Right? Can be dominating some hands.
You can. I wondered, it's not really something you ever see. I wondered if you would ever open shove, but the hand's just too good, surely. You want to let the big blind defend with hands you crush and the like, but when this specific outcome happens in the small blind jams, pretty gross.
This is the last level for registration on the entries.
Ever a call, Dems? I don't know. Like chip preservation kind of important here.
I think that's the thing here. I
Sure.
think for chips, you kind of
Chips
like
you
in the
call,
spot,
definitely.
but just the situation is, and also, you know, doubling up Gromov, him on your left.
Yeah, just really frustrating spot.
Pass.
Yeah, Akimov makes the same conclusion that we did.
Gromov's going to show him. I don't like the show.
Coin.
Huh?
Coin.
Coin?
I think I like to make him think.
Король дама, что ли?
And start thinking, wow,
Mess with his head a little.
If I open light, Gromov's going to take advantage of me, so now I'm going to... Now, Akimov might fold some more of the hands he would have opened, and Gromov gets to steal those
Если
positions.
король-даму бы заплатил, я бы охуел тоже.
I feel like I like showing if I'm planning on 3-bet jamming a lot.
Совсем наглость не считаешь, что ли?
Yeah. I'm not sure that's really... I don't know.
Prudent to show the jacks. Yeah, I'm with you.
If I'm Akimov now, I'm like, okay, he didn't outplay me, he just had the 4th best hand in the game.
Just had a value hand.
Now next time I get something, I'm like, oh, I'll open anyway. Can't have checks every hand.
For sure. So we see Pudel. Dusty little 10-4 out of the way. Interesting little decision point here, Demps. With this sort of chip advantage, you could see an open here.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of the point. I think he's just seen the Gromov actually had a real hand, so he just brushes that defeat off.
It's very interesting. You do, of course, feel almost obligated to push action. You know, when you have this sort of chip lead approaching that final table. It's not exactly the 3 guys you want behind you, though, right? Gromov on your immediate left. You have Corbin in the small, and then you have Soika still to come in the big, who's a very good player. And, you know, Corbin has a rejam stack. Gromov is spicy. It's not exactly perfect for making lots of light opens.
Well, the timing might be perfect here.
Timing
because Soika with 7-3 offsuit, playing a sub-20 himself with 13 players remaining.
A little glimpse, though, Demps, right, into the psyche of Akimov.
Oh,
like
yeah.
He's not going to be deterred by getting 3-bet jammed on and losing a couple of pots. Still in there raising. Feels like you have to have that, right? That mental strength to keep bashing away, even if you face some resistance.
Я поставил, ты был...
Yeah. Nice to see you hydrating, Andrew. It's important to keep yourself
always
up on fluids. English breakfast tea by any chance?
Of course. That is the drink, my friend, of the educated thespian types in the world. English breakfast tea.
It's a drink that formed an empire.
It is.
Or fueled an empire. Pop up. Ace, queen. Time bank chip going in, deciding perhaps how best to play from this position. With his range, 13 blinds, does he want to just open jam? Does he want to have some opens? I think, again, talking about the ICM building, you just want to deny other players the chance to
Yeah, I think we
knock
just
you
ripped
out.
this one, Demps. Especially like a little shorter handed now as well. Less, you know, potential hands to run into behind.
Would this be a spot maybe we make it do the whole kind of...
Make it 1 million and potentially hero fold to 2 all-ins?
Yeah.
You could.
Or would we do, is that more of a final table thing than a 13 left kind of maneuver?
Sure. I think it depends on the lineup behind you.
Right. Yeah, it'd be disastrous to do that and then fold and have your ace be live, for example. And
right. What's going on? He's not going to fold, is he?
He's not going to fold. I think he's...
Okay. Sorry, I thought he had his cards in hand. It was the time banks. It was like he was looking at them and going, all right.
Yeah.
Not this time.
I mean, again, I think he's just burning the time. I mean, it's not like he's definitely
I never
getting called here.
understand this, so I never understand, like, why would you burn time? What if you have critical decision later in the tournament? And this is going in, right?
It's different if you know this is getting action, but most of the time, the effective jam, and that should be the move for leave everything, bar a couple of chips, should get through. So it's not like you need to waste the time. It's not like you're going to be at risk.
I don't understand this. And, like, maybe if there's an all-in in progress on the other table and we're on a direct K-jump.
Yeah.
But even then, just make it 1.5 million.
Make it the 1.5 million, and then when it gets back to you, you've got another 30 seconds for free. Yeah, that's bizarre to do that. I mean, I hope it doesn't come back to bite him. We saw Gia in the high roller, without time banks, playing heads up, and got it one hand. He just got timed out. He had to just fold.
Yeah, because it just puts so much pressure on you, doesn't it, in terms of decisions. In any case, he is all in. I don't really understand this from Soika.
I think, again, I probably just wants to know how much it is for future reference.
Okay.
And also, again, just burning some time, I imagine.
I suppose there are so many shorties, right? There's loads, 7, 8, 9, 12 bigs.
Yeah, if you can just play like 2 or 3 hands fewer than the other table, it's 2 or 3 hands of a free roll in terms of getting that ladder up.
Yeah.
And especially when you know the 2 big stacks are over there, probably putting pressure on the small
away.
stacks.
That's true.
9.
Open, we wait for a minute.
I had King Jack suited hearts.
So it's 1 9.
Yeah. 2 million, 2 million. 2 million.
2 million, yeah.
Before I would show.
Quite surprising there, Demps, to see Popot tell a barefaced lie. Said he had King Jack of Hearts.
He did?
He did.
Oh.
Oh.
Someone had King Jack of Hearts. I saw someone else had King Jack of Hearts. It wasn't him saying.
Oh, someone else did have
Someone
it.
else had.
Oh, sorry.
King Jack of
They
Hearts,
must have just quickly.
Yeah.
They must have quickly ditched it.
I think it could have been. I did see King Jack of Hearts out there.
My apologies, Mr. Popot, for questioning your character, sir.
Very poor, Andrew. Very poor.
I'm just trying to keep it entertaining, get the controversy up.
There we go.
Oh, nasty spot here. Going in the bin, you would imagine, Demps. Little too much. Little too many chips.
Yeah, 12 blinds. I come off. This is getting raised. I don't need to see the other card, Andrew. Do you ever do the, if you're him, look down at one here and just go, I'm raising all ace-X anyway, just raise blind?
Yeah, I actually think this is one spot where I can get on board.
I've seen you do the UTH, Peter 1.
Oh, yes.
Roll in with an ace. This feels like a fun spot to do it in. Then you don't know what you're waiting for behind. You kind of can enjoy the action.
It's the best sweat in UTH.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when the dealer turns over a better hand and you're like, oh, no, I need to pair this now.
But it's so rare you get to do it in Hold'em. There's so few spots where you're raising with one card. But this feels like one of them.
Demps. He ain't having it.
Yeah, this is the flip. When he shows him the jacks, he's saying, look, I've got good hands when I do it. This is the counter argument to my argument is now that your 3-bets perhaps carry a little bit more credence.
And does Akimov actually have a premium holding under there? Yeah, it's interesting as well, because Gromov shouldn't have that many induces Demps, right, at this stage of the tournament. You know, what's he working with here? 24 bigs pre. You can argue that some of his value hands with 3-bet shove here, not looking to tangle.
Even jacks
so
and
starts to
ace-king
make it
probably
feel,
just...
Yeah, starts to make it feel bluff heavy, right?
It does,
like
but
it's
also
super polar.
It's a big ask to...
It is a big ask just to rifle it in.
Let's see how Akimov approaches it.
Are we going to get to see what he has, or are we sweating with him? Looks like we are going to play this one half blind.
We know ace-king jams. Ace-queen probably has to gulp and do the same.
Yeah.
It gets murky when we start looking at hands like ace-jack, especially because you want your opponent to have a hand like this when they 3-bet you as a potential fold.
Yeah, it certainly feels like jam ace, king ace, queen, potentially some of the suited wheel aces.
Well,
fold
we're
the
not
rest.
done with it yet. Okay. We seeing a hand like potentially an ace-10 of hearts? Something like that would be... Really wants to play, but it gets icky.
Interestingly here, Demps, I think that's his last time bank. Unless they're hiding behind that stack.
I think he must have them behind the stack.
Yeah, you think he has them behind?
They only came into play at the start of the day, and I can't imagine he's burnt them all. I'm pretty sure you get a refresh at the final table. Or a top-up.
Well, if he doesn't have any more, he's got 5 seconds. He did fold right as it was ending. Didn't want to waste another time bank if he does have them.
Yeah.
Gromov. I love him, Demps. Warrior. Fearless.
He's growing. Growing Gromov.
Here we go. All in at risk again. This time Zamin.
Queens v King-Queen.
I think King-Queen is at risk. Could be about to
Fabian
lose.
Kloss with the King-Queen and turned a bunch of outs. Wasn't to be, though. Kloss finding a brick on the river. Zamin with the double up.
Wait, has Fabian lost a lot of his chips?
He's got the big chips of the green ones, right? So
Okay,
he had a whole host of those in his hand, the
so
500Ks.
We've had a color up, okay. We hadn't had any green chips yet, so they must have just come in.
We haven't really seen any green shirts either.
Just saying.
Color theory.
Color theory, baby.
You're just tuning in. That's how I'm slowly destroying the soul of my fellow commentators this week.
I'm kind of loving it.
There we go. I've converted one.
Yeah. I'm going to have to buy a... We talked about this earlier. I'm off to the Win to play in the
just
big
send an
WPT. I need a pink salmon T-shirt, shorts,
chips.
and shoes. What? Just go in all pink? Is that what we're saying?
I mean, you got to be subtle. You don't want to give it away.
I'm not that subtle a man.
Well, didn't want to say it myself.
Interesting demp. Soika gonna go for the blocker, raise fold, a7. You gotta find some spots, right, to pick up some chips. Can't just fold your way to the final, especially with these huge blinds and antes.
Yeah, and this is pretty grim now for pot. He knows there might be some of these kind of hands in there, but is he willing to take the risk with a6?
Yeah, of course for chips, the type of spot that we would take.
Yeah, there's 700k in there. Pick up and...
Another time bank going into the ether.
I lost 2.3 back to back. Ace jack, jacks, ace king, jacks.
1.1.
No. 11 big blind.
Oh,
he's reaching. He's maneuvering.
Or is it just taking inventory damps? Looks
that looked like he was going for it there to me. I like it. I think Soika just has some hands that just don't like calling here. He's opening to the big blind.
Why would you burn all these? I don't understand.
Who has a big stack. I don't know whether they just get like rather than extra for the final table, is it a top up for the final table perhaps?
Yeah, but you got to get there first, right? Might be some big, thin decisions to make before you get
Certainly,
there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I know some places give you, say, like 6 more for each in the final, and some will take you to a maximum of 8 kind of thing, or something like that, in which case...
I think some also make it every 2 levels you get 5 more, so if that's the case...
There we go. He has decided to run it.
Fair play.
And I like this. Oh, is that... Yeah, this is... No, my head off. I think, from what I saw of him yesterday, he's the kind of big blind that I would imagine Soika might want to target a little bit wider. With that in mind, per pot, going for it. He kind of plays a lot more honest. I think he's not going to make life difficult if you post-flop. He might peel, of course, but...
Yeah, it certainly takes courage to find that shove. As we approach this final table, Bravo finds it.
I like the long tank couple of time banks jam with a6 particularly. You see a lot of players make the mistake of kind of going quickly with the mediocre hands and the full-on acting job with the goods there.
Sure.
Him doing the opposite. Sees Popot jump up to 18 blinds, far from out of the woods. Everyone at this table just very keen to get themselves to that final table. Still 13 players remaining. No one lost this frame, but we've certainly had the opportunity for bust outs, both here and on our outer table.
Yeah, very difficult to negotiate here. Everybody, even from Gromov and below, 30 bigs for Gromov, second in chips at this table. Somewhat treacherous waters for, you could argue, every stack at this table. Even Akimov, if he loses a big one, would be under some duress. Fascinating stuff. 4 away from the final. The game kind of changes, Demps, doesn't it now? You're looking for reshoves, you're looking for the correct hands to open as a steal. Not going to be so much post-flop play. This is where you really need to have a firm grasp on your fundamentals.
Yeah. A lot of experience shows in these kind of spots with 2 tables left. A lot of players can play their cards. They can... A lot of players have a lot of experience playing a full table in the early stages of a tournament, because when you play tournaments, you always make it to the early stages and full tables. It takes experience and a lot of time to build that experience, to be able to know what to do in these situations.
Well, this is exactly one of these spot stamps. I think there's an argument to... Another time bank goes in. An argument to open shove this one with the small blind having 10 bigs, I believe. Nurmagomedov. I'm not sure who's in the big. Obviously, that's...
The big stack.
Right, so this is going to affect your decision. That's potentially a reason to also open jam, right? Because they're going to defend correctly. They're going to reshove some hands on you that could fold to an open jam. I'm not too sure about these ones. Of course, we have just 19 bigs. There are several stacks shorter than us. What do you like, Demps? These are tricky.
I'm hearing you.
You
I
know,
think I like this. He's gone for the smaller, larger than
bigger.
min.
Okay.
Kind of just sway that big blind a little bit from peeling.
Like, isn't this a bit of a tell that, like, that you're kind of desperate to take it down pre?
It is a little bit.
And here Akimov has one of these kind of holding stamps that I just discussed. When we do just jam pre, we get him to fold this hand. Now, not so.
Yeah, I wonder if Akimov ever decides to just rifle this in himself, or is King 10 just a little bit too good?
I think so.
Want to keep in some of the weaker 10s.
I'm, of course, by no means suggesting this is a mistake from Popot, just a very tricky spot on the button.
Right.
And he has gone for it. There you go, and this is part of the problem.
Yeah, you've absolutely called it. You've set up a T there. If he just jammed, wins this pot, no sweat, no way King 10 calls.
And now he has no time banks. I mean, he's not going to call this anyway, but imagine he had ace 10 here, Demps, and the guy jams, and we have no time banks.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it was a bit careless to burn them all at this stage.
I use them all.
Just desperate to get these pay jumps. The funny thing is, it's disadvantage him, but it's actually it's benefited the whole table because they're all playing fewer hands. They're loving it.
Honestly, love these phases of the tournament. They can be so awkward. It's, you know, that can be a critical, and it isn't a mistake, to be clear, as I referenced earlier. But you know, Demps, there, you jam, you get it through, you're over 3 million. You just open, you get shoved on, now you're on 2.3. The big blind's coming your way shortly. It's so dicey. Very treacherous. Credit to Akimov, Demps, there for recognizing that perhaps this slightly bigger size and was a bit of a sign of weakness. Pounced on it.
Dealers and players in the mystery bounty is the last one of this round. At the end of the hand, you have 10 minutes break. During the break, we're going to do a chip race of the 500 value chips. Chip race of 500 and 10 minutes break in the mystery bounty.
As is standard now, Demps, play sort of slowing up a little. All these players desperate for eliminations on the outer table.
Yep. Can't fault them for this. This is actually where I've seen in other events a new concept be implemented, where when you get to this stage of the tournament, when you get close to these big pay jumps, that there's an additional wrinkle where the action pre-flop is only 10 seconds, but you get like additional pre-flop only cards in unopened pots. It is. So basically you don't have a situation where everyone takes 30 seconds and folds.
Okay.
You only get 10 seconds in an unopened pot. Obviously once the pot's open it reverts back to normal, but just stops
I like it.
the unnecessary. I say unnecessary, it's entirely necessary, but it stops that because ultimately the game's better if everyone just agrees not to do it. But that's not how poker works. Poker, people are going to do what's best for them,
Some
as they
people
should.
will lean on and try and bend the rules.
Yeah. Well, it's not even bending the rules, just taking advantage of the way poker tournaments are. And
interesting here, Demps.
yeah, Akimov with a hand that can certainly be ahead of 9 big blinds.
Oh, wow, he makes a relatively tight laydown.
Yeah, but I
don't hate it. Preservation.
And also, just against the player in question. Yesterday is the only sort of form I have to look at for him, but he does tend to just have it.
Also,
of course, there is some dominated hands, but
yeah. Also, we have Gromov in there in the big right, who's a bit of an unknown quantity in some ways of how he'll respond to us calling this shove.
And if you fold, Gromov's still going to find
a call with
he's just going to find a call with reasonable percentage of the time and potentially knock a player out for you.
Yeah, the old collision effect.
Yeah, collision equity. I think you coined the other day, didn't you? I like that.
Yeah, I don't mind this, and I think also Akimov, in theory, should get a lot of light opens through still, right? So you can pick up chips without having to go to showdown.
Yes.
can be fine to pass, you know, some of these marginal ones. Just fold it in the small, call it in the big. Seems like a very fair strategy.
Closing the action, I'm certain you would have called rather swiftly.
Sure.
All these little hidden bits of luck in poker there.
It's amazing, I love it.
I mean, I say luck, obviously he would have been called and been all in with the best hand, but a great chance of busting. Speaking of a chance of busting, that's surely what the pot's going to open up here with these 2 9s. What, 15 blinds?
Yeah, mandatory all in here. Some players would raise call here. I mean, it's not out with the realms.
Again,
9s feels a little too thin.
50 players left. We're certainly going for a raise call, but I'm with you though.
Yeah.
Again, but it's interesting, again, just leave a chip back. Burn all his time banks, desperately trying to get ladder ups. Leave a chip back, buy yourself an extra 30 seconds.
Yeah, a bit of a disconnect there in terms of strat, but there we go.
Just could be worth $3,000.
Pay jumps beginning to increase. $13 left. Of course, those ladders starting to become more and more viable for players to try to secure them.
Yeah, fun part of the tournament. I love it. I'm glad that I've come in at this stage. When the buy-in jumps, when the payout jumps are more than a buy-in is when we start to get really spicy.
I'm waiting to coin the business time phrase and hope that you start to sing the song.
Not today.
I might do it as a sign-off before I take my break.
I was going to spare everyone.
Full pot here. Not enough hand demps, I would venture.
No.
18 bigs. Look at this. Is going to try and sneak this. Dicey stuff. These low pairs, the deeper we get in the tournament, really start to lose their value. Does get Nur Muhammadov to fold ace-8 suited. This is dicey stuff. Most interestingly, the chip, oh, excuse me, it's not. It is actually Soika in the big, excuse me.
Yeah, trying to get one through, as you mentioned.
Pocket fours.
It's a little scary.
All of a sudden, Soika gets to have a look. I know ICM is in play, but I don't expect him to fold Queen 10.
No.
He's going to try and take this post demps.
I wonder how concerned he is, though. You're up against a man who's
you're not
jammed
loving
a few
this.
and then suddenly comes with a lesson all in. Now, of course, he's got quite a few more chips. Rangers are going to be more inclined to have raises rather than jams.
Here we go.
10-6-6 board smashes Soika and a board that Papot's going to still feel pretty comfortable on holding a pair.
Is he jammed?
What?
Oh my goodness.
How much?
I mean, he's not folding this demps.
No, we haven't called Queen 10 to fold a 10-6-6 board. He doesn't like it because,
I mean,
you know you're at risk. But at the same time, is your opponent ever going to make this move with an overpair?
It's very easy for us, of course, in the booth, but does our opponent really just snap pile the kings, queens here?
Right. And the candidate that tends
Maybe
to do
a
this,
10?
I always think is kind of like the flush straw with
Yes.
overcards. But we've got the Queen of Hearts.
Yeah. We even have backup equity here. If we're up against a hand like King 10 that decided to do this, we've got some backdoors. I mean, I would be astounded if Soika lays this down.
I don't blame him for having a think because this is
Sure.
such a huge spot.
Yeah.
Tens of thousands of dollars of equity on the line. You're going to take your time. Just make sure. But I can't see how he ever finds a way from this.
And if he finds this call, Demps, what a spot he's going to be in.
You burn a couple of time cards, perhaps. Again, with the notion that there are a jump at 12.
Never in his wildest dreams, Demps, could he imagine he's 92% to win here.
He's expecting to see like a ace-8 of hearts or maybe a 10. It seems unlikely, but I think mostly you're going to be shown a flush draw with one over here.
Even if his opponent goes wild with ace-jack of diamonds or something here, we're fairly vulnerable. Not so against pocket fours. Popot, was that perhaps because of the time bank thing once more, Demps? Did he feel inclined that he had to just jam flop?
That's a good point.
Right?
Maybe he wanted to remove difficult turn and river decisions. Just thought, hey, I've probably got the best of it now.
Wow, he's taken a long time, Demps. Perhaps knows his opponent.
I think is
looking very snug.
He was looking sort of in the direction there of the outer table. Maybe always going to play a factor.
He looks visibly uncomfortable.
I'm just thinking that. Is he just trying?
Oh my goodness.
He's never folding.
I don't know. I don't know, Demps. This is not an act, this body language.
Oh, it's certainly no act. As you've mentioned, those time cards do have some equity. He's uncomfortable. He just wasn't expecting this to go this way. He's thinking he gets to check jam.
Oh my goodness. Maybe thinks Demps.
It's 1 minute remaining on your break.
What is he thinking?
Is it that because he holds the Queen of Hearts, he's starting to rule out flush draws? Oh my word.
What is going on?
Honestly, I saw his face. You can't act such discomfort. And Popot.
Let's see if there's any post-mortem at the table.
I don't know, I'm not sure.
Oh.
How much was all in on the...
Wow.
I am astonished.
Stunned silence from
Did you have
us.
a flash draw? Did you have a flash draw?
Sorry?
Did you have a flash draw?
You sit.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, fair play. You wouldn't ever expect it to be that class of hand, right? The 2-4s is not something you'd expect to be ripping all in there. He's thinking it's a flush one over and perhaps a 10. Or even the overpair. It doesn't make any sense for really any hand to be jamming there. But when you start to put together a range, it's very hard to put in those kind of hands. It looks like it's...
If we're folding this Stamps, are we folding deck? Like, why are we defending if we're going to fold?
I mean, I guess we're not expecting a
I
check and face a
I
jam.
understand it's extremely uncomfortable spot. But wow, when he gets the news, he is going to be devastated. Truly astonishing. Popot finds a way to win that pot.
Yeah, there was me thinking he's torched off the stack. Instead, hits the fold. And like I say, it's easy for us sitting here, seeing 2-4s, okay, cool with Queen 10, but he's thinking it's never a nonsense hand like that. Therefore, it's only ever going to be a flush draw with at least one over, perhaps a better 10, perhaps a worse 10, and then perhaps an overpair.
Yeah, incredibly easy for us to be critical. And he has played with Popot, right, for hours, so maybe knows that he never goes light.
And this is the kind of fun thing. In Popot's mind, he's not going light. He's just got, I want to protect my hand. I've got 2 pair on this board. It's exactly what we referenced the other day with it being, we see the kind of clash of styles and we see some MPO action there, and players just don't know how to respond to it. I'm sure if Soy could play that hand against a normal sort of C-bet size, he'd know exactly what to do, how to navigate with this top pair. But he just gets flummoxed.
Yeah, he just maybe psyched himself out of it. I just find it 10 bigs behind Demps or so. I think we got a call, but yeah, mind-blowing one.
Meanwhile,
look at this from Gromov.
This is... there's a lot of things I like that he does, and puts the pressure on. This I can't get on board with. Way too frisky three-handed, but he is in there with the best hand.
All of a sudden, though, Akimov, hand starts to shrink Demps. He knows how sticky Gromov is, right? So if we're going to barrel this, are we trying to just target a 10? Is that what we're trying to dislodge?
Yeah, I guess we can barrel and try and make the ace-jacks, ace-queens that didn't 3-bet pre-flop, not a whole lot of them. Queen-jack suited, perhaps. Akimov may have another shot to bluff this just yet, though.
No,
no, he doesn't. But, all those hands missing. Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Queen Jack. Kind of hands that Akimov can make fold, but he is behind two.
It does kind of feel like a white flag spot, holding that queen.
Yeah.
Really nasty hand card to hold. Yeah, it does wave the flag.
Gromov can't believe his luck, I'm sure.
Yeah, Gromov hoping that Akimov has some kind of showdown that decided to equity deny flop. Like a 9-10 suited Jack-10 that doesn't want to bet. Seems unlikely. Yeah, he's a bit large.
That many. So fun to have 8s here. Unblocking the king, unblocking the 10. Your opponent hasn't followed through. Kind of looks like they might have something. Well, they've either got a give up or they've got showdown. So a larger bet there. Could be tasty. Gromov doing it dirty. Remarkably, we still have 13 players. You told me it was all action. I come into the booth, no one wants to bust. You lied to me, Andrew.
There was only one way it could go from it. It reached peak terminal velocity before the break. Had to slow down eventually. Having said that, we've seen some wildness even still. Gromov in there, floating flops with 8s. Popot.
Yeah, they're fighting.
Popot 2x pot jamming with pocket 4s on 10-6-6. That hand, sensational in its own right. Really feels as if we've had everything this week. This chord bin really hasn't gone his way. Getting very short. Down to 8 bigs, 8.5. Soika.
All right, this one's a bit easier. Maybe this is the kind of hand he thought his opponent had.
And maybe thinking his hand's too strong here, Demps, to open shove. Might go for raise call here. And I know there's ICM considerations, but it's potential that he could just send it.
Obviously, those considerations less relevant to him as the shortest stack, but existent nonetheless.
Oh, he only has 10, excuse me. I thought he had 12 blinds. Would make things slightly different. Potentially raise call, but does send it.
$1.550.
Popot. Just going to burn his 30 seconds. We know the strategy thus far.
No, I wanted to just hear the race. The race is like 3 minutes.
Incredible actions taking place here, time and time again.
Gromov chipping up Demps, up to 5.3.
It's been impressive. The 8's a bit frisky. But he did have the best hand, and of course got the dreamiest river. Soika now with a suited king. I wonder again, this is the big blind that I think he's shown a willingness to attack before, and he's going for it again.
Yeah, I don't mind this. I did suggest some potential to be non-all-in with a value-ish hand on the button. He's using these blockers. Raises with the king in hand. Gonna min-raise. Does make it tricky for people to defend, and especially with something as dusty as this.
Mohamedov.
Soika's timing looking to be bang on.
Can't do anything with the deuce 4. Nice pickup for Soika. Somewhat recovery taking place, picking up 2 in a row after that fold. He's still not sure. Going to have to wait an hour to find out. Popot was in no mood to share the information.
Yeah, that was a wild hand. I've had many of them this week.
Yeah, it was just a horrible situation to be facing.
Yeah, certainly just a spot where you just don't expect to face all in. 2x pot. We are just joining us, guys. Merit Poker Gangster Series main event. 13 players left. All in the hunt for the title. Shade under $300,000 up top.
Here's a man who's always playing. King Jack from any seat. Good enough for Gromov. Again, everyone just incentivized to take those few seconds. Even he knows that's the play.
Completely card dead now. I'm 8.5 BB.
Someone's card dead. It's a bad time to be card dead.
Yeah, as he so calmly explained to somebody on the rail. Popot now, time bankless. Short of having pocket eights, gonna throw this one into the muck.
Yeah, these hands understand me taking a long time with all the quite correct tanks. Akimov with a suited king in the big. Still does cover Gromov.
Yeah, we have to say thus far, Gromov has had his number, come out on top on numerous occasions in their altercations.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say that in an ace-queen deuce board. One assumes we'll see a continuance of that theme.
Yeah, I can go very small here, Demps, I would suggest.
Okay, we saw a 200k c-bet earlier. This feels like a spot he may do the same. A little smaller, 175. Having all the big ace-x, or even the small ace-x, we know he opens super wide.
Yeah, one of those bets that really accomplishes a lot. You fold out 2 random cards, deny equity. And also, when it's this small, you keep in hands like King 10 and Jack 10, which we actually beat. Fold out lots of hands that don't connect. Gromov continues the slow ascension up the ladder. Gotta say, very impressive performance.
Well, here we go. Action from the outer table. It is Zemin all in once again. Action on Fabian Quas, who is, I gather, opened. Zemin has ripped in, and Eurosov has cold called. So we're going 3-way to the flop with one player all in. Zemin's face says we need to know. Not enjoying the situation, of course. The other two will be incentivized to check this down, knock their man out. And a King Jack 10 board, very rich, may well be exactly where Zemin resides, although the face suggests otherwise.
Yeah, you're not going to see too much bluffing going on post. One of the benefits for Eurosov here, just cold calling. Cross can't really get too out of line. Pre-flop at least.
Cold called from the big blind. I'm not sure if the action was even open again to Cross. Of course, it might have been an under-raise. Depends how short Zemin was.
Yeah, dry side pot.
Check, check.
You expect some quite honest responses.
Yeah, and both players kind of theorized to have some of this board. In fact, all 3 players, there's a board pairing king.
Yeah.
Again, both players can certainly still have a king, having checked back this flop, because there's an all-in player. They're not incentivized to have any bluffs.
Yeah, if Eurosov bets here, which he's going to, could be bad news for Zemin.
Yeah,
likely to have a jack at worst, right?
He's got his queen for the flop joint.
Makes sense.
Zemin.
Is he dead?
He has outs. 2 6s displayed, so he needs a king or a 6 on the river to make a boat.
Oh, yes, 4 outs.
That is not one of them. GG's, Mr. Zemin. Out in 13th, finally. The rest of the players getting that pay jump as Zemin picks up $17,650. Everyone now into the $21,715 pay bracket.
Oh, here we go, Demps. Niels Poodle has jammed. Oh, my word. No.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
All in for Corbin from under the gun. Niels Poodle ISO jamming with jacks. Akimov with number 2 in the small blind. Cannot believe his luck seeing these 2 all-ins in front of him.
This is just pain in progress.
Akimov moves in over the top. Poodle will know he's very likely to be in poor shape. He's actually going to find out he's in awful shape. But against 2 overpairs.
Somehow Demps has the worst hand.
And what a timing for Corbin. Finding those aces, ripping it in, getting called in 2 spots, and 2/3 of the time will be tripling up. Akimov, of course, with a king, would eliminate 2. Poodle praying for a jack. And what a stack he'd be up to if he were to find that jack. Would be up to 7 million himself and take the lead on this table.
Wow, what a development.
10-6 deuce. No sweats so far for Corbin. Rainbow board. Flushes irrelevant. Just the king or a jack. Turn 10. No paint is where Corbin's mind's at. Oh, it was paint, Andrew, but it was paint in the middle.
Oh, wow.
Corbin with the triple up. Akimov actually winning a blind.
Wins some chips.
With the side pot, eliminating Niels Poodle in 12th place. But as I mentioned, by virtue of lasting that 1 extra hand, and there we go. All the time these guys burnt that time, delayed that hand by 1, means that he's made an additional $4,000 getting that pay jump.
Jacks, kings, aces.
My goodness.
You'd think this man's out, wouldn't you?
Corbin off to celebrate.
Let's tell the boys, guys, I won the 3-way all in.
Corbin, Demps.
If you're a Corbin fan, you're sitting there, he comes running up to the bar, you're like, oh, unlucky, buddy. Oh, well, it was a great run.
And one of the best remaining players in the field dispatched. Unfortunate for Poodle. Brutal Demps there, under the gun jamming, around about 7 bigs. Entitled to think your jack's is going to be in a great spot. 30 seconds later,
look at that
bad news.
Now going up 100-200, meaning that our table leader, Akimov, has just 30 blinds. Gromov, the man on his immediate left, wielding a very similar stack. And Popot, Soika, and Numa Hamedov all getting very short now. Particularly Numa Hamedov. So we are down to 11, 2 away from our final table.
Feels like action only going to ramp up from here, Demps. Popot, Soika, and Nur Muhammadov really need to get moving if they want to be a threat. If they can sneak into the final table.
Yeah, that's obviously the goal right now for those short stacks, isn't it? Keep climbing the ladder. I mentioned 21,715. That is what 11th and 10th will get. Get to final, it's 29.5. Get to 8th, it's 39,000.
Yeah,
the pay jump
big jump.
So big. If you've just got 12 blinds and you manage to realize that, it is fantastic. And of course, all the time you're in, heat is just around the corner.
Exactly. So
we saw Eurosov do it, coming in as a short stack, now having a monstrous stack on this FT bubble. Popot, the man who perhaps got away with one.
Oh, unreal.
Do you think when he ripped the flop and his opponent started tanking, he's like, why did I rip? Can I take this back? I don't want to be in this spot.
I mean, incredibly, I think that's the only bet size
right,
that he can choose that wins the pot.
Only way he would have won the pot.
Popot here, 9-10 suited, nice adjustment. Not going to realize equity enough. Here we go.
7 blinds. This is the dreamy sort of hand we find with 7 big blinds. We know this one is always going in.
Yeah, Nur Muhammadov being very patient, just in time, finds a premium.
Again, I'd always advocate that leaving a chip behind, less relevant though when there's 11 because you've got to lose 2 players to the pay jump, but it's always worth doing because you never know.
Really wouldn't mind getting called here, Demps. I know it's nice to pick up chips uncontested.
Yeah, as the shortest stack, obviously,
yeah,
it's no disaster if he busts out, but raise and take, certainly a good result.
Penny for the thoughts of Cordbin, who started out this final day as the chip leader, was whittled all the way down. Somehow, oh, here we go.
We have Yurosov added again. Looks like open ripping King 8 from the small. Getting looked up by sixes. The blind and counterfeiting, but a queen on the river. Delivers a full house on board.
Wow.
That is what Randy Lou christened the flip, flop, flip.
The flip, flop, flip.
You're ahead, you're behind, you're ahead, you're behind, you're ahead, you're behind. In this case, good job.
Kudos to that dealer's outfit, by the way. Best of the week, I would say. Glamour here at Merit. Here we go, Demps. Nur Muhammadov finding heat here.
Yep.
Just at the right moment.
Still sub 10 blinds, meaning we only really ever have one maneuver. That is waging them all. Again, picks it up. Lovely little maneuver, picking up 1 million chips in the last two hands. Gone from 1.4 up to 2.4.
Such a fantastic feeling when you're sitting there praying for a couple, for just one hand to shove and get two in a row.
And such a disaster for those sort of 12, 13 big blind stacks to see him get 2 through. Now suddenly he has a lot more FOD equity. See, a lot of their equity relies on him busting, or at least being spun. You don't want to see him double up without showdown. Paddy Corbin, the man you mentioned, just tripled up. Still only has 18 blinds. He was that short, and of course the blinds did raise. 3 in a row, 12 bigs.
Very interesting here. I actually don't mind a min-raise, Demps, if we're going to enter this pot. You know, we do still want to have, in my opinion, some non-all-in pre-flop. King Jack off seems like one of the best ones to use, I think.
Is it fair to say that when you see him fold that, he probably doesn't have a min-raise then with that, that strategy?
Yeah.
He's going to fold that hand?
I think so.
Scrum off. Well, he needs...
He's not folding.
Far weaker than this to get involved. The opening into the big blind of Popot as well. It's always nice when you know Popot's been tanking so long and has no time banks left as well. You just kind of... He feels like the man who is very keen to make it to that final table. Won't put up as much of a fight as some of the others perhaps would.
Yeah, he won the king's side, yeah. Good, but I have 18 BB.
No, it's okay, man.
Because blind up.
He was blinding out.
I wish I had more. Everything I had, he would go in.
It's a bold statement with aces. But he was the one moaning about... He said I was something... Cold deck? Card dead? Can't remember the adjective he used.
I can remember.
Moaned it in.
I can remember.
There's a lesson there. Moan it in.
He said, oh, fiddlesticks, I'm getting short. Something like that.
I'm so very cold dead. Cold dead? Card dead. I'm mixing up cold and card today. I don't know why. I want to say cold deck. I think that's why. Off.
You just never know with Gromov.
Yeah, I was just
great.
thinking it's... I wonder if he's starting to think he can just run this table over.
Well.
Soika, surely with no decision, an ace on the button.
Yeah, this one goes in, Demps. Too much money out there. We need it. We need that 500k.
Yeah, playing short-handed, of course. Ante comes around faster and faster. Effectively, a hand at the table is nearly 100k. Right, with 6 players, there's 500k in every pot.
Yep, sends the troops into battle. I mean, of course you...
I mean, he sends them to battle, but he's hiding in the trench, just not looking.
Over the top you go, boys.
That's right.
I'll welcome your return. I'll have the kettle on for you.
He sent the first wave into the mix.
The general's not over. Gone in with that one, has he? He's not into liberate Paris here.
Yeah, just every pot's so valuable, Demps. Picking up a third of your stack essentially here every time you get a shove through. So big.
The victory parade. Oh, we have an all-in again. It's Musa jamming ace king, and Chalik call with ace queen. The board running out clean, and it looks like Chalik is eliminated. It's close. He's got a picture for the stories, but that's all he's going to have left. He's busting out in 11th place. Good for $21,715. Meaning we are down to just 10. One away from that final table. Of course, that will mean we'll move one of the players from our table over to the outer table. As it is a table of 6 and a table of 4. Assume it's the next big blind, which would be Gromov moving over there. He was just starting to get things going. He'll move over there, not like it quite so much with the 2 big stacks there.
Well, they say the phrase putting the cat among the pigeons, but with a shorter stack, is it putting the pigeons among the cats?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
I think that is.
Oh, my goodness.
Soika, 2 aces, going to try and induce some action off 12 blinds. Oh, not my header off. Looks like he's interested.
No.
He's not. He really looked to me like he was going to play the hand.
He'd
In
already
fact,
looked at his cards.
Hadn't looked at his cards yet, yeah.
Unfortunate timing for Soika. Unlikely to get action here, I think. I think Queen 6 shrinks up a lot against a 12 big blind min. Unfortunate for Soika because he has shown the ability, Demps, to raise fold, right, off this 12 to 14 big blind realm.
Yeah, he has that.
So he actually has a raise fold, and he'll be very disappointed, of course.
Yeah.
To get no action, but remaining alive.
Gromov, off you go, my friend.
And Akimov going to be the happiest player in the room, I would suggest.
Yes.
Getting him moved away from his left has been a nemesis of sorts. Leaving
Yeah.
Akimov with 3 very short stacks so you can attack 4
The one
shorties.
thing from Gromov's point of view is there's 10 left. Theoretically, this shouldn't take too long. We see there's a lot of short stacks out here.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to tighten up, but maybe not for long.
Yeah. I would agree. Yeah, great development for Akimov.
What was inquiring on whether they're playing for hand. I think he got the answer no. So we may see him continue to slow down. There's Nurma, Hemedov. Looks at 2 9s on the button, Andrew. 10 bigs.
Yeah, in we go. No decision. Delighted to see a hand as strong as this, of course, Demps. Going to be shoving with way worse than this.
Akimov in the small blind. Now without Gromov behind to worry about, as you mentioned before, and maybe feeling now he needs to play the policeman. With an ace. This is close.
I don't think this is that close, Demps, in reality. I don't know. Well, maybe you're on the right side of it. I just think it's like too much percentage of our chips.
Right, okay. So for chips, we're like in life, but with
Yeah.
10 left, we're not wanting to risk 2 million of our 5.6, and he agrees with you.
Yeah.
How much?
1-9.
9. Almost 2 million, right?
Yes. Just checking. Important to do. You see sometimes in these tournaments, someone just make a big mistake where someone open jams and they think it's like 9 blinds. It turns out it's 4, and they would have called. And
sure.
Oh, I had 2 undercards, 7-8 suited.
Ja, у меня туз теперь.
It's good to just make sure. Every pot now worth so much in real money terms with just 10 left from the 566 gangsters that started this event. Some of whom would have done so many days ago. This is day 4, but there were, of course, 3 day ones.
Yeah, long old slog.
6 days ago you could have started this tournament. And some of them would have done.
Yeah.
Of course, some would have had a couple of days off in the middle. Some would have not had a couple of days off. They may have played all 6 days.
Yeah, we referenced earlier 360, excuse me, unique entries. 206 re-entries, Demps. People have been here to fire.
Oh, yeah.
Here to play.
You don't come to Merit with 1 bullet in the pocket.
You'll be leaving pretty quickly, I would suggest. As we finally, though, we have reached base camp.
Ooh, I like it.
For the journey to the final table has begun. As Nurmagomedov finding another nice little rush for him here, Demp, short-handed.
And I wonder if people start thinking, hang on, is this guy suddenly just starting going ballist? But he's actually found it over and over again. Saw 10s, 9s, this 7s. I can't actually remember the other hand in there was.
I mean, we talk about run good in turn. No,
Whoa.
no.
Well,
oh my goodness, what a genius.
Wow.
How is he not out of the door?
Yeah.
That is outrageous.
Cannot condone.
How's he got away from it, then?
The fold, but let's just enjoy it for what it is.
Ooh.
And Soika up against the chip leader, min raising the button. The chip leader's going to open jam with quite a few hands. This definitely slips into the weakest and strongest.
I think Soika will shove this hand, Demps.
It makes a lot of sense.
He is a young theory guy. I find it hard to imagine he doesn't rip this.
Right. I mean, if Akimov's got a king jack,
there it
it
goes.
goes in.
Yeah.
And how genius is Nurmagomedov going to feel having folded these 2 7s?
Wow.
As he sees Soika at risk of busting in 10th place, chasing an ace. Akimov finding it. A big pair again.
Nurmagomedov, I don't know how he's done it, Demps, but he's about to make this final table if Soika can't find an ace. Big moment here.
10-10-3 flop. Couple of hearts. Soika with some backdoor equity. 3. Not what he's looking for. An ace on the river and an ace only to keep Soika in this tournament. It isn't to be. He taps the table. A torrid time for him in the last hour at this table. Sees him bust out. Akimov knocks out another, climbing up to 8.6 million. Well above average for him, as we have now set our final 9. And
last big coin flip.
incredibly, Nurmagomedov is amongst that final table.
Yeah, good game, Soika, Demps. Hard to blame him. Makes the brave rejam. Going to get that move through plenty of the time.
And look at that. 43 bigs for Akimov. The other 3, 16, 12, and 12. What a beautiful situation it is for them to reach this final table, as they're now guaranteed $29,500. Of course, the pay jumps come thick and fast. It's basically 10K a spot for the first few eliminations. So we know at least one of those guys is going to ladder up 2 or 3 spots and turn 12 blinds into double the money they're now guaranteed.
Absolutely, Demps. Yeah, very interested to see how the chip distributions are now. We know that Kwas and Urasov had all the chips on the outer table. We can assume that they still have the bulk of said artillery. And yeah, very great result there for the shorties. Obviously makes such a difference to play 9-handed versus 5-handed, right? With those blinds hunting you. 1 double up for any of those short stacks. They'll be back in the mix as we get ready for the final table.
Yeah, and as we always do here, it'll take us a moment to set the stage. So we want you to come back in around about 50 minutes, 45 minutes, something like that. Andy's going to tag out for now. We'll bring back Ali for the final table, kicking off in, like I say, around 45, 50 minutes. So guys, please don't go too far.
Dear guest, welcome to our conceptual Gangster series.
We're going to start the warm-up, starting in position number 2, small line 300, big line 600, anti-600 players as usual, now this one.
So, by the way, there is 700,000 guarantee in this tournament. We are running today the day 1A. We have day 1B tomorrow, day 1C pass tomorrow. The turbo, it's before day 2. Then we get day 3, and the final will be on Sunday.
New things out there. But something happened. Something really bad has happened. And I invited the best investigator possible to help me to solve this mystery.
Hello, Mr. Detective.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. You will help me to solve.
Yes.
Somebody has died.
This looks like my fifth wife.
Oh, really?
Yes.
But you cannot be suspect. Come on. But the most important thing, the stolen. It was stolen $2,200. Exact amount to buy in for the warm-up event. So you will have to help me.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Come. Really important to understand, where could be suspect from? What do you think?
Not Mongolia, probably. Oh, maybe somewhere from Middle East.
I think the same. I made some homeworks, and I think I have the main suspect. It has to be a poker player.
I thought the main suspect would be Gia, but he doesn't look like
No,
him.
for sure not. This time it's not him.
Okay.
And any ideas?
We need to check, we need to think. Oh, look at this phone. It's like in my grandfather's apartment.
Yeah, but it works, and when I will find my suspect, I truly will call with this. Hello, I know who is the guy, I know.
No, relax, brother, relax. The real criminal will be known in a few days, you know, because he will be the champion of the warm-up event.
Really?
Just jam, knowing that maybe under normal circumstances that is the profitable play, but so risky.
Absolutely.
Content to take the line that he did and turns ace high into a pair of fours on an 8-high rainbow texture where Karabalchik has missed entirely.
Yeah, it's a very nice flop here for Miral. Typically, you will just see this go small c-bet. And Karabalchik, with only 7.5 bigs behind Ali, really doesn't have enough chips to navigate, to do any floating, to do any check raising. Miral going to want to deny equity here to a hand with just 2 random overs, as we can see Karabalchik has. Very deliberate. You'd expect him to bet very small, Ali, and there you go, 1 big blind. Been very impressed with Miral throughout. Has this very strong awareness of textures when we can bet tiny. This, of course, and look at this. Not so sure about this one, Ali.
Appeal of the 100K. I mean, maybe he thinks, given the conservative nature of the line taken to this point, that it's just a couple of hopeful overs itself for Miral, and that Karabalchik might be able to bluff him off of it, or just direct price with the 2 overs. Unclear.
I have to say I'm not a fan, Ali. I mean, this is very dicey. You kind of want your opponent to have a hand like Queen-Jack, something like this themselves, right? King-Queen,
right.
King-Jack. We block both of these holdings, and all of a sudden, Miral does check back. And we get to the river, and Karabalchik gets the run out, Ali, that could get this done. 4-liner to a straight. I mean, the only bluffs he would have is a hand like this, right? Just 2 overs that have floated. He's going to bluff at Ali for sure.
Man.
Wow.
And he's doing it for the full amount.
Wow.
This is incredible. You know, consider the thought process that I was assigning to Miral, which is that we have a massive first place prize. I don't want to get out there and maybe take a risk. Very opposite to that thought is what we're seeing on display here from Karabalchik. This is going for the gusto.
Hey, you know what? I thought that this flop peel was wide, but bravo to him for finding it.
Gets the winner into the bin.
He gets the great run out, Ali, and all of a sudden when he jams, really is perceived to have no bluffs. After min-raising that ace-4, down to 9 bigs now, Ali, under the gun. King 10 off.
Boy, under the gun in particular, though, this one.
Yeah, this is
You know,
grim.
it's better than what rates to come his way in the big blind and small blind in a couple of hands. It's an
Right.
above average holding, but he can afford to go through those blinds. He'll lose 2.5 more of the 9 that he's got right now.
Yeah, this is a really grim spot, Ali. You know, 9 bigs, excuse me, 9 bigs, King 10 off. Of course, the deeper you get into the tournament, the tighter you have to play, right? We're down to 20 players, but he is going to go for it, Ali.
Yeah.
Feels that big blind is hunting him, as you suggested, so he's going to go a little bit wider than perhaps you would normally. Going to send it.
Oh, and he's run into 2 queens. Got through the a7 off suit, but isn't going to get through.
Yeah, of course the problem, Ali, under the gun you have 6 or 7 live ranges behind you, which of course going to be often that you run into some trouble. Does have 1 overcard, Ali. Schwang loving life here with the queens.
Asking for a count. Getting her bearings.
Yeah, Schwang, of course, wants to look as if her decision is more marginal than it is.
920.
Ali, if somebody behind wakes up with a hand like 9s or 10s, for example, she wants them to put the chips in. Here she comes. Does decide to ISO shove. Anything else actually looks a bit too strong, I think, off 23 blinds.
Yeah, tend to agree.
Yeah. Here we go.
And as strong as it looks, every now and again it can get exploited too by somebody who then does something reckless behind us, forces us out of the pot. So she just jams, and Miral with just 1 overcard, eyeballing this 2 million plus in the middle, recognizing it needs to head his way if the journey is to continue for him here in this Gangster Series main event final day. Burn down, 3 off the top.
Oh.
And ace king 6. Miral hops
Wow.
in front of the queens. Board pairing on the turn, and now only the queen needs to be faded. And Miral will secure the double. Plus,
Yeah, amazing how you have the sliding door effect in tournament poker. Sure. Miral, of course, if he doesn't lose that ace-4 suited spot, not going to jam King 10 off. Unfortunately for Schwang, gets outdrawn. So we see Fabian, one of the bigger stacks at the table, Ali, 42 bigs. And that very likely the most experienced player in the field.
yeah, one of the bigger resumes behind that big stack.
Yeah, he is going to be a real force here. Knows, Ali, how to put the pressure on, as you see here, deciding to open jam.
Ooh, and pocket 4 is the hand that he jammed against the Karabalchik limp. Surfacing for Kanar Zemin. Just 680 back.
Yeah, Fabian here basically deciding he's up against 1 stack in the small blind with 7 bigs, and the stack in the big has around about 16, 17 big blinds behind. Decides that Jack 10 is going to be strong enough just to jam. People are going to have to be very tight, Ali, right, calling off. For example, if Miral wakes up with a hand like King 10 off that we saw him shove, King Jack off, likely going to have to fold these hands. So lots of good things can happen when you do open shove. Also, if he just opens, allows the big blind to reshove on him with some hands that would fold to an open jam, decides to open shove it. A little surprising to me that he does it into a big blind of 18 to 20 bigs, though. But perhaps knows Miral's game. And look at this, Ali. Here is a case in point, an absolute case in point of what I just illustrated. Can Miral call off for 20 here with a 6 suited? I would argue potentially no. You can see he's not comfortable.
No, he's almost entertained by what the deck is doing to him here so far. Less than an orbit in.
Yeah, amazing. It's had to make some tough decisions. The third in quick succession.
The thing is, he knows that Quas with that big stack is likely to be leaning much harder than normal.
Definitely. I mean, Quas can just be pretty light here, Ali. You can have a hand like this, Jack 10. Can jam a bunch of like Queen Jack suited types, decide to open rip them. All the low pocket pairs, some potential other suited broadways. And
I could see him taking a suited king, you know,
For sure.
and it doesn't really have to be a hand that has a whole
Oh, he
lot of
does make
prospects
the call.
against
He's
A6.
going for it.
Miral digs in, and he's right.
Wow. Morale says ICM. I don't care. Let's go. Massive pot here on the feature.
You think Quas is going to be surprised by that? Look on his face suggests that he didn't anticipate A6 suited would be deemed adequate by Miral as we go to a flop of 9-7-4. 2 overs in the gut shot. Look at Canadas. I mean, recognizing the danger being posed to the A6 here. 5 on the turn is safe. The 8 still belongs to Quas. Oh! I say these things, Andrew. I don't expect them to happen.
Wow.
Miral makes the straight. Be able to rise up on behalf of all the abused.
Stand up for a crusade for justice.
Yes. Justice has been hard to come by so far here at this table.
Here we go, Ali. Another decision point for Schwang. 16 bigs.
I tend to think that she's going to be far more in favor of jamming with an ace-8 from the button than she is calling off with a king-queen from the small. Having fold equity is so important.
Yeah, always more comfortable to take the aggressive action yourself. Schwang considering here, Ali, I think whether to open jam as you suggested or if she can just open. But she is raising into a short stack in the small blind, and the big stack Fabian, probably the most experienced player who's going to defend correctly. So yeah, I like this shove. You know, if the small blind or Fabian wake up with a big hand, so be it. A hand like ace-8, you know, Fabian's going to defend correctly. We're going to get put in some tricky spots. Does decide to just send it.
Right. Minimize the decision-making from this point forward, although with the benefit of position and what appears to be a sound fundamental understanding of all phases.
Count, please.
I don't think Schwang would be in a bad way, but Quas is in a bad way here. Asking for a count.
Yeah, this is
the A7 offsuit really worthy of consideration against 1.6?
It's actually very close. You know, open shoving for around about 15 bigs. We should be shoving basically most ace-X. If we're going to have an open shove strategy, we're going to shove all our low pairs. We're going to shove a bunch of Broadway stuff the ace-7 beats. But Fabian might think he has an edge, Ali, on the table, and might not want to risk 1.6 as you suggest.
We definitely can sense that Fabian has good vision and I think recognizes that Schwang's a player. And so this jam from the button doesn't have to come at all times from a hand that performs so well against ace-7.
He makes the call, though.
Yeah, and she's going to be left in a good way. Now, obviously, a good bit of the time they will be chopping, but as it stands.
Yeah, if you could choose one hand to look at, Ali, it's probably this one.
Sure. We're going to play for 3.3.
Big pot.
And all of a sudden, Schwang could be bouncing right back.
Oh.
7-4-4. How on earth do we find ourselves in these spots as the ace-8 outflop? The heart is working, though. No longer.
My goodness. Fabian gets there. Schwang needs an 8.
Is Frosty available? No snowman, and she did not waste any time. Bolting right off the stage.
Oh, you can feel the heartbreak, Ali. Brutal.
if Fabian Quas ends up winning this, we should send him over to the display that's been erected up at the front of the poker area. You know, the police tape that's out there. And then just have him hold up the A7, the Jack 10, the two hands that, at least so far, he's ridden to glory, but taken the worst of it on both occasions.
So we see Fabian flexing his muscles, opening with Queen 5, makes it 3x to go pre. And Zamin has found it, Ali. Pocket kings in the small. Oh my goodness. Big decision point coming. They just keep coming, Ali. We have a 3x from Fabian. Zamin all in for 7 bigs with kings. Now Manny Karos, pocket 8s in the big blind. Working with 3.1 million. This feature table has been violent. Manny Karos may be tempted to ISO this, Ali.
This is a man who just got to the water's edge and suddenly finds himself kicked right into the deep end. You know, it's already a little annoying when you step into the big blind during this rebalancing effort, and now you've stepped into this very awkward spot.
I actually really like this shove in the long term. You know, Zamin only has 7 bigs. Fabian's going to be really out of line. Decides that pocket 8s are good enough with the extra 3 big blinds in from the button.
Surely kings aren't going to win this pot, just given what we've seen so far here. Quas, the man that started this mess, I thought for a second. 7-7-5 board, the kings. Looking good. Now just one to come, and you know it's a nervy one. Zamin's had a front row seat to the carnage. And
crossbar.
You can pull those tokens back towards
Ali, and it makes it fantastic to watch. Here to win. Go big or go home.
Well, that is the philosophy that's been on display from at least one of these competitors.
Yeah, with this first hour's had everything. As it folds round to Musa. Queen 10 off, Ali on the button. A couple of options available to him. Does have the big stack. Weisner on his left, or one of the big stacks. Gonna burn a time bank. Feels like a little too much to shove to me, Ali. I think if we're gonna play this pot, raise fold would be fine. You know, we have a queen and a 10, block some of those continues, block some relatively strong hands. 16 blinds, I think, too much to rip it in. Of course, it makes chips, but we are down to 18. Have to be a little more selective. Does come with the min raise. Karabalchik, Ali. We know he's not afraid. Working with just 10 bigs. 9-7 off. Are getting, of course, a good price to defend. Yeah, and here he comes.
Offsuit one gapper. Being employed, a 7 in the window is a nice sight. Pesky ace behind it, although button opens don't all have to have an ace in them.
Yeah, something worthy of note here is that some of Musa's ace-X combos would open shove pre.
Right, so for him to take this sizing in lieu of a jam, you can take at least
like
a quotient of the ace-X combos off the board.
Karabalchik's going to be aware of this, of course. This the most over c-bet type of board in Hold'em. I can tell you now, Karabalchik's not folding a 7. It's whether he decides to call or shove.
I mean, shove would seem so reckless and unnecessary, would it not?
I mean, the thing is, it might do.
You're just playing the guessing game. You either have the ace or you don't have the ace.
But also, it can be good to deny your opponent, right, any future equity. There's already 840k in there. We only have 900 behind.
He does come with the flat, by the way.
Yeah, he does come with flat. I wouldn't have been shocked to see it. Just to, you know, equity deny and decide, I'm going to run it. As it stands, Musa gets a free look at a river to try and redraw. Jack of hearts.
Once the check back comes in, Musa is going to be in a spot where the ace is so unlikely to be a part of his range, but maybe a Jack X combo of some sort. Let's see if Karabalchik wants to choose the sizing for the duo with 840 in the middle. No, he checks. And now Musa could really put a lot of pressure on what he might perceive to be a 7, maybe a 3 from time to time.
Yeah, these are the interesting spots where it's pretty clear at this point that Karabalchik has a 7 or like some kind of a missed diamond draw. Yeah. Maybe a hand like 4-5, 5-6 suited alley that made a pair and is now checking.
Yeah, the queen high doesn't fare well, and Musa knows it. Hence the bet. And let's see if 250 is going to be enough into 840 to weed out Karabalchik.
The most interesting thing in these spots, would Musa find a value bet alley with a jack? Would he find a value bet with a hand like pocket 10s, pocket queens and kings? You know, Karabalchik clearly doesn't have an ace very often, right, unless he's doing some trapping of his own. So would he find a value bet with a hand like a jack or a pocket pair higher than a 7? If the answer is no, then Karabalchik likely to hero call here. Now, is Musa the type to go that thin alley this deep in the tournament? From what I've seen of him on stream, he's quite conservative. May just think, okay, I've rivered a jack, let's just take our showdown. By the same token, this looks like a value bet. Quite like the sizing alley, it looks like a milky one. You know, like he wants to get the call, and look at this alley, gets it through. Very well played, Musa.
All hail.
Told, basically tripled up. So we see Musa fresh off that lovely little bluff. Round to Fabian Ali, 10-3 off in the small. Be an illustration here of how he's going to approach the chip lead. And there's your answer, Ali. Just going to pound away. Going to open.
Oh, and Zameen with another tempter, dare I call it, David Lappin's lexicon. And Headley is suggesting the jam here is the way to go about things. But you wonder if you aren't tempting fate. Eventually, Quas rates to have a hand.
He does eventually rate to have one. The thing with this open from Fabian, it's very polar alley. He's going to limp a bunch of his kind of mid-range hands. Most of the time here at this open is either strength or extreme weakness. So I mean, deciding just to call. The problem with a hand like ace-deuce is it flops a lot worse than some of the other aces, but of course it doesn't, because it's come ace-queen 5.
Yeah, that it has, and Quas really just has a lack of hope on this board. I would imagine that once Zameen makes the call, we do weight him more toward the upper part of the deck.
And the most interesting thing here is Fabian isn't going to discount every ace. Of course, there are going to be some in there, but lots of players will rejam a bunch of their ace-x here, working with 20 bigs or so pre. So, of course, Fabian going to take a little stab, try and fold out something like a king-8 of hearts, something like this, Ali, some king highs. Try and put pressure on a hand like a 5 if Zameen would have one. Maybe down the streets we can get that to fold. Really just hoping to fold out 2 random cards here that didn't connect. Of course, Zameen in a great spot. We just go into bluff catch mode now, Ali.
Well, that's provided that we do need to do any more catching, and Quas does pick up a wheel cut shot on the turn. So does Zameen. And he is blocking the necessary deuce.
Yeah, Fabian's gone from a hand that really had no equity. Picks up a little sliver on the turn. Really depends how he perceives Zameen, Ali.
I think the question right now is, am I up against an ace or a queen? And I think he's going to have some more clarity with respect to that, as he bets just shy of half pot and awaits Zameen's reaction. Now, Zameen needs to be thinking ahead. This is a quarter of his remaining stack back. If he makes the call, he's going to have sub-1 SPR on the river and could potentially face a request for all of it from Quas as a natural line of progressions across 3 streets.
I mean, against a player as aggressive as Fabian, honestly, you just close your eyes and you call this down for the most part. As we've referenced, Ali, Zamin going to have a lot more Queen X, a lot more sort of 5X, Queen X, some King 10 type holdings. So Fabian going to barrel off into the weaker part of his range.
I don't know if the King 10 hangs tough. It would have to
maybe
be
not
spaded.
On the turn. Maybe not.
Yeah, but now this is an interesting river insofar as Quas has showdown value, which he lacked earlier, and the lack of showdown would have emboldened him and encouraged him, obviously, to make the bet on the river. Instead, he decides that the check is the way to go. I felt as though he might still turn it into a bluff just because the Ace-X, Queen-X felt like such a broad part. A lot of got to move all in sort of stack depth.
Yeah, and he did.
You actually have way too much. And on the topic of too much, how about a couple of aces here for Karabalchik?
Talk about timing, Ali. Has 6 bigs under the gun. He's going to be perceived to be so wide here with the big blind hunting him.
Under the gun in particular, he has open jammed on at least one other occasion, maybe
Ace
2.
Off. We saw him shove Ace off.
And I don't know whether or not anyone's paying attention to this, but it could be just a theme where they're like, every time this guy is about to go into the blinds, he decides that he wants to jam. It's irrelevant in terms of Manicaros with a couple of queens welcoming.
Wow. This is just ill for Manicaros. Thinking to yourself, Ali, that you always have the best hand versus a 6 big blind jam. Karabalchik perceived here, Ali, to be incredibly wide with that big blind anti-hunting him. Manicaros about to run into a buzzsaw. Potential silver linings. At least Karabalchik only has 6 bigs. Of course, Manicaros thrilled to get it in with queens. He is going to be shocked to see the aces. Thinking, how did you find them?
Yeah, can only just shrug his shoulders and laugh. Obviously, it's a little funnier when we're the covering stack as opposed to the covered stack, with 720,000 is not an insignificant chunk of the 2.6-ish that Manicaros came into this one with. And playing itself as 1.75 million begins to inch its way toward Karabalchik. And now a further stride towards seat 1 as the board pairs. And no carnage on the river as the aces hold on.
Wry smile from Manicaros. Started this feature table with around about 1 million. Managed to move up to just sub 4. Interesting here. Visor. Not much has gone his way so far. Still with a healthy stack. Jack 10 of hearts in the small blind. I would suggest all options open to him here, Ali. Blinds have gone up, so working with 30 big blinds. He's going to decide to play this one as a flat. Does have our resident maverick, Karabalchik, fresh off that double up. Has the King 6 of clubs. Getting a very good price here to flick in 1 big blind. We know he's spicy. He is going to complete, Ali, and we're going to have our first 3-way pot.
Very rare sight. Queen 9-5 open-ender for Visor's small blind. The 8s are actually still in front, but looking up at those 2 overcards, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, favorable flop here for Visor. Karabalchik, not much to work with. Zamin checks to Zamin. Content to check this one back. Can't blame him. Very dicey board for a pair of 8s. Visor now. Does have nice blockers. Blocks Queen Jack of Hearts. Blocks Queen Jack, Queen 10 of Hearts type holdings. Probably expects Zamin to c-bet here with the stronger parts of his range. Gonna go ahead and stab. Bets half pot.
$400,000 into 875.
And not too sure what this tank is about, Ali. I know Karabalchik is creative. You can't do anything here.
No, I mean, this would take just a large Ziploc bag full of the fun mushrooms to really understand.
Queen or 9?
Yeah, this is a really nice bet from Visor. You can see Zamin in an extremely uncomfortable spot. Body language uncomfortable. Asking his opponent if he has a queen or a 9 would appear to signal that he's done with this one. Does he use a time bank? Confusing this to me, Ali. I believe he asked his opponent if he had a queen or a 9.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, this is surely a tell of weakness if we now time bank flat.
You know, if we ask that question, then we raise, it looks surreal strong. But I can't see a world in which these two 8s.
Just because
he's going to fold. I can't imagine you asked that question.
Yeah. So nice from Visor. Obviously, playing at a full table if you're a short stack is less taxing in terms of the frequency with which the blinds come around.
Oh, they're breaking the table. Yeah, they're breaking the table. Okay, this is personal now. He's attacking.
How much are you playing?
Oh my, Ali.
Jacks for Visor, who is the other big stack here on what looks like, based on the elimination at one of the outer tables and the fact that we're at 16, one of the final hands of shorthanded play where we expect wider ranges. Visor has been active. Quas waking up with ace-king. These two are not looking to get after one another this deep in this final day of this main event, and yet the cards may not present them an option.
Yeah, this is it. This is going in, Ali. There is really no other way to describe it. And Fabian takes the low variance route out of position. Decides just to rip it. I mean, Visor's not folding, Ali. No. This is a snap, even with 35 bigs behind.
Listen, I don't know about a snap because it's a gross feeling in your stomach. Yes, he's going to make the call, but he's going to take a second and acknowledge the absurdity.
There we go.
Then the chips come in. He's not beating Fabian into the pot. He recognizes this can't be the greatest of spots.
Yeah.
This is usually best case scenario. You're up against the big ace, 2 over cards.
Yeah, actually hoping for 10s or 9s to play like this, which is not out with the realms. As it stands, it's the classic massive flip.
9.1 million chip pot.
Oh, Fabian again.
An ace right on the flop. And Quas, who's already so deep, continues to hold over when he's taking the worst of it. Deuce on the turn. Visor wearing all the telltale signs of a man who knows that the end is here. As he pushes his chips forward and we pull closer and closer to a final table.
One can stop Fabian. He's certainly a candidate as we see Musa. All in already, Ali. No time for us to breathe.
No, listen, the deck has clearly woken up this morning and decided to choose violence. Although, I don't think ace-3 is the one here. Lucelik.
Yeah, no time for chit-chat for us in the booth. Musa here, 15 or so bigs, Ali, very reasonable.
Absolutely.
Decides just to send it with the pocket sevens. I'm not sure, are we on a pay jump bubble? Because this is never a consideration from Celik. He's never calling. Potentially a pay jump, I think.
We are at 16.
I think 15, Ali. We lost 2 people in that
did
hand.
we?
Yeah, we
Okay.
did. So maybe a pay jump consideration from Celik.
If we have 15, the jump has already been realized.
Okay.
As we see an ace-jack for Karabalchik. Hang on, this is the kind of hand that some might just comfortably shy away from. I don't know if this gentleman here rates to be among that type of person.
Yeah, this is a really grim spot. You know, Musa, we've seen, he's pretty tight, Ali, but look at this. Karabalchik deciding, I'm here to win the tournament. Takes it, calls off ace-jack. Right back from our break, Ali. Here we go. All in again.
Picking up exactly where we left off as collisions are everywhere. Somehow we have trains that are headed in different directions, and it seems only one operational track. 3 million in the middle. And Karabalchik, the covered stack behind with ace-jack. 45% equity, though, as we head to the flop. 10-7-3, a set, and I think the end could very well be near. Deuce leaves the ace-jack drawing dead. The river is a formality, and it will be with a heavy heart that we bid adieu to Hakan Karabalchik, who passes around some knuckles. Payout for Chanmiral and Shuang Lo, both of whom went up against you-know-who, Fabian Kwasing, came up short during their attempts. Oleg Nataliev finished in 18th. Nuno Correa, the man who busted at the same time as Max Weiser, 17th for him, 16th for Weiser. Payouts of $15,170 for each of them. Nataliev also collecting that same sum.
Not sure who shuffled the deck today, Ali, or which one they chose. Here we go again. Fabian opening 5s. Manny Karos with a mandatory jam. These are going in. You never quite know. Is Fabian feeling invincible? Unlikely to call a shove, Ali.
You know, he was a late arrival, not all that late, to the feature table. If I sit in a game and I end up in this spot over and over again, as we see Musa waking up with a couple of playable ones, ace-queen in the big 3 million.
This is ugly stuff.
But what makes it ugly is the fact that Kwas is playing off of over 10 million, and so the 3-bet from Manikaros doesn't have to be tethered to a hand that has ace-queen in bad shape. In fact, Musa is presuming that Manikaros is targeting the wide range of Kwas, and so he is willing to step out.
My goodness.
And step into it.
Very understandable getting from Musa. Don't think we can fold Ali for the reasons you just illustrated.
The 5s, by the way, into the bin quickly for Kwas, of course.
Unrelenting action. Another all-in situation.
Jack 6 deuce. So far, so good for the ace-king. Note the club for Musa. Okay, now chop outs.
No. I will be greedy.
Manikaros wagging his finger, telling the dealer, don't you do it, and compliance in the form of a 3 as the ace-king's tokens are submitted for replication.
Non-stop action. Kwas did call. Look at this flop. 7-5-4 with 2 hearts. Kwas flops the second nut flush draw.
And Zamin with the ace of hearts feels comfortable following through. Doesn't expect that Kwas is going to be interacting with this board that often. But here he is.
This is intriguing. A couple of ways you could potentially play this. There is 2 million in the middle. You can dislodge some better hands to make them fold on the flop. But Fabian will be aware if Zamin has a hand like aces, Ali, aces or kings, you never get them to fold. And we are getting a very nice price here just to call. You know, getting around about 6-1. But he will be considering the fast play.
Zamin keeping a keen eye on that which brews.
Yeah, interesting. Quas also blocking kings and queens, Ali, and look at this.
Check raise up to 850.
Oh my goodness, quick reach from Zamin.
At this price, maybe he feels obligated?
Oof. How are we going to proceed, though?
Well, here's the thing. We have the ace of hearts.
We do.
And so the nut flush check raise, nut flush draw rather, check raise can be removed from the equation. And that's a bit inconvenient.
That being said, what is Fabian going to raise you with here for value? Is he really just going to raise a hand like 9s, like 10s? When you're representing the nutted over pair range, is Fabian really just going to check raise, get it in with a 7? Maybe a hand like 6-7 suited. Bunch of flush draws like he has. Going to have a fair few bluffs, I think, against this tiny c-bet size.
This isn't ace-king or ace-queen.
No, never.
And so the ace-jack starts to feel a little bit cozier. But as you said, Andrew,
what can you do? You just jam and hope he's bluffing? Feels like almost impossible to execute. Don't think Zamin can flat, Ali. It just wouldn't make much sense. You know, we just have ace high. If Fabian is going to shove turn a lot when the SPR narrows. Yeah, Fabian Quas running them over. Gets it through. Understandable, Ali. I think that's very tough to get a big stack when he's as skilled as Fabian. Going to put you in some tough spots. Hard to fault Zamin, though, for the play. Unfortunate. Runs into a hand of Fabian that can check raise him. We are right back into it. Oh, this can't be real. What is going on today?
Eights for Celik, who has shown stickiness, opening from the button. And of course, Yurosov deep stacked. This could look fishy when the re-raise comes in. And I could sense Celik with 2.2 back, finding his way.
This is good game, Ali, again.
Yeah.
I think it has to go in. Especially against someone like Yurosov, who will find the 3-bet bluff here, as you just referenced. These setups are incredible.
This is what we sort of expect to see when a man plays with matches at a petrol station.
I just don't see a way to get away from this one, Ali, really. I think it's different if you're against a tight opponent, right? Someone who's going to play extremely honestly here against your 20 bigs or so. Yurosov will find the bluff here. He will find ace-7 off.
Of course.
He will find king-10 off. But some players won't find them, you know? And Yurosov gonna be the man who finds the correct frequency of bluffs. I mean, I can't see a route away from this, Ali. Celik tries to get a read on Yurosov. You're not going to get one. Has burned through 2 time banks. Impressed to see him taking this long.
I am too. I thought Celik would kind of just be delighted to be up against what he has to imagine is an overly aggressive small blind and big stack of Yurosov.
Finds the just call, Ali.
You know, I don't know how I feel about a just call. I recognize sort of the preservationist nature of it, but the eights don't perform particularly well when forced to take a flop out of position. We expect multiple overcards. This is not awful board texture, though, for him.
Sure.
King, King 6, of course, it's an awful spot, given that he's actually up against aces.
Yeah, really interesting. One of the merits of call is lots of Yurosov's 3-bet bluffs, Ali, will be one high card, one low. So hands like ace-5, ace-6, ace-7
Sure.
only have one overcard. So you almost kind of know what you don't want to see, right, on the board. But then again, if you get 3 overcards to hit the board, for example, it becomes tricky to play.
Did Yurosov just check this? By the way, he did, Andrew. And you're nodding your head in affirmation?
Seems pretty reasonable, I think.
Because he expects the King X to be out there, or because he's looking to kind of induce or allow improvements?
It's more to do with that, I think. The parts of the Chelik range, you know, these Queen-Jack suited, Jack-10 suited, we basically have them not drawing dead, but in really bad shape. And that ends up very often being the case that we're now a long way behind the King, or way in front of other parts of Chelik's range. Probably expects Celik to be all in pre with 8s, 9s, 10s, right?
Yeah, of course.
So it makes it slightly more of a polar situation where our opponent probably has a really strong hand like flop trips, or a hand that we still crush with our aces. Of course, just going to check call this one.
Yeah, I think Dimitri just senses like either I'm crushing or getting crushed.
Exactly.
And so let me just defer in the event that I'm the victim here to Celik. And maybe he hangs himself.
I mean, Celik might find a way not to go broke here, which is astounding in itself. Could just bet small again here, Ali.
I mean, I don't think Celik ever imagines 9s through aces are taking this line, does he?
Very unlikely that a hand like 9s and 10s in Yurosov's seat would check. I think that they're more likely to they need more protection, right?
Sure.
A hand like 9s needs to protect against
Right.
the 10 Jack Queen. Aces doesn't need any protection, basically, as I've just referenced. Yeah, this would make some sense also. He's going to hope Yurosov has... I mean, he won't really have any worse pairs as such, Yurosov, that 3-bet. Just hoping he has an ace high that will check down. That's another fascinating hand that you don't expect to go post-flop. Yeah, gonna look for thin value, not thin value of course, but gonna look for the little small value bet. Small.
And a warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, playing host to the final throws of this Merit Gangster Series main event. Final table is set at long last. Ali Nejad back in the booth, relieving Andrew Headley, albeit just temporarily. James Dempsey alongside, and James, of course, you were the man that observed the last couple of hours of play that I was absent for, and some people feel like they've punched a ticket into the final table more improbably than others.
Yep, Nurmagomedov obviously dodging 2 7s on the final hand. He had just under 10 blinds in the cutoff, 2 7s, a clear jam. He folds, allows Jackson ace-5 to get it in behind. He'd been out, but instead he is onto the final table along with the rest. But more importantly, Ali, I wanted to get this line out. It feels like it's gone past the point, but I'm going to go with it anyway. Mr. Nejad, I've been expecting you.
Yes, of course. I did do a little bit of a James Bond thing here with my white jacket, you know, not to be overshadowed by the gangsters that are out there at this final table. Didn't want to be outdone, of course. And I'll tell you what, you used the term clear with regard to the jam. I don't think you can use the term clear with respect to anything that is afoot here at the Merit Complex. MPO on full display from start to likely finish in this one, although we have some very experienced true killers at this FT, James.
We certainly do, and obviously we lost Soika right at the end of that frame, but there are some big names, especially some big merit names in the field here. The lion's share of the damage was getting done on the outer table, the table that you were witnessing in the previous frame. Obviously, we switched tables, so I'm looking forward to seeing how the seat draw arranges things. There's some big stacks out there, not a hidden part of poker in terms of luck, but perhaps an overlooked one. So important.
We're just moments away from getting our first look at the way the chips.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an honor to finish Merit Poker year with such an amazing event. The main event of the Gangster Poker series. We had an incredible year, and we will come back for this glorious final table. It was 566 entries by 3,300 paid. It was 360 players who made it. And by the way, I hope you have seen all their performance during our live stream. If not, rewind and watch it again. It's the things to watch and learn. So it's perfect time to beat our 9 finalists. Sitting first and running as a chip leader with 16.5 million in chips, it's Dmitry Yurasov. Number 2 belongs to the cash game specialist from Iran, who is running with more than 2 million in chips. So it's Hadi Corbin. In the third and coming about an average of 6.3 million chips, my oh my, he's back to final table again. Dmitry Gromov. You cannot imagine how I'm happy for the guy who is in the 4th seat this time. Okay, he has 3.6 million chips, but he was waiting, patiently doing yet years after years. And now, after 12 of them, he's back to the final table. So it's Basel Musa! Sitting in the middle and representing Turkmenistan. Among the shorties with 2.5 million in chips, Farahat Nurharamedov. Sitting 6 and short in chips, the Frenchman Frédéric Popo. Maybe this time the 7th seat will be lucky for the Kazakhstanian, who's coming with 8 million in chips. Let's meet Baujan Akimov. In 8th seat with 2.5 million in chips, it's Nikolai Fall. And what a honor to finish this final table with that name. He was done for poker in 2018, but he's back, being second in chips, more than 11 million in them. It's Fabian Kos! table, it's emotions and ICM stuff, but please finish the final table and the year of poker with bang. Good luck, everybody. Dealer, please shuffle up and deal.
I'll tell you what, the biggest bangs generally come from those amazing intros by producer Milbutas.
He's really got some swagger about him when it comes to these intros. I can't imagine anyone doing a better job, getting more hype. If I was in the room playing a cash game, I'd be so invested in what's going on here.
Of course. And just take a look at the nature of the investment that the likes of Dmitry Yurosov and Fabian Quas are going to have.
And Ali noticed Fabian Quas was the last man to come out. He's in seat 9. The first man to come out, Dmitry Yurosov.
Well, that means he's setting him up.
What a bad seat draw for Fabian Quas with that both chip leader and super accomplished pro to his left. But look at the bottom part of this pack, Ali. 5 stacks under 20 blinds.
You know, there are those who look at 10 to 20 blinds and think to themselves, this is a lot to work with. And then there are those who think, I'm not comfortable in this realm. I'm going to want to press the action, make a single decision pre-flop. How and who 5 through 9 shape up to be, that is what's to be determined right now. Normally 10 big blinds and below, we can almost guarantee that all but a very select few players are going to approach it as an all-in kind of affair.
And I'd say with the bottom stacks, the way they are there, still with 12, that's kind of how they're approaching this. The value of laddering up, of course, so value that even with the strongest hands, you just want to deny equity and stay in this tournament because everyone's guaranteed 29,500. Each pay jump is worth 10k. As you go from 9th to 8th, 8th to 7th, 7th to 6th, and then they start to get a little larger. They go from 6th onwards. So those short stacks will look at each other, thinking, hey, if I can just outlast there, maybe I can get up to 6th and more than double my current payout.
Right. Getting settled in here. Quas, by the way, it looked like he was going to run away with this thing for a time, and then
you're really getting settled in here.
Oh yeah, I've got the Turkish tea going. I've got some chocolates, some nuts, bottle of water. This could be a long haul, my friend.
Wow.
You know, it could shake out any number of ways, James, honestly. When you look at the chip distribution right now, one could expect that the table is somewhat set for our man Dmitry, who we know is an experienced crusher, to just bang away, especially because Quas, he'll know whether or not Fabian wants to play a pot beforehand.
And you
know
saw
what I mean?
there, Quas, with, if he had a different seat draw, may have looked at that hand and thought, maybe I can have a look with Jack-9 suited. It'll be liberal from under the gun,
no, he's
but he has the man
snubbed
behind. He's just got to play tight.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit more concerned, Ali, or maybe it's a good thing that you've been hiding these chocolates from me all week.
Well, they haven't been hidden, James. They've been available to you the entire week. You've just forgotten.
It's a good thing I didn't remember that,
Yeah.
probably. I mean, the shirt's a little snug as things are.
Yeah.
Are you worried about melting chocolate onto that jacket, though?
Yeah, this is... They do have a wonderful dry cleaner here, by the way. Ducks on the button for Popot.
Yeah, we saw him burn all his time banks before the final table, obviously getting replenished at this. And he's very odd. He's coming in for a min raise to 400. Excuse the graphics for a second. Obviously, the minimum being 400. I don't really like this, Ali. You don't ever want to encourage action with this hand. You just want to rip it in or fold. And I'd go for the rip.
Well, he manages to get through nevertheless as Nikolai Fall.
Yeah, walking into 8-4
Does release.
Oh, yeah.
Blinds at 100, 200 with the 200K big blind ante, as they were prior to us bursting the final table bubble. $500,000 around the price of poker. So stacks that at one point felt like they were somewhat deep, the likes of a 2 million chip stack for Popot. Now, absolutely need to make moves.
And he had a somewhat of a miracle survival, if we call it that, before the final table. Those of you who are here with us before that saw him play a hand where he opened with 2 4s. Soika defended the big with Queen 10. It came 10-6-6. When checked him, he just jammed. And Soika folded the Queen 10, which myself and Andrew were scratching our heads at. And he survived with the 2 4s. And here he's at the final table. Soika, meanwhile, out in 10th.
Look at this. Yurosov is a man that we expect to just be V-pipping way up. And when you arm him with ace-kings, guys out there like Hadi could be imagining that this is an out-of-line move. Now, Cord being, of course, an ace-king of his own, it all makes sense. And Gromov.
Yeah.
Ace-queen. Asks for a count?
Yeah, this is grim. I just don't think we get to
Indian
play this hand.
125.
Sure, Eurosov's open from under the gun, but Corbin is going to be pretty tight here. Has been tight through the tournament, Ali. He's not been one to step out of line too much.
This is, you know, not to overlook it, real run good for Gromov, because Corbin exactly had to wake up with something he could jam with in order for Gromov to avoid playing the ace-queen. He would have been the man maybe getting toward the middle. A much deeper stack, maybe not all in, but a three-bet for sure.
Yeah, maybe a flat, maybe a three-bet. I think probably a flat, respecting Eurosov still open from under the gun. Of course, keeping Eurosov in there with hands like ace-10 off and queen-jack off, all these kind of super light hands he might get to open with as the big stack. Popov was doing a lot of this tanking before the final table. Understandably, play fewer hands than the other table is the theory. Not quite sure what we're thinking with 8-4 offsuit now. Hopefully it's just settling himself in.
Payout at present, 29,500, and it's 10K bump from 9th to 8th, by the way.
Gromov couldn't wait to tell them. At ace-queen. Didn't lose anything in this hand. Feels good.
Wow.
Couple of clubs on the board here. Corbin calling for the back door. Not going to happen.
Oof, why not? It was close.
You know, the last time I was in Iran, I was just 2 years of age. Obviously, don't remember a thing. Challenging, of course, for U.S. passport holders to try to journey to that corner of the world, but got myself involved in a very interesting conversation during my time outside the booth with a gentleman who has made his way over here from Tehran and had met Hadi during his play at this Gangster series, and he told me that there's an unbelievable number of home games that happen out in Iran, almost like mini casinos, dare I say, you know, because it's not as though it's just a group of friends, but a place where you know poker's going to be getting played 7 nights a week. You pop on down, you know, get things done. And when I first observed Corbin out there, I kind of wondered how a man playing under the Iranian banner who resides out there would kind of put together the sort of skill that he had been displaying. Obviously, you know, online is available, but you do have to VPN from that part of the world.
Yeah, interesting. I didn't realize that. I mean, I remember obviously the last few years we've seen a emergence of games in Dubai, a place where, again, you wouldn't necessarily expect. These things done underground somewhat.
Yeah.
Got to be careful in these situations, but I didn't realize that was the case in Iran as well. There we go. Truly a global game.
Might Popot have overground thoughts with Jack-10 suited? The answer is yes, as he raises the minimum.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan. Again, we just don't want to play too many hands when we've got 14 blinds, other short stacks around at this stage. Of course, we're willing to play the biggest of hands and bust with them if need be, and we're willing to shove some hands to maximize photo equity, but it's Jack-10 suited. Although it's a beautiful looking hand, isn't one that rates to do very well. Now let's see if Eurosov just rips it on him with this ace-2, so whether he's happy to take a flop. We've already seen him open the button for mid. Eurosov may have already decided that this man is perhaps not playing as snug as he should. He's just going to call for now. And King 7-3. Solitary heart. Nothing for Popov. What do you find the C-bet on this very broken board, Ollie? The book says yes.
And so does he. Flicking a red bird out there. 300,000 in total.
Eurosov now pretty grim. He didn't rip it pre. I think just has to surrender now, and he does just that. Nicely done by Popov post-flop. Again, hopefully he just settles down now. He's separated himself from those other 12 big blind, 13 big blind stacks, just getting close to 20. Just chill. As I can say, if you get to 6th, you double the payout you're currently at.
I feel like Eurosov took it easy on him.
Yeah, I think Eurosov maybe just thought he's not going to be opening wide here. I don't know how much they played together in this tournament.
I mean, he's not supposed to be.
Right.
We know that. Between the ICM implications as far as the jump of $10,000 from 9th to 8th, and the presence of a fair number of other sub-20 big blind stacks who, if they find their way out of the room prior to Popot, that would be very profitable for him.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's very easy to see as the shortest stack now in 9th that you could finish 6th in this tournament without too much difficulty. Here we go. Musa, number 2, under the gun +1. Man who found a double up on that final table bubble. His 2 7s holding.
Min-raise open, begging for somebody to target it.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. As we were saying, you're going to get attacked, in theory, a lot. You're not supposed to open too many hands. But on a table, if as a player on this table, you see these kind of stacks raised, you think, hang on, these guys are playing too many hands. Maybe we start to attack them.
Well, ace-10 suited has a lure to it, but credit to Fall for just in the cutoff, finding the fold.
Exactly that. Like I say, he's 9th at the moment in chips, but a lot of players are opening off stacks that are not that stellar. It's reasonable to assume there'll be a few bust outs. And he's also probably giving credit that Musa from +1 is going to be super strong. Should be super strong here. He himself not incentivized to open. Cool. I mean, I like that as well.
A little bit disappointed is Basel not to have gotten any action there.
See it on TV.
And the older you'll see it on TV. I like that line.
There it is. Welcome to those of you who are streaming us live on the Merit Poker YouTube channel, one in which we hope that you would give us a like and a subscribe to help us continue to deliver.
You got it, Ollie. I'm throwing a like in there.
Here.
I hadn't liked today's stream yet. You've reminded me.
Get on it, Dempsey. Although, you know, that one doesn't carry the same weight. I mean, you're playing for
You
the
haven't
whole
liked
team
it
here.
yet. Come on, Ollie.
Well, you know, I feel like that's cheatsies. Liking yourself, James? It's like a digital affirmation. I'm not gonna dislike it.
You haven't liked still. Where's the?
I don't think we're supposed to do it. Honestly, it's like padding the numbers. Don't look at me that way. Enjoy a cashew, or a walnut, or an almond, or a glance down at my waistline.
Just thinking. I think you need like a little lint roller or something on this.
No, that's my white chest hair coming through the turtleneck, James. It's not lint. I know. True story. Jack-9 suited.
Yep. Here we
Or
go.
the chip leader.
There's going to be some positions we jam this. I'm just having a look at the stacks behind. Would have been off 15 blinds, of course, and then Gromov with a bigger stack in the bigs. We don't get to open jam. But if we're up against 2 like 15 big blind stacks, we might see him jam that. Well, here we go. Gromov now 30 bigs. Decision point number 1 of this final. How is he going to approach this situation? 2 schools of thought, Ollie. He's got 30 bigs, all those short stacks, ace-queen, way ahead of the opening raise. Do we just rip it in, somewhat lower the variance perversity, or is he going to 3-bet and induce? We know Gromov has a lot of moves in him pre-flop. He may be looking at this thinking, I'm willing to bust in 9th place here. I'm willing to induce, and that's what he's going to do.
He kind of hedges, though, with the 1.2 million as opposed to the rip, James.
It's kind of small, though. 1.2. I mean, Yurosov, this hand's going to be struggling, but there are some that would continue. I'd like to go slightly larger there. You just don't really ever want to get peeled here. Me personally, I'm a scaredy cat. I just 3-bet pile. He's willing to call the 4-bet jam there.
Gromov, by the way, giving the boys a look. Wants to make sure credibility is established here early at the final table. He's not making moves. He's just playing the hands as they've been dealt and playing them in a little bit more conservative manner than, as you mentioned, Dempsey. You might have approached the affair with an ace-queen.
You say that, Ollie, but I actually think it's one of those weird situations where the all-in is the sort of less aggressive mood, less gambly, because you just pick it up so often.
Right, but I don't know that we can classify it as the more conservative approach, because it is such a disaster if all of a sudden Yurosov's got something he's willing to call off with. The infrequent, you know,
what I'm saying is
times.
the way Gromov's played that, that's going to happen anyway, right? He's not 3-betting to 1.2 million to fold. If he's doing that, then that'd be very weird. All right, here we go. Nurmagomedov, the man who folded those 2 sevens. It actually looks like he has slightly more chips than the graphics indicated with the last 2 tables. He originally showed him having 9 blinds. He's actually got about 12. Either way, it's still a miraculous fold with the 2 sevens. And here we go, canning them down. 12 blinds. They do find the middle. A spot ollie. Again, we can sometimes see players betting like 1.4 million here, leaving a million back in case carnage breaks out behind you.
Will there be any patrons? Not thus far. Very easy folds. Straight through Gromov. And Musa as well. So this orbit will be brought to you by that takedown.
It's true. Pays the rent.
Allows him to tread water.
Speaking of treading water, Ollie, haven't mentioned the sea yet, the strip. Have you made your way down there?
No, I haven't.
December
the weather
seems-
really hasn't lent
Yeah.
itself toward a swim in the sea. The first few days it was stormy.
And yeah, the first few days would be taking your life into your own hands. I mean, I went down there and took some snaps of the sea finding its way to places I didn't realize it could reach here in the Merit Complex.
Yeah.
Akimov, one of those big stacks, looking down at one of those big hands. Ace king.
Predictable open. Ace 8 suited for Gromov on the button.
He's such a battler, this guy. He just doesn't want to let anyone win a pot. Especially when he's got the button and an ace.
At the same time, he's a guy that doesn't really want to put himself in a weird spot.
Yeah, look,
You
I
know,
mean,
he
look at
has-
this. Look at this, Ollie.
I'd say he's more inclined to 3-bet right now with this ace-8 suited from the button against the early position, given that Akimov is as deep as he is, James. The expectation is that the ranges are wider when the bigger stacks speak up.
Well, I hear you, and there are going to be some raised folds. But I want to see Akimov play a few hands before I start going after him. I think he's going to approach this pretty tight when he's got the big stacks 2 and 3 to his left off that 8.4 million chips. They can just liberally 3-bet him. So theoretically, he's supposed to open very tight. From that point of view, I think Gromov should just fold this. But Akimov may be the kind of player who does open too frequently here, and I like this burning of a time bank chip. Obviously, with this hand, Ollie, I don't think we have any option but to run it, especially against Gromov, because we know he has so many low 3-bets. We just want to deny the equity here. Just preserve our position in this tournament as the 3rd largest stack.
Thank you.
And always aware how he wanted to approach the affair in the event the 4-bet jam came in.
Yeah.
Gromov wastes no time. As another 1.2 million shaved off of his stack.
Yeah, it feels harsh saying what I'm saying there, because obviously we can see the cards. Gromov was never going to went through, but I'd have to know that Akimov's just raising too many hands to go after him with ace-8 suited from the button.
You're suggesting we don't have enough data points in terms of how he's going to be proceeding?
Exactly, but they may. Maybe Gromov's seen this man
Fair.
play too many hands in these kind of situations before. But look, I mean, look at his seat draw. You've got Kwas and Yurosov, 2 and 3 to your left.
Yeah.
Are you really going to be getting out of line with 9 players still left? I don't think so. Let's see what he does with 2 sevens here under the gun, Ollie. So Cuspy won.
That it is.
Emboldened, perhaps, from the last one. I think 6s we fold, 8s we play, 7s could go either way. Again, as that stack, just so desperate to see some bust outs.
50 bigs, roughly. 2 of them in the middle. Ace-9. Into the bin from the small. Ace-4, different proposition from the big, but I don't think this is something we want to battle an under-the-gun opener with.
Not with 9 players on a final table. Earlier in the tournament, of course, we're never folding this. The range can be wider from under the gun, and the jeopardy of busting, not so severe, but tight is right on finals. Good fold, Popo. Good fold. Akimov's got to feel pretty settled now. Open, get a full-bet jam through, open the next hand, get it through.
Sure.
Steadies you down. Although he strikes me as someone who's very composed at the table. But even the most composed of players, just getting off to that good start settles you in. Someone who only has 125k in live tournament earnings. That's surprising given how he carries himself at the table. Won the mystery bounty back in the Carmen series.
5-5.
Like this you play?
I see.
There's some solid resumes out here right now. Obviously, chip leader Yurosov and Fabian Quas come to mind, but the rest of the field has cobbled together some results as well.
Oh, yeah.
Dangerous hand.
Yurosov, Quas, Gromov being the
misdeal.
Standout resumes at this table.
Yeah, the most decorated.
Yurosov with over 25% of the chips in play. It's a nice spot to be. And you see he gets to open these hands. King 10 offsuit from +2 because everyone has to play pretty honest against him. Well, I say has to. Theoretically plays pretty honest against him. Haven't seen that long ago, Ali. Last night we were watching Yurosov with a micro stack, jamming 7 blinds a couple of times, just getting it through, surviving. And now here he is, setting the pace on the final table.
It is incredible as you track the ebb and the flow of some of these stacks.
Yeah, that'd be some graph.
Fairly unassuming out there is Dimitri, if you didn't know any better. Not looking to draw too much attention to his talents.
Yeah, I mean, he almost doesn't seem real. He seems like his face is always expressing nothing but also everything. It's an indifference that comes off him that amazes me, the presence.
I love that word, by the way, James, because I think a lot of success is tethered to a sense of indifference, not being too emotional about what happens. Tournament poker requires real kind of poise to deal with the swings.
And when I've seen him, Ali, he's also hyper-focused, which is something you don't see from a lot of players. He's always staring other players down, following the action.
Yeah.
In the moment, as they say.
There are so many moments throughout the course of a tournament. Getting it in with the worst of it. Busting multiple players, as Fabian Quas did, of course. Some of the memorable moments from him. The money bubble, the final table bubble. The dodged a bullet sort of moments like Gromov just had with Ace-Queen. Look at Akimov. Jamming the small blind, and Fal with Ace-7 finds one that he can get in with, and he's got the lead here. On his feet, though, and at risk. Possible first casualty here at this main event final table. Fal, 2.1 million in career tournament earnings. You say deuce.
I'm calling
absolutely
it, Ali.
Delightful.
I'm going to put my neck on the line
Don't
saying
ride
he's doubled
the broom,
up.
James, don't ride the broom.
Oh, no.
There, look what you've done. Gut shot, wheel draw.
Bigger.
Fal calling for anything bigger than a 4. And a 7 will do just fine as he can take his seat with aces up. And now more chips than he had coming into that pot. Akimov.
Yeah.
The philanthropist there.
Doesn't everyone look thrilled? The short
No.
stack
No,
doubling
no, no.
up.
Oh, no.
Миллион 200, спеши там с меня. Я отдал.
There you go. Up to 5th in chips with that double up. From shortest to 5th. That's how tight it is at the bottom.
Yeah.
That double up could be easily worth 30k. Even if he doesn't run that well from now. If he finishes 5th, in fact, let's say he runs exactly to form now and gets 74k for 5th as opposed to 29k for busting out now.
Just consider that first place is worth 10 times what 9th is. So some of the decisions that we'll observe people make, I assume, as they kind of hover in that 10 to 20 big blind range is going to be mindful of the upside of stack preservation, of not necessarily taking the thinner spots that we know, mathematically speaking, could be warranted, especially for those maybe who haven't been this close to the mountaintop before.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you've got a stack like this, 3 million, you've got 3 of the 56 million in play. It's sure you want to win the tournament, but you've got to set out your strategy for what's realistic to maximize the dollars you return. Now with some options, sub 20. A lot of hands are going to want to complete. He's going to have some traps. That allows you to play hands like 9-10. Still going to fold some of the garbage hands from the small despite getting a great price, but obviously with these high card connected combos. Of course with just about enough to check back rather than raise it up.
And it's middle pair for Fall, the follow-up act to the double up, placing him in front of Fabian. Neither player holding a heart on this monotone board. Hence the 2 checks, and that's a great card for 10-9.
Yeah, it is. And I like the check from Foul. Obviously, in a lot of situations, you'll see small blind just lead small on these kind of boards, blind be blind. But again, because it's a final table, he just wants to minimize the chance of getting all in with so many hands by the river that small blind just has to play almost always as checks from the small. Now, obviously, like you say, Ali, with a near lock on the hand, very unlikely your opponent's got a queen. Very unlikely they've got a flush. Just a small bet.
Boy, you can feel Fabian. He's like, it would be so easy for me to put Fall in a blender. You know, just I put in the big raise.
Like, just give me anything. Give me a gut shot draw, and I might go after him.
Right. Some sort of equity. Does elect to fold, however, and nice 1-2 pickup there for Fall. Pocket queens for Basel Musa, who already had a couple of kings that failed to get any action. Might this holding earn him some customers?
And it's funny because, like I say, he's not supposed to play many hands. Suddenly, the players at the table seeing him play 2 hands in the first orbit, you start to wonder, is he opening too wide? Easy to think that than it is to think they're just catching heat.
Well, you know, we're always suspicious, you know. We always have a little bit of a paranoid side.
Just ripping. I don't hate it, Ollie, for everything I've been mentioning. So many short stacks around. Just wants to deny equity.
Can get called by worse, of course. That's still rather a raise, but this isn't terrible. And look at this. Quas with 9s, but against an 18 big blind open. He has the chip leader behind as well, of course. Although the chip leader can't go out of line here. But he may think... The thing is, with this 18 big blind jam, you expect to see like 10s and jacks at some frequency. I don't think you expect to see queens. But 10s and jacks are inclined to do this. Ace, king, ace, queen. There we go. Gets the fold. And Eurosov with ace, jack.
I'll tell you what. 9s and ace, jack in the blinds. In the hands of the two biggest stacks at the table, both binding the muck. That is a very respectful operation. I know it's a lot of blinds.
And if Musa had opened this hand, I think...
As opposed to jam.
He may have got a call from the small blind and a call from the big blind. Now he's playing a three-way pot where he can bust. I know what you're saying. Queen's got the best hand, but like I say, the value right now is in stack preservation. And by jamming queens, we do protect some of the weaker hands we jam as well. If your opponent's willing to jam queens, then it's harder for them to call off behind with 10s or ace queen, for example. So now when you jam slightly wider.
Although I don't know how much slightly wider jams Musa's going to have on his mind. There's maybe a reason why he's only deploying that.
Maybe ace queen and 10s. You can just jam. If you're jamming queens, it allows you to have that a little bit more. I would still rather the raise, but
sure.
You know, I'm a glory hunter. I go for the trinkets, Ali. I'm not here for the money. I spend the money. I can keep the trophies.
Line him above the mantle.
I mean, how many chocolat shows can one man buy? I just saw chocolate. I went there.
Akimov going there with ace-7. Getting it through. This is a tightly wound affair right now.
Oh, yeah.
Product of stacks being distributed in the manner that they are.
Every time I watch these 9-handed battles at the start of the final, it just reminds me of the times where I've torched it off. It's like 4th or 5th in chips, getting it in on unnecessary flips and busting out, as opposed to just playing super tight. Playing a risk avoidance strategy.
Do you avoid taking risk for too long, though? You find yourself whittled into an uncomfortable spot.
But let someone else make the mistakes. I remember one in particular where I played a shootout final table. So obviously in a shootout, it's a single table satellite format. So basically the point is everyone...
You have to win your table to advance.
You have to win your table to advance. But when you reach the final table, basically everyone's got the same stack. So it's a super dicey ICM situation, right? Where there's no one short, but no one big stacked. And I managed to be the first or second player out of the final table, which is just a disaster.
Nice work, James.
Yeah, thanks.
The good news is you seem like you're over it.
I think it was like 2013, and yeah, it still hurts. Actually, I think, if I remember correctly, I'll have to look at the result.
Oh, what have we here?
Corbin just...
Small blind jam into Gromov.
Oh, hello.
Who's got an ace?
Can't fold an ace. Gromov is going to get a count.
Corbin came into today as the chip leader, James, but things have not really gone his way.
No, he did get aces all in 3-way just for the final. To triple up to get to where he is now. That's how short he was.
Yeah.
Going to get looked up surely by Gromov.
Yes, there it is. And the Queen 8 is in trouble. Unlike the last all-in and the call, the covered stack this time does not have the lead, as Gromov looks to be the man to claim the first pelt.
A7, I push A7. It's Philip now.
Well, this isn't a fair coin. If Corbin thinks it's a flip, and now that's not a fair flop. King 5-3. Down to 23%. Queen or an 8. That which is necessary to preserve This final day chip leader not present, however, and the GGs will be issued as our first victim here at the final table will be the man from Iran, Hadi Korbi.
$29,500, Ali. Obviously, everyone happy with the ladder up, but if someone was going to win the chips, do you really want to be Gromov?
Yeah, certainly. Spotting that man a deeper stack is never a great idea. Corbin played well. Made his country proud, certainly made us proud here in the booth as well. But in the end, he was left to collect 9th place money, which leaves everybody guaranteed at least 8th. 10K pay jump. That which is realized. 39,300, what they're playing for from this point forward. Another 10K jump, by the way, from 8th to 7th. 3 buy-ins. Pocket kings for the Frenchman now.
Hello. Now, he has been doing some of these mini raises, so I'd be upset if he does anything but that. He's made a habit of burning these time cards. We made the point that he may live to regret this. He ran out of them before the final table, being replenished. Please come with me in Papo.
You know, I feel like he doesn't want to tempt the blinds in with the price. I feel like he wants to do something big, but maybe not all of it. Something that's a commitment of sorts.
No, he did.
No, he did come with the mid.
I'd be upset because he has. We saw him pop up with Jack 10. We saw him pop up with deuces. These hands that don't really be raising. If you're going to do that, you at least have to do it with the strongest hands
balanced.
as well. And the fact that he does do that allows him to maybe get some action. Hands like this. Like Eurosov's not seen the hands yet, but it's like this is the 3rd time this guy's open, and we played 15 hands at this final table.
Yep.
Like, are you kidding me? You can't get that many hands. He must be playing a little out of line. Eurosov. I mean, it's just so hard to ever do anything against a 15 big blind stack. But this is Eurosov. He is capable.
Queen 6 offsuit.
Interesting though. I don't think
doesn't want to compete.
I don't think Popo like burn a time chip with Jack 10 suited or with deuces when he opened, but this time he did with kings.
Something to be mindful of, pay attention to as this one rolls on.
Obviously, slightly different when you open from +1. You're going to have far fewer hands that open that seat than the others, so you know, reasonable to assume that you're going to have tougher decisions. But I'd be careful watching him because, like I say, he did burn for all his time chips, and we saw in the high roller final table out of time chips at one point, having to he just timed out and lost a hand because of it.
Seldom do we see that happen, but obviously if you get a little bit too liberal with those time chips in spots that you don't need to, you might not have them available to you when you do need them. There's been a few occasions, James, where in big spots at final tables, we've seen people victims of a lack of time banks in spots that really required some study.
And the fun thing you can do, we mentioned it before, we've seen it in this very room before, is if you are in that situation, especially when it gets the heads up, as the person with time bank chips, you just start playing super fast. You check over to your opponent instantly. You flummox them with some really confusing bet sizes because they've only got 30 seconds to solve it.
Yeah, you can exploit it for sure.
Nobody knows.
Gromov on the button, 10-3 offsuit. Getting after it, and Musa in the small blind with ace-queen. Might smell a rat.
Yeah, against anyone, you're going to 3-bet jam this hand. Against Gromov, you're going to do it and call up the broker and see if you can get a little bit more side action on. You strike me as the kind of guy who's in cash games offering insurance when the time's right.
I'm looking to buy insurance. I don't run well enough to be a salesperson. I'd be the one insurance place that, you know, goes into business right before the biggest earthquake in history, you know, the huge wildfire. Go bankrupt. My policyholders are dancing in the street.
What would the name of the firm be?
My insurance firm?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I'll leave you with that one.
Yeah, I'm actually chewing on it.
I finally silenced Ali Najad.
No, but I just want to come with something good here, you know? It's a great question.
No, Mohamedov, the shortest Ali, 10 bigs. Adrift the rest now. It is starting to bunch up a little bit, but Yurosov, of course, still the ones leading the charge.
Charge, which is targeting $295,000. They certainly did rate to be the two guys that we would see, you know, as podium finishers at a minimum once they got the stacks that they did. But still a lot could happen between now and heads-up play. We've seen it before. We'll see it again. I'm reminded of Maxime Chilot earlier here at this Gangster series. Yep. He had a very boss stack, which just unraveled. And it's not as though, you know, he sailed off. You just end up in some bad spots. You open a few pots, you get 3-bet, people wake up with it. Then all of a sudden you call off. Maybe you're taking the best of it. You know, few coolers. And you start looking around and going, am I ever going to win a pot again?
At the end of the day, the chip leader's got 70 blinds. It's easy to get through 70 blinds in poker.
For some more than others, James, as I consider you with 70 blinds in a cash game. Short stack, dare I say.
I'm straddling to at least 24 blinds.
Raising to 400 is Gromov with the King-Jack suited. Queen 10 off, Queen 10 suited rather, for Popo.
Yeah, there's some school of thought against Gromov to just ripping this pre, but I think I like a call with, again, just the way the stacks are positioned around the table. Gromov's allowed to have a hand every now and again, as he does here.
Ace, Jack 10, both players connecting. Advantage Gromov. Gut shot Broadway draws. Backdoor diamonds for Popo, checks over. Wary of the ace, let alone the jack.
What bien?
Min bet.
I like it. Popo's going to have plenty of hands that just check fold ace, jack 10.
And plenty of hands that also, you know, can't really do anything but call if they want to proceed.
The strong aces are all 3-bet jamming pre, so the strongest hand he can have is jack 10. I think king queen jams pre, so you just got him kind of locked here. He can have an ace, he can have a small ace, in which case you're setting a price of 200k to get there with any bit of paint taking the lead. You want to keep these 10s in. That's what this bet should do, of course, with the backdoor diamonds to go with a gut shot. And bottom pair, and dreamy card for Gromov.
Absolutely.
The few ace-x that was still in there, he now overtakes. And of course, Ollie, he just nails the other jack-x, the case jack, if it's in there.
Popo checking once more. After flatting.
Gromov go really small here again.
And if he does, by the way, you start to question his kit a bit, because the ace-x's should be very mindful of the range advantage, you know, in terms of the check caller after defending the pre-flop for Popo when the jack pairs.
Yeah, the Popo's got far more jack-x, even though there's 2 jacks on the flop than he does ace-x. So yeah, you should be concerned about that jack.
Does let go. Chipping up is Dmitry Gromov.
Thank you.
Dimitri's Hendon mob, by the way, is
impressive.
One that furnishes 3.2 million plus in career live earnings in over $636,000 first place best live cash.
Yeah, it's a big one, Ollie. The 10K 6 max at the World Series of Poker. It's well, those big 6 max events are kind of the no limit hold'em players, sort of players championship, as you like. If you win that one, you've beaten the best.
It is interesting throughout the course of, you know, popping into these Hendon mob results for a lot of these players. I found a lot of the U.S. flags out there. Everybody dreams of taking a trip over to Vegas,
of course,
and playing in a World Series of Poker, especially when they hear that you've registered for any given event, James.
Thanks, Ollie.
Right when you thought that it was going to be this warm moment where we agreed upon something, I found the opportunity to give you a ribbing. You did make a tremendously deep run in the Colossus, though.
65th best player this year.
Well, when you consider how many thousands of entries were there in that one?
16 change. Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
pretty deep.
65 is, yeah, real deep. Pocket sevens for Quas as he takes us up to 500,000 new blind level, the product of this sizing. 3 bets from Yurosov, though, as the first occasion on which we're seeing these two big stacks interlock. An ace-king suited for Gromov.
Yeah, lovely spot for him.
Absolutely.
Has he come up with some? He's so willing to bust, Ollie. He's playing for the win.
Clicky, looking to induce someone who's got him covered out of these big stacks.
I tell you what, he may even be looking at this as potentially folding to Quas if Quas 5 bets as the opener against the 2 other stacks, but then obviously inducing against Yurosov. That's how double-edged this sizing is.
Sevens do find the bin. Let's see.
And I kind of like that, because you don't really want to get in against the opener with a lot of hands. You still want to get in against this hand, this player. That's great from Grove. But setting out the stall there. So many players look at that ace-king and go, well, big stack and big stack doing big stack things. I've got a great hand, let's go. But he's like, no, 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 I'm going to induce you. I'm going to risk busting in 8th place. Yurosov's like, really? How did Gromov got that seat? As much as Quas is thinking, how is Yurosov in that seat? The conversation carries on down the line.
You know, the thing is, Gromov, perhaps more so than anybody else, James, pardon the interruption, I think is the one who'd be more willing to hit the dance floor with these big stacks than the others. You know what I mean? With kit that isn't necessarily ace-king, just looking at spots and going, I know that you know that when Fabian opens, you can put him in the blender. You don't have to have a lot of hand. Fabian maybe should, but once you 3-bet and I 4-bet, you see sevens into the bin. They're not the biggest pre-flop
you're
hand,
right. Gromov's the person at this table, I believe, who could be like that.
Okay.
That's what makes it so fascinating.
And it's then
Jack-9 suited for Muhammadov.
8 bigs. Feels like enough. We saw him fold those 2 sevens there before the final. Okay, here we go. Good luck, my friend.
A jam. We wait. What Akimov's got. Dust. Same story for Fall.
Nicely done.
Rack him back up. Second time that he's picked up blind and ante chips in the effort to tread water.
I wish he hadn't said rack it up, though. It reminds me of my very poor record against Andrew this trip on the pool table here.
Oh, have you guys been getting down?
We played a few games.
Out at the pool bar?
I think I've won 1 frame when he potted the black for me. That was nice.
Seems like maybe
he's got quite an
pool's not your thing.
Grip.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the understatement of the series. You know, Andrew Headley clearly has never been shown the proper way to hold a cue.
Makes you wonder how he holds cutlery. I haven't paid close attention, but I wonder if there's something weird going on.
I mean,
he's Scottish.
Not since I was watching Deadliest Catch have I seen kind of a crab claw such as that on a man. Usually fingers deform in that way. The back end of a long stint on the Bering Sea, hauling in Dungeness.
Stretched it for crab references now. I like it.
I grew up in San Francisco. You know, a lot of seafood. Fresh out of the sea there. Brighton's got some fresh seafood as well, I believe.
Certainly do.
You a fan of the haddock or the cod, James? Fan of the Queen 8 offsuit is Fal here.
Take the house special.
Will Quas wag his finger with Jack 10 off?
Good enough hand, I think, to check back. We saw the Jack 7 was just about good enough to check back. I think you want to raise with a hand like Jack Deuce, Jack 3, but you don't want foul limping in and folding, say, a Jack 8, as you see he's got Queen 8 here. Much rather potentially cold deck someone post-flop. I'm going to waste that position and, well, flop with some interest. Jack 9-7, a couple of clubs. Each have one Quas, top pair, gut shot foul with a gut shot of his own. Again, Foul's just going to have to play so many hands honestly. Doesn't want to swap pots when he can be eliminated.
Knuckles over. Fabian very much with the opportunity to begin to build this. $250K barrel. At that basement pricing decides to continue. Turns into a double gutter for Quas, courtesy of this king. Foul checks again.
Yeah, a card that Foul can have some of is going to check call with a King 10. Then he has some King Queen that maybe was getting trappy pre, going for a limp jam perhaps. That would also call. Not surprised to see him check this back. And I wonder if Foul ever tries to have a little stab here. You really want your opponent to maybe have the 8 of clubs in his hand, that kind of card. 10x and 8x that stab flop. Maybe a flush draw. But having said all that, Ali, you're always going to have some sort of blocker when you continue in a hand. You can't be frightful that he's scared to bluff, as it were.
I mean, he could just be looking at this from the macro of Fabian's got a big stack. I've shown disinterest in the form of a limp and a post-flop check. He takes one little shot at it. Maybe he has very little to nothing.
I like it. He's found the bet.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of this. And it's not that he's shown disinterest. It's the fact he has to play so many hands to check. Obviously, he's betting into it there. Quas has played his hand. Checking back turn. Always going to call the river. Get shown hands like that. A big pickup. Yeah, Foul nodding. This is fair enough. You got me there. Nice pickup for Fabian Quas. Just to get some of those chips back that he lost, but tragic for Foul in terms of shrinking his stack right back down again. Ollie, maybe this table's wearing green. Curious.
Oh no. I thought maybe I was going to get
a bit of an error, I think.
A color theory free frame out of you. And yet you continue to submit one of the more misplaced theories. I just, you know, it's
have your tea.
Not parsimonious or falsifiable. It feels like a
parsimonious. I wasn't expecting to hear that word today.
Neither was I. I dug deep into like I think it was freshman year of college for that one. Last time at across my lips. It's unscientific is what I'm trying to get at.
Like almost kind of green. Foul now. 11 blinds, the button. You gulp and you jam.
As you stick with this color theory optimal business, James, I recognize that perhaps you've missed your calling in a more maritime manner because your commitment suggests you would be a ship captain that would never abandon his crew. You would just go down to the seafloor with the vessel. Noble.
It's the right thing to do, Ollie. Come from a nation of seafarers, and we. We've got those little boats around the world, different places.
And this little ace-10. Ooh, it's got itself
Yep.
a caller. And Kwas, Yurosov, out of there to the relief of Fabian. And Val has 175 back. So we're not all in just yet. And on a King 10-8 board.
He's going to love it.
He stays in front.
Now, these are the weird spots. Here, Ollie. You may see... Okay, Foul's just bet.
But you thought he might check back?
There's actually some value. You know your opponent's never folding.
Okay.
But if you can check down, Kwas might allow you to stay in the tournament. You stay in there with 175,000 chips. You buy an order at the table, someone might bust out. It's more of a thing. If Kwas was the big chip leader, I think it's more likely to happen.
Yeah.
In this case,
Yeah.
I think he's actually right just to go for it. But say that was Yurosov, and Yurosov has 20 million. Oh, here we go.
Path to a chop would come in the form of a jack here on the river. Instead, it's 5 of diamonds. But to unpack what you were kind of getting at, James, it's basically if Yurosov as the chip leader.
Yeah, if you're the chip leader there and the person's got 175 back, you do really well out of them surviving with the 175.
Yeah.
Because all the rest of the short stacks can't play any hands, so that person goes along. He's in a late position. You get to perhaps steal some hands. Something to keep an eye on as this final goes on, and see the players who are kind of aware of that thing. You know, it's different, of course, if there's situations where you think you can make a fold happen if you're foul. But we both know, we all know that 175 is not making any hand fold. And Kwas, as one of those bigger stacks, does kind of like it when there's a micro stack at the table.
I mean, you get to do so much damage if you can keep a true micro stack in the field, because everyone is just on auto fold and you just relentlessly pummel until that micro stack meets its maker.
Yeah, something we see a lot now in the high rollers, big events, where obviously the players there have so much more familiarity with final tables, just by virtue of the fact the fields are very small.
No, but these are the deeply nuanced aspects of the game, right? Technical procedures that really don't present themselves all that often.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be on a lot of final tables to see it and figure it out. And also you have to have, you know, both the players, both the bigger stack and the shorter stack, both getting the biggest advantage from the situation. It's almost, you know, it's an implied collusion, in effect. But both players have got to recognize that.
King 9 suited, as Yurosov recognizes the benefits of this holding in the small blind, able to take us up to 800,000. Sizing up, of course, as the blind versus blind opener.
Yeah, 3 and a bit. You know, Gromov is ballsy, but it's still chip leader against second chip leader. You kind of force Gromov to fold a lot of hands. Although King 9 suited is one of those hands that actually really likes to just limp in and potentially call some raises. Raising yourself makes a hand like maybe King 6 offsuit fold. You don't want that to fold.
Ragged cards finding their way into the muck. Once again, back around to Yurosov.
Nice.
King 7. Opens the minimum on the button, and now a couple of black 4s for Gromov, James.
I could see 3-bet. I could see a fold. I could see a flat. I don't like flat, actually. I think Gromov 3-bets because that's the kind of guy he is.
Yeah, he gets after it.
I'm okay with a fold, though.
You know?
I'd fold because I'm a scaredy cat. Comes with 3-bet.
Yeah. Gromov. 1.5. Musa out of the way.
It's just kind of an annoying hand to do it with because obviously we don't hold any blockers to the continues. Plays so poorly post-flop. But at the same time, Ali, pair's a pair. Yurosov. He's like, you really going to keep doing this to me? Do you not remember the situation here? I'm chip leader.
Right.
Second. Can you show some respect, please?
It's almost as...
Please, can you show some... Please show some respect.
It feels like a breach of contract.
Right. But this is the kind of thing with this. All these ideas of, I'm chip leader, you're shorter than me, you have to show me respect. If you're Gromov and you can basically flip that on the head, that Yurosov now knows he doesn't have what he's supposed to have in terms of intimidation factor, then suddenly Yurosov has to play a lot tighter even though he has the boss stack. A lot of fun. Basically, you're the guy that doesn't care. You're dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, you have less to lose, I guess?
The implication, yeah, it just means Yurosov can't bully you because, hey, you're not scared.
There's so much value to Yurosov being able to preserve this big chip lead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm making, in my mind now, Ali, obviously Yurosov still has more chips than Gromov, but for me right now, the way things are situated, the dynamic, the way it is, Gromov's the favorite for this tournament in my mind right now.
Oops.
Boss, with a hand he wants to open, Murderer's Row.
Quickly gets through
yeah.
the 2 he wanted to.
And Nurmagomedov is certainly the player that I think of all the players may fold a little tight, therefore his big blind probably going to be the attack the most. Obviously the deuce 4 going to get folded. But if the players have been watching the stream, they may see that he's been a little tight at times.
You know, I'm grappling right now emotionally with, dare I say, what is a bit of disappointment. And it comes because our cup ran over for so long throughout not just this particular event en route to this final table where things have tightened up, but also this entire series as we reflect upon the aptly named Gangster series. You know, just so many interesting tables that we featured, so many cool stories, you know, and now we find ourselves here in this main event. The weight and the pressure of the moment, coupled with the fact that we've got perhaps the most talented, most experienced collection of participants that we've had thus far at an FT. And, you know, the ICM not lost on a majority of the field. It's become more standard fanfare, dare I say, James?
We're merging. We're moving from MPO to GTO as the tournament's gone later and later.
Yeah.
All right, there's still some MPO proponents out here. Gromov's certainly got a foot in both camps. He's got the screw you side to him. And, of course, a solid technical understanding. Popo just having to fold Jack-8 suited there from the big blind. The power of the under-the-gun raise. And he's right, it's just a tight range. As I mentioned before, Akimov just not looking to play hands at this moment.
Yeah, but his opens have come from early position. And, you know, I touched on it earlier with Headley. If all of a sudden you realize that the only time this guy's ever opening a pot is from under the gun, you begin to question whether or not that's with intention.
Yeah, it's the old school
make it look
thing
strong.
we used to do, like, oh, under the gun's a new button, because you just get the credit. These days, though, under the gun's the old under the gun. It's just under the gun. Like, you just have to have a good hand. There was a period, though, I remember Chris Moorman basically opening every under the gun. Figured it would be profitable.
Sure.
He was the best taunt player in the world at the time. So
It is interesting, though, because, you know, the ideas that he rode to glory throughout that period of time where he was world's #1 have evolved since then, as has his game.
The game just evolves. It moves, it ebbs, it flows. Even with the super elite we see, I mean, Ollie, you see them a snapshot every few months.
Right.
And even though they're all playing as close to theoretically correct, you'll still notice that there are little trends that change as the events go on. Stop to stop. Styles ever so slightly different. Even in this quote-unquote solved era. Popo with a king in the small. Options. Have to be sure of the other stacks. I like that. 8 bigs. Header off has fewer, I believe. Some other short stacks around. Obviously, chip-wise, king 4 off for 8 bigs, always jamming. Dreaded ICM. ICM's kind of boring. It ruins poker. Let's get on with it, guys. Come on.
I mean,
make it winner
I
take
hear what
all.
you're saying. We're
Let's
spoiled.
play.
We're self-indulgent. We want, you know.
No, it's fun. It's a different form of interest.
Yes.
We go from watching these crazy hands develop sometimes on these merit streams to this stage of a tournament where it's much more subtle and nuanced, as you say.
I think the excitement that ICM offers is in the form of refrain, things that really, without its presence, would never transpire, and just kind of are striking in terms of, you know,
here we go.
The self-discipline as we see the ace-4 for Yurosov opening.
Yeah, he's got the hammer. That's the big stack. Gets to play these kind of hands.
We are playing on tables 1 and 2, white tables.
Suited kings have become a bit of an idea of late, by the way.
Yeah, certainly have.
As we saw, Akimov declining.
I like that as well. Look at opening into foul, because foul's over 20 blinds now, and there's 3 or 4 stacks short of him. He just doesn't even get to play 9-7, a hand that obviously normally you'd see defend. It's quite nice attacking that sort of middle stack big blinds. They're middle stack, but they're still short, just over 20. Defending can easily get you into a spot where you bust, flop a pair.
Well, what's it going to take to break this seal? How will this wheel be greased?
A couple of these short stacks, doubling or busting. Either one. They both change the dynamic at the table.
Well, eventually, if these short stacks continue to hover, they're going to get eaten alive at this blind level.
Got a couple of 8 big blind stacks in here. Got Musa in here with just over 15. He's chilling. These are the two. You see that 1.9 million for Nurmagomedov. And then 2 million for Popo behind him. It's almost kind of fun for them because they did do kind of risk the least at this point. If they bust, it's not disaster. Akimov, got a place snug here. Found the same. With an ace. I'd like to see him continue. Right, gonna raise it up.
Are you not a fan?
I mean, ace, obviously we're raising, we have to fold if we get jammed on. We're building a pot out position if we get called. We do take it down a lot, so obviously got a big benefit, but I think like ace-8 might be best served as a limp jam or an open jam even. Because if we open jam here, Quas still doesn't want to call off 5 million.
Right, our stack is deep enough to dissuade a wide variety of hands that might have otherwise been callers to, you know, a 3x open, something like that. Instead, Quas just gets to flick.
Yeah, all of us
look up at 10-6 deuce.
All of a sudden now Foul's playing a 2 million chip pot with ace-8 offsuit out of position against a good player when there's 2 8 big blind stacks in the mix.
Please take your seats.
This is kind of precisely the sort of board where we reconsider having, you know, open to the 800.
He could even limp
see
call
foul check
with this ace-8. I could Just think we're getting too many tough spots against this opponent. Card checks. That's fine. He gets to check a lot of hands for exactly that reason, Ollie. Betting just opens up his whole stack. He's going to have some check here's that give up and some check traps. 350. Wow. He's just going. Quas is just going after the. If Foul's got like King 4 that you decide to raise up, which is the kind of hand that makes sense because you can make some better Kings fold, and if you get blasted off it, no disaster. Will he get Ace 8 to fold? No pair, no draw.
I mean, this hand lacks future.
I think we have to, because some of the hands we're going to raise with are like the Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King, King Queen, these kind of hands that could continue for this sizing. We're going to have maybe some like King 6, Queen Deuce, something like that. But we've got a piece that can continue. I don't think we have to continue with Ace High that has an undercard for the top card. No spade in our hand. Even for the tantalizing sizing of 350.
Right. And also just the tantalizing context of Quas just in this position where we expect so much abuse.
Yep. Nicely done, Fabian.
But it's abuse that's probably going to continue on the turn in a hand that can't really evolve into anything that can prevent itself from being forced into the muck.
The best card for you is an ace, which is kind of looks like it's a good card for you. You've raised pre and then check called flop. Kind of looks like you might have an ace high.
But imagine if Fabian barrels 3 streets and escalates and gets you to a place where maybe you have 1 SPR and you're being asked for all of it. It gets deeply awkward.
Yeah. I don't like that ace 8 off as an open.
All the damage is kept to the 800K open sizing.
Find a fold,
Fabian steal it.
Find a fold. 2 8 big blind stacks behind. You don't gain much by just taking the blinds here, which is the best thing that can happen to you. Yes, it's a very good hand for chips. We're loving it. You fold here, there's a good chance one of those 2 stacks is going to shove behind. They might get looked up. Could potentially make $10,000. Nicely done. I'm impressed so far with Musa.
Mm-hmm.
Mohamedev and Popo, the 2 short stacks, both looking at 9 high. And for everyone else, they're like, oh, another hand to one of them busts. It's constantly like, when are they going to move the chips in?
Yeah.
Obviously, they're going to post the blinds again soon. They're going to post 2.5 of their 8. And then it's, okay, surely one of them has to bust.
Unless, of course, their name is Sean Winter.
The cockroach.
10-9 suited. Able to take it.
That was the term you guys coined, wasn't it? It was just in a nuclear fallout, only a cockroach and Sean Winter will survive. He does have an incredible ability to ladder up with not sub 10, not even sub 5,
no,
but sub
3
big
bigs.
Yeah, he just...
I'm not exaggerating.
He finds a way.
Obviously, Sean Winter is not the topic of conversation
No.
right now, but
he's a master of these situations.
Right.
Musa, when they give you one that you want to open, and then they give you another one that is much better, and you kind of want to open, but I don't mind a fold, Ali.
I don't know. I hear
such a good
exactly
hand.
what you're saying. Ace-Jack suited. Granted, it's under the gun, so slightly more pressure being placed upon it. But
he has to open it. I think he's decided. But that's one of those ones where if it's not a televised table, I might just fold and told everyone, hey, I didn't find anything under the gun.
Min raise.
He loves seeing this. But does have Gromov in the big blind to deal with. The most dangerous player at the table.
Well, Gromov with a couple of deuces could certainly take a price and set mine.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he does.
And Musa likes this situation now. If you could tell him it was going to get round to Gromov, he's going to flick it in from the big. You're loving life with this ace-jack. Not loving the 9-3-4 flop, though.
Yeah, that's a board that Gromov can feel pretty good about with these 2 deuces, because under the gun, we don't expect opens to contain the 3-4, let alone the 9, and that's a terrific turn.
Yeah, and a swift check back from Musa. I like it. You're going to have ace-queen, ace-king, this ace-jack suited. You do get to have, of course, all the overpairs as well.
Oh, and sometimes you get to have the ace on the river.
Musa not even going to risk a value bet. Knows it's so hard to get called. Doesn't want to open himself up to a check raise.
Right.
I think we do have to bet ace-jack, but I understand the reason he didn't.
I mean, the upside is so limited, I guess he just figures Gromov would have been the man to maybe bet. Although with the ace specifically, he wasn't going to fire the river.
Gromov,
try to get value from a 4x, 3x.
Can have some ace high himself. That checks the river.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
And Musa does get to have some, maybe he's got king-queen suited for Musa that he wants to bluff the river with.
I mean, I think he expected that Gromov in particular would have been a better with a 3x, 4x when the turn paired the 9. And so if we're not up against that, and that's not where we're going to get our value, it would have to be the less probable ace-x.
Yep.
And he just decided, I'm going to keep this clean.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's so unlikely you get called because exactly that. I think he still like to bet it. Hard for the ace to fold for a really small bet. But it's also hard to have bluffs. Nicely done from Musa yet again. Showing a very good understanding of the situation. Knock him off with a hand he probably wishes he hadn't been dealt. It's 2-9, he's going to want to play it, but again, the players that are behind can just put you in the bin. Here we go. Prime candidate. Didn't take a spot before against Popov from the button. This one a little bit more attractive. Ace-jack offsuit. Okay, he's going to just keep it coy. Take Akam off the street. I don't know if I like ace-jack off as appeal. I think we want to have some 3-bet bluffs. Ace-jack, ace-10 off seem to be the best ones. Maybe call the ace-jack, ace-10 suited.
Akimov's VPIP has been high enough as we see him flopping trip aces here. 7 dangler. The 9s could be feeling a little snug, in particular given the flat from Urasov, who we imagine is going to have a wide variety. But in terms of Urasov's choice to flat from the button, James, I'm a bit surprised given specifically Akimov's VPIP relative to the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's played some hands for sure, but I don't think an outrageous number. Obviously, we've seen there will be very legitimate holdings. And I like the c-bet from Akimov. You're just up against the king-queen suited, king-jack suited, these kind of hands, queen-jack suited that don't even want to call this bet. You knock out the equity, and he can still have all the strength himself.
Now it gets uncomfortable for Akimov because this board is so non-dynamic on the flop that when the c-bet gets called, you sort of start to ask yourself exactly where am I at, and when you can't come up with a good answer, you check and see what happens.
Yeah, you can be up against 8s here that you beat, 10s you're behind 2, jacks may, no, jacks is going to 3-bet, 10s might flat. And of course, I wouldn't expect so much of the ace-jack off, but certainly ace-10 suited, ace-jack suited are in here. Maybe even ace-queen suited, because you want to keep in some weaker stuff. Question here is king-queen of diamonds, king-jack of diamonds still in here for the flop? C-bet. Akimov clearly thinks yes, because he's going to make the call. And I quite like this. Against Urasov, I think we have to keep him honest for one.
Oh, look at this.
Wow. And this could be, in Akov's mind, the genius card, because if your opponent is bluffing, he's bluffing with diamonds most of the time.
Right. Praying that maybe the backdoor flush has come in. And Urasov, I don't think he ever expects aces full here as a combo that would have opened up front from Akimov. So very comfortably, I don't know that he thinks ace-king, ace-queen is lurking all that often
I was about to say,
either.
I think he checks. A great check.
Wow.
I was about to say, the only hand you're really going to get value from, I think there, is ace-10. Ace-queen could be in there. Ace-king probably keeps bluffing, barreling, pardon me. and maybe there's some diamond comes of himself. It's just hard to think of hands that are going to pay you off there because Yurosev's bluffs were the diamond combinations, Ali. They've all got there. So now his weakest hand for value is this ace-jack. Plays perfect as a check back. Great check back it is. Akimov.
That was a tremendously impressive bit of refrain shown by Yurosov there. But you walk us through the thought process. If you can't identify hands that are going to pay you off, what is the point of putting the bet out there?
Yeah, and I actually think both players played that hand perfectly. Really impressed by both. Obviously, Yurosov just getting the wrong side of the deck. Still chip leader, 11.9 million, but certainly has fallen back to the bunch. That chip lead, pardon me, is worth less than 50 blinds at this point, as we still play 8-handed. Fun one, Ali, that hand. Very fun. Like you say, the restraint you see sometimes in these is what makes it so exciting and interesting. The check back with the ace-jack. Come on, just a blind or so behind the chip leader now.
Could he have been well served to lead at that river?
No, I think you just want to check there and
hope that
he doesn't. You're hoping they've got diamonds and they bet. A lead doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I suppose Akimov would feel a bit cheated, proverbially speaking, to come to find out that ace-jack had checked back, because I think the ace was also a part of the sort of range that he expects is going to bet out at him. But as we kind of, you know, walk through, where is the upside? What pays me off?
Yeah, if it was an offsuit 9 on the river, then we would have seen a bet, I think, from the ace-jack. Still, because you can get called by hands like 10s, jacks, queens, kings. But those hands just don't want to call once a diamond hits.
Well, now the ace-jack belongs to Akimov, who flops top pair up against the open ender, largely uninvolved. Nurmagomedov, the defender from the big blind.
Whoa.
Plays it as a jam.
Here we go. The old stop and go.
Yep. Gave himself a chance to ride 5 high to glory if one of those Broadway combos was present in Akimov's hand. He would not have continued on this ace-high board, but it is the ace-jack type of Broadway holding, and it is the 8 on the turn.
Musa's face.
Ace-jack drawing dead, and yes, indeed, Musa's like, what's it going to take for me to get a pay jump here as one of the shorter stacks?
Well, Akimov, I don't think can really complain too much about that, having just spiked the 9 himself. Coming back to that hand, though, obviously, I'm saying the bluffs are kind of the diamonds, but there are some players who'd be creative enough there. I'm thinking like Gromov, if he'd pull with King Jack with a different one of the backdoor flush shots. They're just taken off on any one of them.
Был готов на 2, Потер, но был готов на 2.
Boy, there's some long faces being worn right now, courtesy of that double up by Nurmagomedov, who's the only player delighted by the outcome, understandably. Everyone thinking it cost me $10,000 to watch you double. So this scowl, this glare.
Akimov's kind of looking a bit upset, but like I say, you can really complain when you just ping the 2 out. So.
Yeah. Well, you know how it is. We remember the pots we lose.
That was ages ago. I'm talking about now. Come on.
Yeah.
Fabian, 40 big blinds. Ace queen suited. His adjustment has been perfect as you'd expect. Having to play pretty tight. Let's see Yurosov.
Look at this.
Yeah, I think best serve with a call, given that Kos is opening the seat with dangerous players behind. Nicely done.
Yep.
Dmitry
agrees.
These 2 are so good at poker, Ali.
You know, I like the simple nature of that description. You don't have to specify exactly all of the, ways in which they're just good at poker.
Well, Yurosov,
real good.
Yurosov knows that Kos is opening pretty tight despite having this pretty decent stack of 40 blinds. So makes that adjustment. But Kos will know that there's lots of strength still in this range. It's not like normally you open with ace queen here and you think, oh, I'm going to be in great shape necessarily. Poe down to just 1.5 million. That a factor as well, of course, opening into that stack.
And the ace finds its way to the flop. Not great texture for Yurosov to be able to do anything other than maybe peel one.
I wonder if Quas decides to ever check this.
It is a lot of hand.
And you're going to have some Broadway combos that don't want to bet. You're going to have some pocket pairs.
Is Quas supposed to be playing honest poker right now against Yurosov? And if that's the case, then the check might very well be able to induce Yurosov with all manner of kit to get after this board.
Quas is playing very honest against the table just because of his seat draw and his stack depth 40 bigs. Yurosov going to call at least once. Makes sense. Like I say, you can certainly be ahead of some of the hands that open. Hello, Yurosov.
Set of tens on the turn, and an opponent that lacks a club in hand. Quas drawing dead, and really going to be hard-pressed to put Yurosov on this sort of hand. Now, the front door flush draw is completed.
Yeah.
You know, suited combos for Yurosov. I mean, are there many of them that are going to be flat callers pre?
Yeah, king, queen, king, jack. Queen, jack suited perhaps. He can be behind two. Now, I kind of like this. This is a middle-of-the-road bet. He doesn't want to check and face bigger. This sort of sizing means Yurosov probably won't even get to raise his hand. Certainly wouldn't raise ace-10. Gets to go after a hand like ace-jack, perhaps. But it does leave him in a little quandary in these spots.
No, Yurosov. Flats now fills up.
Oh, what a run out.
The four is of no concern to Fabian, and I don't know how often he expects that Yurosov would show up with clubs here.
Clubs are the concern. He's not expecting sixes. Tens are possible. Now it's just hard to think of bluffs Yurosov's going to have, though, when this bet comes in. And with that in mind, I think Yurosov can go pretty small here because he just doesn't have many bluffs. Like it's not like he's in here with king jack with the king of clubs. He doesn't have that combo. Like the hand he might have to bluff with would be it's called turn. I mean, jacks with the jack of clubs that didn't 3-bet pre. It's plausible. Unlikely. Looks like he's going bigger. Which I understand because you unblock all the value. We could call you unblock the ace X's, the big ace X's. You unblock clubs.
4 million out there, 2.7 million the sizing, and Quas hates this.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie, talk to me. What hand can you have that's bluffing? It doesn't make any sense. The ace X's, the other ace X's is going to have to check back. You can have flushes. You can have tens full. Unless you're thinking he's got nines with 9 of clubs that stuck around on the turn and now turns into a bluff. Very unlikely. I don't think Quas will call this bet, and I think the bet size is a little greedy, though understandably so.
This would be a remarkable fold if Quas was able to find it. The issue is ace-kings would have been heard from pre almost certainly.
Yeah.
Not sixes, I don't think he expects to be out there all that often.
No, sixes are not in there.
So
tens are.
Yeah, pocket tens. But even those could be played as a 3-bet pre.
Yeah, not impossible. I think against a much smaller bet, he could kid himself into thinking maybe I'm up against another ace-queen. Against this sizing. Wow, I thought he was going to fold this, but he wants to see it.
Well, no, he doesn't. As he did pay the price.
I thought he might fold that one, Ollie.
You know, the more that we kind of went through the motions there and went through the process of elimination, the less that ace-queen began to feel like a winner. I think clubs was more on his mind, obviously.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that one. Obviously, Quas has played a lot with Yurosov, and maybe of the opinion that Yurosov's going to find far more creative bluffs than the handful I could come up with.
Look at Fabian, by the way. Obviously, you know, that one doesn't go down smoothly. But
No,
you
that
wouldn't really
hurts.
know it. I mean, you just... But I love his temperament.
He kind of gave a little wry smile, like, "Oh,
yeah,
you've hit the 2 out of this time, huh? I don't see any. Don't see any complaining this time." Yeah, I'd love to talk to Fabian about that one to see where he was at in that hand in his mind, what he thought he could beat.
I mean, maybe it's like one of these sort of king, queen, king, jack, king of clubs.
They just don't feel pretty.
Yeah. I'm reaching.
Yeah.
I'm desperately just trying to find something to validate Fabian's decision to make the call. But you're right. Conversation with him at some point, if it becomes
Well,
if the turn had been, say, an 8,
okay.
now maybe you could think, oh, maybe he's got 10s or 9s with a club that could potentially turn to bluff on the river. Because the turn with the 10, it's like removes those
Right.
combinations. You know what I
Okay,
mean? Like
yeah.
maybe get stick. That's why I said I think the most obvious one would be jacks with the jack of clubs. Could potentially bluff, but that's going to 3-bet at some frequency, a pretty high frequency at that. I think.
I tend to agree.
Well, could be 9s with 9 of clubs. Maybe that's. what he thought the
Onwards we
situation
march. Ace-4 suited. Quas going to take it easy here. Lick his wound.
Mohamedov, newfound wealth. Must feel like a mountain of chips in front of him, that 3.5 million.
Sure.
Popo, here we go.
Hard 6, 1.3 million in front of him, and I can't imagine it's a hard decision, especially with Nurmagomedov having doubled.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that, Ali. Even more reason to risk busting. Obviously 5 blinds, any pair. Gonna find the middle. Oh, back him up. Looks interested.
All in installments, but still. Small blind king.
1,325,000.
Yeah, 5.5 blinds.
Okay. Huh? Okay.
Big blind, I think we're calling small blind. I'd rather see a fold. He does get a clock starting, obviously, from whence the bet's announced, Dolly. So it's not from the all-in; it's from when the count was given. Just checking in the stack behind.
4,300.
Nice fold. And Popo gets it through.
Now it's Nurmagomedov's turn to look over and be disappointed at the outcome.
Очень плохой.
Отвратительно. Там же могут быть 2 четверки.
A lot of Russian speakers here at this FT. James?
Yeah.
In between hands.
It's almost the second language in this room. Obviously, a lot of Russians, but a lot of nations in Central Asia either speak Russian or have languages that are similar or just through the history of Russia in the region.
Yeah, obviously, native tongue here, Turkish, but this is a room frequented by all manner of Russian-speaking
Yeah, English
nations.
English, Turkish, and Russian would be the 3 big languages in this room.
Quite a bit of Chinese being spoken as well.
Mm-hmm.
Ace-King for Gromov as he speaks 600 to play. Jack-10 suited, a tempter.
Well, it actually feels like Gromov's been missing for the last few hands. Our action man's just been watching.
He's action, but it's like controlled chaos. I don't even know if I can call it chaos. It's just sound and aggressive.
Fabian, terrible start this final table. Still 8 remain, and his chips have gone from one of the big stacks to now just 20 blinds, facing Gromov's open from +1.
Yurosov loves to see it, obviously.
Love this from Fabian, great fold. So tempting to play that hand. But understands now, quick adjustment. I'm now one of those 20 big blind stacks. Just don't want to play hands.
You know what's funny is in the same way in which I kind of touched on during the frame with Andrew that preceded you and I being here in the booth, the idea that people sometimes come in with this mentality, almost a sense of identity. I'm a short stack when they get to the table. Now, let's say you win a few pots, but you have it in your head that you're a short stack, and so you open pre-flop as a jam, let's say, and you forget, oh my goodness, I don't still have 10 blinds. This was 20 blinds that I put forward because I've chipped up a little bit. Conversely, you know, you can be guilty of thinking, as you know, Quas was the second biggest stack at the table coming in. I'm a big stack. Things haven't gone his way. And yet he could suddenly forget that. You know, I know it seems like how could that be possible? But it's just more of a psychological function, and then not make the adjustment that's needed to be made as he's whittled away down to 20 bigs, because it's a very different game he needs to play at this FT off of that depth.
Yeah, you're spot on, Ollie. You see that a lot both ways, as you mentioned. I think the more common one is you see someone is like in jam or fold mode for an hour, and they get the double up. Now they've got 18 blinds, and suddenly they jam a hand they've got no business jamming.
Right.
But they wouldn't have jammed if they'd had 25 blinds and folded down to 18.
Right.
Obviously, a lot of these players, super experienced, probably going to be less likely to fall for that, but it's certainly something you see a lot of in tournament poker.
Yeah.
And being able to pick up on that. If you see it in another player, recognizing that maybe, hey, maybe they're still in the big stack mode or short stack mode.
Sure. Which way do you think you see it more? Do you think you see it more from the short stack, forgetting that they've gotten deeper?
I think you see them kind of open jamming too many blinds. Musa just, I'll help you out here, Grandma. I'll be your assistant. You think sometimes the term chip bitch is used?
Nah. Keep a couple for yourself.
Yeah. 2 jacks. Musa. Obviously, open ace jack this seat last orbit. I wonder if he ever just wants to rip. Feels weird when we did open the last time we get to showdown with ace jack that now we'd find a jam. He does.
16 big blinds, and he is going to play it as a jam up front. Let's see if anybody wakes up with anything that might get them into trouble, or perhaps even leave Musa in trouble.
We saw him do this with queens before as well. So obviously going to, I assume Ray's calling the top of range. We did actually see him open kings earlier. So kings and aces going as open. Some of the big aces going as opens, and then just jamming probably jacks and ace king. I like it. Again,
yeah, queens as well.
Yeah, it's just a really ICM aware strategy. You don't want Gromov playing back at you.
And he says take it. Does Dimitri. Jacks declared and proven.
Jacks good.
Musa's got receipts.
Yeah.
You know how they tell you a glacier's melting, but it isn't until they show you photos across 10 years that you can see kind of the calving effects or the
They put
recession.
signs up sometimes. It's nice, you know. This is where it was.
Ah, right,
10 years ago, 10 years, yeah.
That's the pace at which I feel like things are melting here at this final table. You heard Musa say, I need action. Certainly. Kings didn't get any. Queens didn't get any.
He's happy as he is.
Jacks didn't get any.
He's happy. He's got more chips than he started the final with. There's one player out, and there's quite a few with shorter stacks than him now.
Had I asked you at the onset what you expected to see out of Yurosov at this final table, James, with the stacks obviously in different kind of order than they are at present, is this what you might have predicted? I mean,
yeah,
it hasn't really been reckless at all out of that camp.
But there's been some light opens, and look at this. He opens again, and Gromov with another candidate to potentially 3-bet with. He finally takes the less aggressive option. And this is nice because you do keep in a lot of stuff you beat. We saw last orbit, he opened with King 7 offsuit in this seat. If you've got King Jack, you definitely don't want that hand to fold.
Oh, wait a minute. Is this a squeeze play being contemplated by Musa with an ace-5? We know the suited variety has become an idea.
This would be spicy, because especially because Gromov's just shown a willingness to click it and potentially call it off.
Yeah.
So we can almost rule him out. But I think ace-5 offsuit is too big. I would actually rather a fold than this. I think Gromov calling from the small blind is a little scary. We could be dominated in one or both spots. With an ace-5 suited though, yeah, Ali, I'm with you. I might have advocated for a jam.
That's a very different proposition to ace-5 offsuit, which turns into a wheel draw on the 8-3 deuce board.
Yeah, and a nice looking flop for Eurosub. Obviously top pair. The big blind doesn't get to have a lot of the deuce or 3x because it's a three-way pot. Usually we give them some of that. And the small blind's just going to have some of the Broadway combos, some ace highs that doesn't want to 3-bet, get it in with against the big stack. So a theoretically nice position, and obviously a reality great position. Gromov looking back there to see if he had the king of spades. That may let him to continue for just 2 blinds. But I think it's tough with this combo to do that. Tell you what though, he doesn't mind tough Ali.
Oh man.
He just doesn't stop, Gromov.
Look at this check raise to 1.5 million, and I'll tell you what, it feels like some frequency we've got ourselves something that's got h7 offsuit in a bit of trouble.
Only the traps, right? And I just don't think Gromov's trapping, given the frequency with which he's attacked Eurosov both opens and his own 3-bets. Remember, he's cold 4-bet him and 3-bet him a couple of times. Is he really now going to suddenly trap aces?
And the baby sets wouldn't be there as flats pre-flop, or even if they were, they wouldn't necessarily check raise.
Well, we saw him play 4s as a 3-bet from that seat, so I don't think he's flooding deuces or 3s. He knows they don't play well as flats.
Eurosov has his suspicions about whether or not Gromov's got him beat, hence the call, and now a very dry turn.
Yeah, and Eurosov went for the really small c-bet as well, kind of inducing this kind of thing. I think he knows exactly what he's doing, knows he's got a live one, and Gromov giving him some rope.
By the way, I called the turn dry because, situationally speaking, we don't have concerns about the 4-5 being a foot in Gromov's hand.
Eurosov is the one who could have it, but yeah, Gromov just can't have it. And like this from Eurosov, just cautiously checking, but wow!
This
Gromov, you lucky, lucky boy.
Is unjust in Gromov. Checking once again. The spades do get there, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if the 8 was good and it wasn't a trap, now
watch
all of a
this
sudden...
face.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that was a...
Gromov, you bad, bad boy. When the table laughs, you know you've done something naughty.
Sure.
No, Musa.
Very early on in my poker career, there was a guy that played in the local rooms that I looked up to. He was a very winning player. And obviously the game has evolved tremendously in the 2 decades since. He muttered these words to me. And I know that it was a check raise and then he shut it down. But the notion that good things happen when you are betting was one that always sort of stuck with me, James. And so, you know, he hits the jack, but it is the product of the fact that he just took a little shot and then earned 2 free peels out of Eurosov.
Yeah.
15 minutes.
I hear you. You make your own luck in this game, in life.
If he were to have check called,
or just
that wouldn't have happened. Yeah, I mean, check folding is the obvious, you know, it doesn't happen.
But I would say Eurosov knew exactly what he was doing there. He had his man. He put such a tantalizingly small bet out. He knew Gromov just can't help himself. That's something to keep an eye on, Ali, as this final table goes on. How Eurosov approaches that situation, given that Gromov's behind him, doesn't get to play that many hands in position.
When we make bets tantalizingly small, though, James, in the interest of retaining a wide variety of hands, we accept that that is the outcome from time to time, as we see Nurmagomedov squaring off against the ace-3 suited here and out flopping after defending. Pair of 9s here. But what I was going to say is we also tempt the check raises. And so, you know, we got to be prepared.
Careful what you wish for.
Yep.
But I think what he's thinking is, Eurosov, like, can you have King Jack with a spade at least to check raise me on this board? Are you really just taking every combo of hand you peel from the small
It
blind?
was a bit barbaric. No doubt about it, as we see Muhammadov hanging in. Akimov does connect. Making the pair of threes. Barreling. $2.4 million back here. Muhammadov makes this call, and he's got to be concerned about whether or not that third and final barrel might make things a little bit too difficult for a pair of nines to find a showdown.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Pot up to 3.3. And Akimov does shut down, hoping maybe that the 10-Jack, 10-Queen, Queen-Jack sort of kit was what was afoot, although with the rainbow texture on the turn, a lack of any backdoor flush draw.
I think that was the concept of betting the turn, was to make those kind of hands fold and just deny equity. Once called, he kind of knows he's beat. And yeah, it can make the 9 fold, but is a king likely to do so?
Well, he can try to make the 9 fold. We never know whether or not he'll actually be able to accomplish that feat. As when we come back, the blinds will be creeping forward to 150 and 300,000, and that is going to be bad, bad news for Frederick Popot, who will be down to under 10 big blinds, 7 to be specific. As Dmitry Urasov enjoying the chip lead, just 50 big blinds deep at present. Ali and James back with you here inside the booth as this Gangster series is winding its way to an eventual champ, but we only lost 1 player during that frame.
We only lost 1 player. Really has bunched up down the bottom. With that pot, Nurmagomedov up to 4th in chips with 17 blinds. It's an incredibly complex final table where ICM is the only thing really taking place here.
This is perhaps the most technical sort of behavior that we've observed throughout this entire series right now. To be expected, of course, when we look at the operators out there.
Bar Gromov. Gromov's doing Gromov stuff.
Gromov's got a little rhyme and reason to him as well, but I hear what you're saying. The King-Jack was particularly spicy, of course. More seasoning will be delivered, no doubt, to this dish that we're cooking up in the form of a main event where $300,000 is going to await our eventual champion. James is going to check out. Andrew's going to check back in. We will step aside for about 10 minutes. When we come back, more action from right here at Merritt Crystal Cove. Stay close. Risk. Possible first casualty here at this main event final table. File $2.1 million in career tournament earnings. You say deuce.
I'm calling
Absolutely
it Ali.
delightful.
I'm going to put my neck on the line
Don't
saying
ride
he's
the
doubled
broom,
up.
James. Don't ride the broom.
Oh, no.
There, look what you've done. Gut shot wheel draw.
Bigger. Держать вес.
Calling for Anything bigger than a 4. And a 7 will do just fine as he can take his seat with aces up. And now more chips than he had coming into that pot. Akimabo spot.
But let someone else make the mistakes. I remember one in particular where I played a shootout final table. So obviously in a shootout, it's a single table satellite format. So basically the point is
you have to win your table to advance.
You have to win your table to advance. But when you reach the final table, basically everyone's got the same stack. So it's a super dicey ICM situation, right? Where there's no one short, but no one big stacked. And I managed to be the first or second player out of the final table, which is just a disaster.
Nice work, James.
Yeah, thanks.
The good news is you seem like you're over it.
I think it was like 2013, and yeah, it still hurts. Actually, I think, if I remember correctly, I'll have to look at the result.
Oh, what have we here?
Corbin just...
Small blind jam into Gromov.
Oh, hello.
Who's got an ace?
Can't fold an ace. Gromov going to get a count.
Corbin came into today as the chip leader, James, but things have not really gone his way.
No, he did get aces all in 3-way just for the final. To triple up to get to where he is now. That's how short he was.
Yeah.
Going to get looked up surely by Gromov.
Yes, there it is. And the Queen 8 is in trouble. Unlike the last all-in and the call, the covered stack this time does not have the lead, as Gromov looks to be the man to claim the first pelt.
A7, I push A7.
Philip now.
Well, this isn't a fair coin. If Corbin thinks it's a flip, and now that's not a fair flop. King 5-3. Down to 23%. Queen or an 8. That which is necessary to preserve this final day chip leader. Not present, however, and the GGs will be issued as our first.
Have your tea.
Not parsimonious or falsifiable. It feels like a...
Parsimonious? I wasn't expecting to hear that word today.
Neither was I. I dug deep into like, I think it was freshman year of college for that one. Last time it crossed my lips. It's unscientific is what I'm trying to get at.
Like almost kind of green. Foul now. 11 blinds, the button. You gulp and you jam.
As you stick with this color theory optimal business, James, I recognize that perhaps you've missed your calling in a more maritime manner because your commitment suggests you would be a ship captain that would never abandon his crew. You would just go down to the seafloor with the vessel. Noble.
It's the right thing to do, Ollie. Come from a nation of seafarers, and we've got those little boats around the world, different places.
And this little ace-10. Ooh, it's got itself
a
caller in Kwas. Yurosov out of there to the relief of Fabian. And Fal has 175 back. So we're not all in just yet. And on a King 10-8 board.
He's going to love it.
He stays in front.
Now, these are the weird spots. Here, Ollie. You may see... Okay, Foul's just bet.
But you thought he might check back?
There's actually some value. You know your opponent's never folding.
Okay.
But if you can check down, Kwas might allow you to stay in the tournament. You stay in there with 175,000 chips. You bar north at the table, someone might bust out. It's more of a thing. If Kwas was the big chip leader, I think it's more likely to happen.
Yeah.
In this case, I think he's actually right just to go for it. But say that was your...
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Merit Gangster Series main event final table live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort and Casino. Ali Najad in the booth, joined now by Andrew Headley. And I confess, Andrew, that when I took this gig, I thought I was going to be commentating on poker. But as it turns out, I am just traffic and weather together on the 10s. That is to say that I'm talking more about gridlock than anything else here with 8 remaining. And we've been just steady and static at that spot. Only 1 casualty during that first frame here at the FT. And I'm not sure what it's going to take to break this gridlock as the shorties keep bouncing off the low water mark with little doubles, but can't really break out. You know, save for, of course, the one person who has been largely a spectator and yet has worked their way into 4th and chips. That is Nurmagomedov.
That is quite the sort of war of attrition. Managed to keep himself in contention. All of a sudden finds himself in 4th.
Right.
Quite often the case, Ali, at these modern final tables, especially these sort of mid to low stacks, everybody aware of how bad it is, you know, to bust 9th, to bust 8th.
Sure.
So everyone plays pretty tight, pretty snug, and so it's going to take something to break the dam, so to speak.
$295,500 is going to go to the champ right now. However, $39,300 awaits the 8th place finisher with another $10K bump if you can work your way to the final 7. So obviously the ICM is largely responsible for what we're bearing witness to right now at this FT. Those that are no longer with us, well, they number in 1. The Frenchman, Frederic Popo, out of there in 9th, was it? Am I imagining things right now?
I think it might have been Corbin.
Yeah, forgive me. I looked up and I was like, wait a minute, that was a chip count situation. The bust out, of course, was Hadi Corbin, the Iranian. So it's been a long day. It's been a long series. Hopefully we'll be forgiven for that one right there. Popo being eulogized prematurely. Maybe a prophecy of sorts by yours truly, given that he sits with just 7 bigs right now.
In fairness, Ali, yes, 7 big blinds. Frederic gonna have to get busy. Commiserations to Hadi Corbin. Gonna be very disappointed, of course, came in as the start of day chip leader. Always heartbreaking to finish in 9th. Yeah, Popo, Musa, Fal, both in that very dangerous territory of 13 big blinds, excuse me, and below. Typically with these FTs, you will see this. You know, it's a real grind. Quick. Everyone's educated nowadays, knows not to play too aggressively, try and outlast the other short stacks. Normally when that happens, there is a tipping point, and then we get an explosion of action. Hopefully that's what we see here.
Yes, sir.
We start for you. This is 3 o'clock.
I was hearing on my break there, Gromov is the one who's maybe making some moves, Ali, like getting in the mix.
Yeah,
like
he's done the sort of deviating, I suppose, and been kind of the lone, dare I call it a bright spot in that respect, because, you know, we crave excitement, we crave action, we crave MPO. But everybody else has been, for the most part, very straightforward, very in line.
Yeah, Gromov strikes me as the type of guy. He's just going to go for it, Ali. We've seen it. We saw him pre-FT, min-raising a hand like 9-7 off 10 bigs. Like, this is a guy who's willing to bend the rules, if not break them completely. So we see Akimov here. Very openable. Ace-queen off.
And you haven't been around, but even though it hasn't been posturing and rather a function of just he's getting the hands to open with in this position, there is a lot of VPIP specifically under the gun out of that seat.
Okay.
And, you know, when these patterns emerge and are observed, sometimes players wonder whether or not it isn't that old school philosophy that it's the new button under the gun.
Well, Ali, you wanted action. Here you go, my friend.
Oh, this is violence.
It's a wrong blind.
Ace King.
Yeah, Nurmagomedov waking up in the small blind. Ace King, 17 big blinds. Interested here to see Akimov go for a large open, Ali. I mean, he is going to be feasibly going to be very tight when he opens. So he's decided that because of this, he's going to size up when he opens pots. The downside of this, of course, is when there are people with this sort of 13 to 20 big blind reshove stacks, you know, you end up giving them a pretty good price to reshove on you. And I think that the range is so tight, Ali, that it might be unnecessary to add that extra 200k pre, right?
Sure.
Like if this folds to Nurmagomedov and we've opened under the gun with ace-10, excuse me, if he has ace-10, I don't think he's going to shove this hand on you. So you end up maybe potentially setting fire to 200k here when he finds a hand that wants to 3-bet jam. And we're going to see Akimov, this spot is horrible,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
Ace-queen off. Against the range that Nurmagomedov is going to jam, I would argue ace-jack off, he's not going to shove this hand. You know, probably bottom of range is going to be something like 10s, ace-queen suited. That's just how tight you have to be with the stacks the way they are.
And if you find more hands that have you beat than hands that you beat, obviously the dissuasive realities do encourage this ace-queen offsuit to work its way out of your hands and
honestly,
out of trouble.
I don't want to say easy fold because, of course, that's kind of absurd. But if you start to take out a hand like king-queen off, king-queen suited, against a just under 3x under the gun open, they're not going to shove anymore on us, Ali. So I think we just have to let this go. Of course we can see the cards and it makes it easier, but Nurmagomedov, we know he plays very snug. Folded pocket 7s on the FT bubble in a spot where most players would jam. He's just going to be so tight here, Ali. I expect.
Did he flick?
No,
No, time bank, okay.
I expect Akimov to fold this hand. I've been wrong many times, but just this small blind reshove range, Ali, incredibly tight.
And, you know, Nurmagomedov has been largely inactive. You know, he hasn't been getting out of line.
Yeah, that's yet another reason, you know, to make a tight fold. And it's not that tight, in my opinion. When the small blind needs to have pocket 10s or ace-queen suited plus to shove on you, you're doing very badly against that range.
And you can see Akimov has concerns. Rightfully so.
He's going to fold, Ali.
Yeah, bravo, by the way. I think that is a fold that really helps to inform us with respect to Akimov's aptitude levels.
Absolutely.
Because it is an entirely different animal. You know, you can do many things en route to the FT, but once you get to the FT, there are so many adjustments that need to be made, and they need to be made in real time.
Yes.
Because the landscape shifts often. Very dynamic. Clutch needs to be pushed in, gears need to be changed, and eyes need to be kept open.
Yeah, this spot's sort of reminiscent of when you arrive on a river and you feel like your opponent has no bluffs. That's how I would equate a spot like this, where the range is so tiny that he's going to jam on you. Very nice fold, nonetheless. You know, when you're under the lights, under the pressure, thinking to yourself, wow, I've got a big hand. Correctly lets it go. As we see Gromov, our resident MPO master, wakes up with ace-king. Big hand, Ali, in the hijack.
700 to go at the 150-300 level. Nurmagomedov, ace-6, no meal made. Even though, you know, Gromov is one of these guys that we think maybe we can 3-bet him off of something when he's opening late, more so than just about anybody in the field right now. Akimov being tormented by a couple of 4s in the big blind.
This is really quite dicey. I think we can call, Ali. We are in this sort of 24 big blinds realm. I think we can literally set mine this hand.
Yeah.
And just try to ping a 4. It doesn't affect our chip position too much if we check fold flops. Does defend.
And the Queen 6 deuce board is basically one overcard to be worried about in terms of the Queen of Clubs for Akimov.
Yeah, so this spot right here is an exact feature of how final tables change everything. If this is for chips, if we're early in the tournament, we have 2 4s, likely to be good. We have a backdoor straight draw, which also means we're likely to be good to continue. And but Akimov does find it, so fair play to him. Finds the check call.
And his hand is still good, but it's out of position and facing a man who can find multiple barrels. And as played right now, Gromov knows that he can rep the queen, and the queen doesn't necessarily feel like it's part of the equation for Akimov. Check back from Gromov, who has just nut no pair as a 4, creates far more comfort for the Kazakh man.
Yeah, really quite interesting on the turn. You know, it's quite likely that Gromov presumes Akimov won't defend too many deuce X, Ali, too many 6X anymore pre-flop. So he is going to be centered around having a queen pretty often. So he decides to just give it up. Of course, we see that Akimov probably would have folded to that barrel with the pocket pair, but as played...
Wasn't going to be folded into the river, of course.
Absolutely not.
Did try to induce.
It seems like a pretty reasonable hand to give up, I think, from Gromov, when you think your opponent's range really is centered around that top pair.
I don't know. I feel like maybe I ask a little bit of a question, you know, just in case it isn't that top pair, and it is something like 2 4s, 5s, you know.
Yeah, any pocket pair they're likely going to have to fold. Akimov happy that he wasn't leveraged off it. River's a set. No more chips forthcoming. Final tables are so tricky, Ali. Musa here with 13 bigs has Popot behind him with 4 big blinds. So he's scheduled to bust within an orbit. Now, does that mean that we don't take this spot anymore? Because we can fold and make $10,000, right?
Right.
Within the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
You know, but then there's that temptation of like play to win
Of
or
course.
like leverage that Urasov could be very much exploiting that reality that you just spoke of, the 4 bigs, the schedule to bust, the blinds coming around.
Yeah. And absolutely, Urasov will be. You can imagine that he's going to be very wide here, and we see it. King 9 off, +1.
You know, it's a weird ball back in your court kind of spot if Musa were to choose to 3-bet, and I've seen that hot potato passed right back over as the war of kind of who's going to leverage ICM more. Sometimes the King 9 just comes with a savage 4-bet for no apparent reason other than to say, buddy, you're really out of line here. Do you really have it?
Yeah.
Because it needs to be it to warrant proceeding.
Yeah, basically Urasov asking the question there, do you want to finish 8th?
Yeah.
Basically saying, do you want to finish 8th?
Right.
Do you want to risk it? Do you want to come in 8th place? And just a feature of finals, this is how poker has sort of evolved. I think historically, before ICM destroyed everybody's minds and dreams, there, you would look at ace-10 suited and say,
yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah.
This guy's too wide. I'm all in. It really comes down to the individual, I think, Ali. Some players, I do believe, will think to themselves what you just said in your sentiments. I want to win this tournament.
Yeah.
I can reshuffle here, pick up 1.2 million. Put my stack up above 5 million, start to move upward. But also, $10,000 in real money likely about to go into your pocket if Pop-Up busts.
See, Urasov's question is, do you want to finish 8th? The 3-better's question is, do you really want to find out whether or not I'm out of line?
It's absolutely the case. Yeah, fascinating, because of course he knows Urasov is wide. So in theory, you could shove wider and get a lot of folds. Here we go, Pop-Up. I think this is it, Ali. 4 bigs. We have an ace. I think we have to take it every time. Doesn't feel nice. Yep. In it goes.
Shared sentiments.
I mean, you almost double up here if you get this through without showdown. That's how short he has gotten. Yeah. Fabian not going to love this, Ali, but he's going to have to call.
Asks for a count.
900K here, Ali, to win 1.95 million in the middle. Getting better than 2-1. He definitely has that with a hand like 9-6 of clubs. We can see he has better than that. Basically a coin flip.
1.2 million, yeah.
Fabian strikes me as the type of guy, Ali, who's just going to play to win here. Not going to lay this down. Could be wrong. Yep. Here it comes. Pop-Up Ali gets it in good to try and survive. Slim favorite.
Ace of clubs is a key card to be holding just in case Quas finds himself a flush prior to the river.
9% advantage for the Frenchman.
Oh, wow.
Well, a massive disadvantage now suddenly. The 10-8-7 board. And Popo is drawing dead to a win, and the chop is no longer available. Quas managing to flop a 10 high straight. What timing. Popot did all that he could.
When will you leave?
Yeah, sometimes, Ali, you need some help when you get this short. Couldn't find it. Outflopped by Quas. GG Frederick finishes in 8th place.
Bit of an awkward moment to exchange information, by the way, as you shower the gentleman, but doesn't appear that there's any hard feelings there. Poker just got played in a one-decision sort of manner, and it wasn't a bad decision, it was just a bad outcome for Frederic Popot, who will add the 8th place payout to his career earnings, $39,300, as everyone secures 49.3K from this point forward. Another 10K jump between 7th and 6th. As Fabian finally has his stack working in the right direction.
It's ready.
Yeah, it's been a rocky little spell for him, Ali. When I went for my break, he had all the chips. Must have run into some resistance and some unfortunate runouts, but that's a big, big pot for him. Back in the mix, as we see Musa kind of vindicated, Ali, for that ace-10 of hearts fold now. Right, ladders that 10K, now finds ace-queen of spades, big hand, moves in.
A lot easier proposition as the man opening the pot and having cleared that short stack.
Yeah, use WhatsApp. Yeah, I'll text you on WhatsApp when I get a chance. Yeah, good meeting you, Chocha. How much?
3.875.
It's okay, it's okay.
Gonna get this one done.
Yeah. Musa really, I mean, every time he's had a big hand, and he's had kings, queens, jacks, ace, kings, he's open jammed almost exclusively, I want to say, and he's never found a caller.
Okay.
Which is fairly improbable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Musa, from what we've seen, been very competent, mostly on the tight, aggressive side. If he plays a pot, plays it to the end. And it's served him very well so far, down to the final 7 here of the main. And it's this little dance, the hokey-cokey, alley between the short stacks. Who's going to bust first? Who is going to blink first? Can certainly be a part of that. Looks like we have 3 stacks, sub 20 bigs still. Akimov, ace king, ace queen, excuse me, in the hijack.
You know, he opened and then folded an ace queen to a small blind 3-bet from Nurmagomedov earlier on, and he was up against ace king. Here he is as a dominant ace against Yurosov's small.
Now this spot, Ali, at these finals, Yurosov thinking to himself, if I 3-bet, can Akimov stand the heat? There are 3 stacks shorter than Akimov, and this is a spot where the big stacks can put a whole ton of pressure on, and I'm not shocked to see it. Yurosov, super accomplished, and Akimov here. It's just going to put him under pressure, Ali, make him find an all-in. You know, Yurosov just showing his chops here, showing the experience, recognizing he holds the ace of diamonds. Can put so much pressure on Akimov, who's around about 4th in chips, I believe. But conversely, Ali, Akimov has to recognize that Yurosov's going to go for him here pretty often and pretty wide. As this pot progresses, we're going to get an illustration. You said yourself, do you want to win the tournament? These are the spots. If we can muster the 4-bet shove here, we pick up the 2 million 3-bet, the 600 that we've already put out there, the blinds and antes, that's 3.2 million that you can just take here.
And it's such a different proposition than the one earlier.
Much different.
You know, in terms of, we don't have Popot's tiny stack out there for the ICM pressure. It is Yurosov who is 3-betting off of the big stack where we expect friskiness, and as such, it all comes together to lead to a 4-bet. And you bear witness to just how certain nuances, certain changes in terms of the table dynamics can lead one ace-queen to find the bin in the face of the 3-bet and the other to find a 4-bet.
Yeah, brilliant to see Akimov recognizing here that Yurosov's going to be so out of line, Ali. And if he does have a big hand and we run into it, you know, for example, Yurosov has kings here. We're still 33%, right? We can get there and feasibly win a massive pot still, right? And go into the tournament chip lead. Well played, Akimov, you know, not shying away there from monsters under the bed, that type of spot.
Yeah.
Ace-queen too big against Yurosov. Finds the jam, well played.
And it's a big pickup for him, too.
Huge. That basically puts him right joint second now, that 3 million boost. Not to be underestimated, though. I think some people would fold. You know, just be like, ah, I don't want to run into it. There's people shorter. He's playing to win.
Pocket sevens for Quas.
Ooh, potential.
Yeah, the min-raise open now.
Very much potential for a clash here, Ali.
Getting chewed on by Musa.
Here we go. Ships it pretty quickly.
Count requested.
These spots are really fascinating. You know, for chips, Ali, we've already called. Pocket sevens, 14 big blind reshove, we're already in. We've already snapped, I promise you. Chip EV, boom, in we go. At a final table against a tight opponent. He quickly 3-bet shoves. These sevens start to look very ugly in our hand. Like, best case scenario here, very likely, is we're flipping. I promise you Fabian is hating this. And what do you do? So interesting how final table dynamics change the way we're going to proceed. This is going to be a time bank spot. Poker is tough.
At times.
Doesn't get any easier.
If there's anybody who's up to the challenge,
go,
though,
Ali.
it is Quas.
There you go.
So successful prior to that retirement, coming back and now showing us why he's among best in class.
Yeah, sevens go into the muck, and I can understand it for sure. I think particularly against Musa, right? You referenced it yourself. He's very much on the tight side, right? Like Musa, like is Musa shoving fives here? I don't think so.
No.
Right? And if he's just shoving hands like 8s, 9s, 10s, and the big overcards, sevens aren't doing too good.
Lucky.
Very frustrating, though, to have to raise fold sevens.
Oh, yeah.
Painful.
Pocket sixes for Akimov.
Yeah, look at this. Feeling it. You know, we've said this many times, Ali. At final tables especially, mid to low pairs don't fare too well. But Akimov, now that he has a little more ammunition behind him, feels like he can still open. Really puts Fal in a horrid spot now. King Jack of Spades likely would have been an open shove for Fal. Under the gun is opening now. I have the whole table behind me. I think you just have to fold, Ali.
Let's see whether or not he agrees. Obviously, the lure is real, but so is the prospects of just ending up in a bad spot. When we play these as a flat call, we tend to induce squeezes behind. If we play them as a 3-bet, there are real risks.
See the pain. When you're this short, horrible to have to lay this hand down. Would have loved to shove it himself.
So out of the way he goes, and note the dominant king surfacing in the cutoff for Yurosov. Did get himself in a little trouble, trying to get after the ace-queen.
Yeah, this is really interesting. And he's going to go for it again.
Yep. Same character that he's targeting.
Yeah.
And it could be a product of just that V-pip, Andrew, where he's going, look, buddy, I know that you're opening a little too frequently for my taste.
A little wider now. Yeah, I mean, it's just Yurosov is so experienced. He just uses the relevant blockers also, Ali. King and a queen in your hand, blocking those ace-kings, blocking those ace-queens, and the big pocket pairs that could 4-bet shove on us. We saw him use the ace last time. And Akimov, again, he's still in this chip position, Ali, where if he shoves now, it's a disaster if you get called and you bust. And Yurosov, not to be deterred, goes for it again. This spot's a lot different, I think. The ace-queen was a very clear 4-bet shove. Pocket sixes here just, I think he feels like a fold to me pre-flop. You're going to be out of position. Do you really want to play an inflated pot here against the one guy or one of the two guys that can bust you? Wow, he's reaching, Ali.
Surely he isn't thinking about anything.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
For a second, I was holding my breath there thinking, are 2 6s going to be the ones? But, of course, even against Yurosov, there does need to be some respect shown.
Yeah. Again, these final table dynamics, even if you suspect you're being robbed,
yeah, sure,
you just have to take it. It's just part of the dance.
Yeah, flat was never an option, so
no.
What are we then left with? Quick peek at the chip counts. After that exchange there, we see Yurosov just 10 big blinds ahead of Dmitry Gromov. Akimov just one big remove from that as the top 3 have some breathing room against Nurmuhamedov, Kwas, Musa, Fal. All in the back half of this now final 7. Pay jump isn't going to broaden until we get down to 6, and then you can see an extra 5K going to be added.
Fascinating trends developing as we see Foul under the gun. Very likely to be the next train to leave this station, so to speak, Ali, in terms of going all in. It's going to be sub 10 bigs once the blinds go through him.
Ace-deuce offsuit. Being employed by Yurosov in an ace-jack offsuit behind him for Gromov. He is the guy most inclined, I think, to take the higher variance lines on this occasion. He does play it as a flat.
Gromov not scared here. He has the best seat, I would venture. You know, has position on Yurosov. Yurosov's the guy who's just not going to miss a spot. So any ace here, good for an open for sure. Blocking continues. So he's going to open it. Gromov here does get to call with ace-jack.
For who?
And, you know, although Yurosov will be active pre, it's not like he just gets to blast off on every single board, Ali.
Shadi.
King 8-4, Rainbow, Perilous are both players.
The thing that interests me most here is as Yurosov slows down, against most players, you're wary that they have a very strong range here when they call. But Gromov, we've seen before.
That's a great point.
He is so tricky and slippy that he might be wider than most.
Does check back and is rewarded with a jack on the turn. Not one that he needed per se, but obviously it is very welcome.
Yeah, turns a jack. I really like this from Gromov. You have to pot control, Ali. It's not like you can go ahead and start lumping money in here with a jack. Yurosov has one of those combos that was just happy to give up here, right? Ace-deuce off, 2 Broadway cards on there that Gromov's going to connect with pretty well. It's going to be hard to dislodge a hand like 10s on the flop, just gives up. Now actually does river the smallest piece of showdown. You can beat a hand like ace-queen, ace-10 suited. Gromov's going to have them. But Gromov's going to go for value now, content that his jack is good. Very difficult to argue with this line, really like it. Yurosov knows here, Ali, what bluffs can Gromov have here that haven't already bet, right? A hand like 9-10 suited or Queen 10 suited, if it was somehow in there, probably bets the turn or probably bets the flop.
The weird thing is that Gromov putting that barrel out there, it does feel like thin value.
Sure.
And if it is thin value, do we maybe disregard whatever it is that we have in front of us in terms of cards and just say, I don't know that you're ready to make a call. If I check raise here, the backdoor hearts did show up. I don't know that they would be played as a check raise that often, but on balance, you could really put Gromov into a blender.
You could. I promise you that if Yurosov had the correct type of combo to go for it,
that's
like
just
if he has the ace of hearts or something, then there's certainly potentially would. But there's an argument there, Ali. You could take it to the Adamo school of thought of you're capped.
Right.
I'm all in.
Right.
Do you want to call off here? But yeah,
you know, it's interesting because Adamo really rode that specific, you know, technical philosophy to great glory. But eventually, players sort of caught on that when you're out here doing this, you're doing it more as a function of your perception of my range and not anything to do with your two cards. And that is going to catch up with you. And sure enough, Adamo's successes have thinned out a bit.
Slowed up a little. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Adamo's the type of guy that you just eventually start closing your eyes and press and call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, is it uncomfortable, though.
It sucks.
Eyes all wide open here at this Gangster Series main event final table. Ali Nejad alongside Andrew Headley. And all of you out there streaming us on the Merit Poker YouTube page, click like, click subscribe, click it up. King 8 suited. Yurosov increasing his activity levels. Now Gromov with the suited wheel.
Yeah, I think this one, Ali, +1 against UTG. Now, this is out of line, but this is why we love him. You know what? Say it's out of line. If you know your opponent is this wide, I like 3-bet here a lot more than I would like call. Gromov deciding, I'm just going to play my range that enters the pot here as a 3-bet. And look at the timing, Ali. Perfect once again from Gromov. Yurosov, you know, being told by Gromov, I'm not going to let you just run this final table over. Tell you something, Ali, the hand is not necessarily over. Is the type of hand that you could get real gangster and 4-bet. I don't expect it too often, but Yurosov knows Gromov is capable. But
yeah, I mean, at some point, a lot of times you grow tired of the peskiness of a guy to your left, that gnat, that flea of sorts that won't leave you alone.
Thorn in the side stuff. Yeah, I mean, Yurosov, he's just not going to use King 8 suited.
No. Nice timing there from Gromov, by the way, as he has been the man most inclined to tussle with the big chip leader.
This is going to be fun, him having position on Yurosov. Yurosov trying to force the action somewhat. None of the opens from Yurosov unreasonable, of course. Using those blockers. Yeah, Gromov here to play. Speaking of being here to play, Val being so patient. Finally finds it, Ali. Queens on the button and 8 big blinds.
$2 million, leaving 425K back. See that small blind kit. Not interested.
Yeah.
Same story for Yurosov, and that'll be just fine with Val, I think.
Yeah, not quite strong enough for Fabian there. Ace-4 off. Even against 8 big blinds with the ICM considerations, can't put it in. Yeah, timely pickup for Val. Sure, he wouldn't have minded getting called there, Ali, but at the same time, you are picking up 750k without going to showdown.
Every little bit counts. Forgive the obvious, but with stratospheric blinds such as these, it is easy to kind of miss some opportunities, to pick up little pots, and a lack of fight in that regards means that the little pots that do get picked up contain your chips more often than not. In terms of your blind and ante money being stepped away from.
Here we go. He's going to get to go back to back. Just in time, was down to 2.4 million before the last hand. Goes for the old half stack affair, Ali. Just in case two people get it all in behind, we could potentially make a fold and still spin. This is it. Good luck, gentlemen. Sets him in.
Yep.
Big flip, Ali, in the context of this FT.
Yeah. Foul never intended to open and then get away from anything. It would speak up behind him as it's 2 overs against the pair. 6.8 million chip pot. Nikolai Fall at risk, and boy, he stays that way on a 9-3 deuce board. Couple of diamonds. Oh. And a big, beautiful ace of hearts for Fall on this turn, but he's not making any motions until it's official. Now, back into his seat. A seat that's going to have twice as many chips and change.
What a turn for Fall, Ali. 2 cards from elimination. And all of a sudden, we've gone from 2.4 million to 6.8 within 2 hands. And just like that, back in the fight. A not inconsiderable blow there. Something to note to Gromov. You know, he was finding momentum, Ali. He won those pots from Urasov. If he holds here, he's up at 16 million or so.
Sure.
Now down to 8. Quite the difference to how he's going to approach things as we move forward. What a turn for Fall. Huge.
So we battle on. 7-handed, courtesy of a fortunate turn for Nikolai Fall. One that allows him to haul in Gromov bucks, which have been elusive, to say the least.
Yeah, look at this, Ali.
Jack 10 offsuit for Akimov. This, to me, is the most liberal of pre-flop behavior that we've seen out of his camp.
This is typically pretty out of line for an FT. But by the same token, you know, he is using blockers of sorts. This is a little light. But it kind of shows me that he also is trying to start building momentum, go for the win. We saw him open 6s, not a typical hand to open at an FT with his chip position. Now seeing him open Jack 10. So he's showing that willingness to get in there. You know, saying to Gromov, to Urasov, hold on a moment, I'm still here, you know?
Yeah.
Like, he's not just going to allow himself to dwindle. It's going to take spots to open pots where he can.
You know, the sentiment for me is always when it's pre-flop, the guy to my right acts, and then the guy to my left acts as well. And I'm like, boys, what am I, an empty chair? I'm here too.
Absolutely.
Okay, look at me.
Yeah.
I demand some acknowledgement. By the way, I fold as well.
Yeah, also important to note that when Urasov and Gromov aren't in pots, like if they've already folded, these are the best spots for Akimov to open. Because he's opening into all the other short stacks, right? Who are very unlikely to want to tangle without a real hand.
King Jack as the newly minted 6 million plus for Fall goes to work. An ace 5 into the bin. An ace deuce alongside it. And a dominated king also folding.
Yeah, and Fall now finding a little bit of momentum.
Yeah. It happens quick, the spin-ups and
really
the
does.
spin downs.
Yeah, you referenced it, Ali. If you find a double, you know, there's 750K in there to take every pot. If you win 2 or 3 uncontested, all of a sudden, you know, you can be up there with the 10 million chips.
Yes, you can.
I like to see this. Akimov and Foul both showing. Hold on, boys. You can't have all the fun. We want this title too. Round to the most creative player at the table.
Yeah, he's troublemaking in the cutoff here with this Queen 7 offsuit. He had that look on his face, didn't he? 800, the sizing.
Yeah, I referenced this earlier, where Under the Gun opened to 800K and was forced to fold ace queen. Gromov going for the same. Potentially sizing up here because Akimov has a good amount of chips now. Wants to disincentivize the peel. We can see no disincentivizing required. 9 deuce off into the bin. Yeah, I feel like Gromov been one of the most fun players to watch all week. You never quite know, Ali, what this man's going to do.
I love the unpredictability. Obviously, it's a self-indulgent affection that I harbor, but it just makes for interesting spots. That's what we crave here. Things that make you go, things that aren't so straightforward.
Yeah.
Pretty one for Yarosov. Yurosov, rather. Sorry. Get my vowels mixed up. Gromov A7 suited.
These two, man. These two. This is the dynamic.
And note just how close they are now. Yurosov, once upon a time, that kind of lone man at the mountaintop. Now he's got company at the summit.
I promise you, Yurosov inwardly, as Gromov continues to pick away at him, is thinking, get off my back.
Yeah,
like
wet
he's
blanket.
feeling it. He is feeling that. Oh, not anymore.
A6-5, all spades, and Yurosov's got himself the flush up against top pair. This is going to cost Gromov, but just how much is TBD? Yurosov playing it as a check.
Now, the interesting thing here is Gromov is incentivized to pot control here, Ali. We don't want to play a big pot here. We have top pair, but playing a big one here would be disastrous. Yurosov does flop a flush. And he also, right, is supposed to pot control quite often. It's very interesting where both players in both seats are supposed to play their hand, you know, their range, that being said, pretty carefully on a monotone flush board. Yurosov now going for value, as we would expect. This is big trouble for Gromov, like likely to lose a river bet here.
Yeah, suddenly he no longer has any issues in terms of a kicker, courtesy of that 6 pairing on the back end of the king.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the worst rivers in the deck for Gromov. Now chops with ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-10 that Yurosov can check flop and bet turn with. This is going to be a big test.
$2.8 million. That is the figure that Yurosov pursues on this river.
Can't underestimate this, Ali. This is a pivotal moment in this final table. If we call and we're wrong here, we're going to be down to 6.4 million. It's going to be in there with the rest of the short stacks, but we now chop with every ace. Yurosov can have some bluffs, right? A hand like Queen 10, Queen Jack with a spade could feasibly play their hand this way as a bluff. You know, targeting a king to fold, can't get away from it. Makes the call and gonna get the very bad news. Huge swing at this FT.
Yurosov sensing that order has been restored as that dominant chip stack that eroded and narrowed the gap between himself and Gromov begins to resurface.
Real tough spot, Ali, once you're in there. You know, once you're in their post, You've underrepresented your ace by checking the flop. Yurosov now might feel obligated to go for it on this run out. But he's mostly targeting a king to fold, Yurosov, right? He doesn't expect Gromov to fold an ace. So would he underbluff because of that? Potentially. But hard to be too critical of Gromov there. Very, very difficult spot to get away from on the river.
Gromov will sit this one out. King 10 off for Musa. He 2 folds, and now pocket sevens. Nurmagomedov.
What dealer change on
does stick his head above the parapet. You'd referenced that he'd been one of the tightest players. But he is opening into Fabian, who is another one of the short stacks. I wonder if we should ever open shove sevens here. Ooh. It's real dicey. Like, you don't really want to ever do it. But with ICM going on, I really don't know. It's super tricky.
Is it going to make a difference in terms of this ace-8 suited's willingness to play the pot?
Sure. Like, if Nurmagomedov open shoves, Fabian has to fold, for sure.
But now, here, against a standard open.
And now he gets to defend.
And out flop. Ace 10-3, Kwas in the lead by a wide margin as the sevens look up at 2 overs.
And he's going pretty big here.
Doesn't want to muck about.
Yeah, this is quite large. You know, at final tables, typically, if we see a texture alley and we're going to use a large bet in normal poker, when we get to a final table, you typically downsize your sizings. For example, here, Fabian, he's not going to defend a hand like 10-7 offsuit and stuff pre-flop, right? So really here, we're targeting trying to get a 10 to fold. And you can just bet smaller than this, I believe, on the flop. Like, Fabian not going to fold a hand like a flush draw, not going to fold an ace. And all of a sudden now, we've inflated this pot.
Mm-hmm.
Does have the 7 of diamonds, Ali. Card to take note of.
But perhaps something that would encourage him at this point, given this board texture, to check back as we see him do.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we got to just take a free one here. I hope our opponent has a hand like a mediocre ace and that we can realize some equity. You know, instead of a flush, of course, Fabian can have some of those too. Interesting decision for him. It feels like his hand is too thin to go for value. Decides to check it over. And Nurmagomedov knows his hand's no good, Ali, right? He knows he's either against a 10 or an ace, likely at this point. Waves the white flag. Fabian Kwas, big pickup. Really is tricky and dicey. These 17 bigs to start the hand, very tough.
I mean, especially because it's the difference between getting yourself up and above 20 big blinds if you're able to pick up the pot and then kind of working your way down toward that precarious 10 big blind territory. So the implications are so great.
Yeah, you've absolutely nailed it. And honestly, that spot, can we open shove pre? Is it too many blinds? Maybe. I'm honestly not even completely sure about that spot. You get these tricky ones come up. Like, you don't want the big blind to defend, right? You have sevens. You don't really want to raise fold sevens either to action behind. So do we treat it as, okay, I'm just going to jam, and if they find it, I'm unlucky? I think potentially open shove could be best there. Not too sure about it, though. Very dicey spot. You called it, Ali, now. You know, if we shove there, we have over 20. Now we have 12.
Right.
It's tough, though. At some spots, you know, even experienced players, I'm pretty experienced. I'm not entirely sure what's best to do in that spot pre.
And I think it's largely a function of the fact that there are so many variables that are being taken into consideration.
How many reds do you have? Could you stack them countable, or?
I think the fact that there are 3 or 4 stacks, everyone's basically the same stack. Right? You have Fal with around about 6.5 mil. You have Nurmagomedov there who had 6 mil to start the hand. Musa is pretty short, 5.5 mil. Like, can we just fold sevens? It feels a little tight, but with the way the stacks are distributed, tough one.
Around, and Jack 8 suited under normal circumstances might have been one that would tempt Kwas's chips forward, but mindful of Yurosov to his left, not to mention Gromov in the big, who's on the sticky side. He just takes the pass and allows Yurosov to jam, and 8-6 offsuit. Never a candidate.
Yeah, that lost pop from Gromov. Very much a huge moment at this final. Now he is in that team of soldiers, Ali, with 20 bigs or less. Yurosov there able to just jam for 20. Knows Gromov can't really call off correctly even. Might even have to fold a hand like ace-9 or something there with the way the chips are distributed.
You know, he is the guy that I think laments the ICM more than anybody else because he knows it. You can tell he understands it. But he's like, oh, I don't want these shackles. I don't want these cuffs. Get them off me.
I mean, he doesn't shy away, though, right?
Well, but I think he's also not just, reckless, abandoned kind of character. When he does make the decision to deviate, he's doing so with some insights. He's doing so with some understandings and some accepted risks in terms of the higher variance.
I agree. See him now in the small. He does have Musa on his left, one of the tighter sort of players. 6-7 off though. He's gonna limp. Musa, one of the ugliest hands in Hold'em. 5-deuce off, checks it back. 7 high still best.
Now a pair to go with the gutter.
And he's going to go for a little equity denier. Could potentially check this hand. Your hand can just be good. Unlikely an 8 or a 10 ever folds. But decides just going to put a small bet in.
He likes betting, Andrew.
He does like betting.
He likes reaching down, touching chips, and then making sure that they don't get any atrophy. This is... So let's stretch out, boys. Let's go for a little run.
Tell you something, if chips had muscles, Gromov's would not be wasting away.
The fitness levels on Gromov's stack would be unrivaled.
Yeah, it'd be that of an explosive short distance runner, I would venture. Akimov now, ace-jack. Certainly a candidate to open, blocking some of the strong hands. Of course, comes in for the min. You can see Ali Yurosov just permanently trying to find ways to pressure his opponents. Wants to get in there with Queen-9 of clubs. Decides to let this one go. Akimov being under the gun, should get respect. Shouldn't be opening too many hands with his chip stack. As Nurmagomedov with a decision. Decides to defend Ali.
Yeah. Speculative. And that's the board texture that really makes it simple for these 2 5s to find the bin. Akimov all over it in terms of top pair, top kicker. Lacks a spade, and the coordinated nature of the board will lead him to check back a good bit of the time.
Yeah, I think interestingly here, with the stack depth specifically, I think he's just going to bet call this one off. If Nurmagomedov had something like 10 million himself, Ali, be more inclined to tread with caution, right?
Okay.
Whereas he's going to have so many pair and straight draw type hands, Nurmagomedov, that Akimov just decides, all right, he only has 2.8 million behind. My ace-jack's going to be good most of the time.
Yeah, his depth kind of dwindling to that point was a bit of an oversight on my part when speculating as to whether or not the passive line would be invoked.
You were along the right lines. Definitely a wet texture that we're going to check a lot.
Yeah.
But once our opponent has 9 bigs, I think we just decide, all right, I'm going to bet call. And if you flopped it with queen 10, if you have 8-9 suited and 2 pair, then so be it. But, you know, there's so many bad cards on the turn that we just want to deny equity. Foul here. Ace-6 of spades. Let's have the relevant ace blocker. Again, a function of where he is in the chip counts. Doesn't want to step out of line. Very understandable to fold. He has Musa behind him, and here he is on 12 blinds.
With a queen 9 suited. I mean, this rates to be better than that which has been blindly distributed to his left.
Here it comes.
And he recognizes the opportunity before him, jams the 3.7 and runs into a couple of jacks.
Wow. Musa deciding to jam Ali with the short stack in the small blind. Perhaps thinking to himself, if I can get it through him, then I'm often going to get this one through. But he has run into a big hand.
Well, the only good news is that he's got Nurma covered.
Yeah, I mean, Akimov just taking his time here. Can't see him ever calling here,
No.
of course, against an all-in and call.
3.7.
Here we go.
So out of the way is Akimov, and in the way is Nurmagomedov. In terms of Musa's desires to just pick up blind and ante money.
Good essay.
And if he can't find a queen, some clubs, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. Gut shot, straight draw against this top set. Oh, forgive me. It's a 9, not an 8 on the board. So second pair, which is really unhelpful. And how about quads to ice this one?
Of all the runouts, he could choose Ali.
Yeah.
With his tournament life on the line and 300k up top.
That one will work. Basil Musa is going to be left with vapors.
Yeah. Really tough spot that, you know, Ali. Queen 9 suited, of course, for chips. In we go, right?
You know what's wild? Not to cut you off, but...
No problem.
He got in with jacks, queens, kings, ace, king, never found any action. Then all of a sudden, when he's got queen 9 suited, in they come with 2 jacks behind him. It doesn't feel right.
Yeah, isn't that just the way of it? And you got to tip your cap to Nurmagomedov. You said it yourself. He has been grinding the literal life out of that chip stack.
Oh, yeah.
He is a survivor. Yeah, just something I was going to touch on. Queen 9 of clubs there on the button. Of course, for chips, right, we're going to put it in 12 blinds. But there is something that me and Demps were talking about earlier this week. I'll come back to it once more. Because Musa all in. Ace, queen of spades.
Didn't have to wait long to find an excuse to get the remains forward.
Yeah.
Will there be anybody giving him a spin behind, though? So far, no.
Yeah, it feels as if Foul is going to have to call basically any 2 here if Akimov gets out of the way. Unless Akimov, look at this.
Oh.
I think he's thinking about trying to eliminate Musa, right? Thinking
right,
that
but
if I call,
exactly,
Foul can call.
Trying to say, hey, buddy, come with me. Let's get this work done.
Yeah. But he hasn't got what he wanted, and all of a sudden, Musa in a very unlikely spot. Look at his face.
Yeah.
Sees the 9-5 of diamonds and thinks, wow, you couldn't lay that one down, buddy?
It feels personal, doesn't it, when they have the 9-5 of diamonds? You're like, did I say something earlier that's got you wanting
really
to paint
does.
a target on my back? Ace King 7 will be just fine by Musa, although that 7 of diamonds could be a concern. No longer, though, as the 10 rolls off and 1 pair of inadequate ranking
Yeah, fouling the big blind there, actually. Probably thanking the small blind for calling for him.
Right.
He would have had to call with 7-5 off.
Yeah.
2 big blinds more.
Did him a favor.
Saved some 600K. And Musa, new life. I will try one final time to discuss the Queen 9 spot. And if somebody gets dealt something, Ali, I'm consigning it to the history books. You know, when we have the Queen 9 of clubs, I was just intrigued whether he would potentially let it go. The fact that the small blind is going to be all in so often there. And the big stack behind Akimov, when he folds and the small blind shoves and the big blind calls, you know, we call this collision effect in poker, where, you know, we just have queen high. We can fold, small blind can jam, big blind can call and knock him out. I can ladder 10,000. Just something to have considered. But, but it's hard to fault him, of course. Queen 9 of clubs figures to get through with a shove enough at the time. He's still in the hunt. Finds the double.
Medium ace there, getting out of the way in the face of this Gromov open. No takers.
Gromov just fun to watch, right? Just like a fun guy to have on a final.
Well, it depends. It's more fun for us here in the booth than it is for people out there who have to contend with him.
Yeah.
But well, certainly get your neurons firing out there.
Yeah, I know Yurasov was delighted to win that big one with the flush against the top pair of Gromov, just to kind of neuter him a little, right? As if to say, you're being a real pain. But he's still back on the rebuild, and here he comes again. King Queen.
Up we go.
We continue to release the tournament. Blinds 200, 500, and the 500. Dealers shuffle up and zero.
Ace-8 suited, by the way, for Quas. I believe it was just not wanting to get involved.
Just not enough hand alley against under the gun, even against someone as loose as Gromov. Fabian understands the way that ranges interact, especially on final tables. It's very uncomfortable, but sometimes you just have to make tight laydowns. You know, it's very non-natural. Sometimes has to be done. Musa out of the way. Rounton or Nurmagomedov also folds. I feel like I'm flourishing with the surname pronunciations as I go through the week.
Just right here on the last day, finally
come on.
Nailed it.
Whoa,
no, come on. I'm giving you credit where credit is due. And you're going to be back here in January with the rest of us as the Western Series has been announced. I'll be the first to follow up on this successful Gangster series.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, I must say. I've enjoyed my time. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Queen Jack offsuit unwilling to open for Quas as well, so perhaps a bit of a gear shift for him. Looking up at Gromov's big blind and thinking, this is a guy I've identified
you don't want to go for
as
him.
Problematic.
Honestly, all these guys, it's not as much fun for us, right, in the booth, but they're all so well versed. Fabian recognizes that Musa's about to be in the big blind alley. Musa has 8 big blinds. He's about to lose 2.5 bigs.
Right.
I want him out. I'm going to wait. You know, I'm going to move up $10,000, $15,000 in prize money. So yeah, Queen Jack into the bin. I miss the days where people just looked at their hand and were like, yeah, you know,
let's
Queen
go.
Jack, I'm in, like, let's go.
The Leroy Jenkins days back then. I'm not sure whether or not you're familiar with that famous YouTube clip. Everybody standing around in a massive multiplayer online game, having a virtual meetup to discuss probabilities and tactics and strategies as they go into the end boss arena to do battle. And one particular chap that had his fill of all the analysis and just plowed his way right in, and everyone was looking around going, well, I guess we got to follow suit. Everyone died promptly. And he was rather unapologetic about it.
And that was Leroy Jenkins.
That was Leroy Jenkins, my friend. Look it up on YouTube, by the way, as we see the ace-queen.
I will take a look.
File.
Again, we just had another illustration. While we were talking about Leroy, Fabian had to fold king 10 of diamonds, waiting for Musa to bust. As we see him there, Ali. 5 big blinds only for Basil Musa. Really in trouble. Gonna have to get it all in within this orbit. 6th place, Fabian Quas. In this very interesting bracket of big blinds, you know, 2nd place has 25 bigs here. Gromov, Fal, Nurmagomedov, Quas, they're all in this almost deadlock situation that you discussed earlier. Fascinating stuff.
Just that 5 big blinds out there is such a nuisance to their stacks because they need to be respectful, for lack of a better word to call it, of its presence. Granted, it's just 5 big blinds, but it's the difference between, you know, this current on-tap payout and 10K. And let's face it, 3 buy-ins. We would love to lock that up.
See Akimov here. Now, blinds have gone up, Ali, and this is going to put the cat among the proverbial pigeons. You know, now, all of a sudden, with this blind increase, all of those stacks under even more pressure than they were a moment ago. It feels like after this level, there's just going to be an explosion of action, and everyone's just going to be forced to start getting it in wider. Zakimov takes this one down pre.
And each of these opens looks magnified at present, and it has everything to do with the 5 big blind stack out there. You just need to be so sound, so strong, if you're going to be willing to stick your neck out.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, this final table is set up for Yurosov currently.
Oh, gosh,
right, he has the chip lead. He can pick up 1 million per steal, right? And whilst Musa is at the table, you can be sure that whenever it falls to Yurosov, if he has a relevant blocker of any strength, he's going to open the pot. Didn't get to see what he laid down, but you can imagine it would be very dusty. And here is one of those blockers, the Ace of Hearts. Like, Gromov's just really aware here, Ali, right? This hand, it's not strong. But
no, but the setup is strong.
Nobody can do anything against this, right? Certainly, Nurmagomedov has to play incredibly honestly with Musa down to 4 bigs.
Yeah, the truth serum is afoot.
It's true. Excuse the pun. This would be spice. But it seems unlikely.
Yeah, again, we point to the circumstances.
Yeah.
To bust out before a stack that shallow requires either just an incredible, inescapable cooler or irresponsibility.
It's honestly almost a dereliction of duty in modern poker.
Love that.
Yeah. It's very annoying when everyone's this good, though. I want to see nonsense. I want to see fireworks. People just saying, I don't care.
Oh, yeah.
Keep your 10 grand.
The YOLO
I'll
crew.
be back in January anyway in my cowboy outfit. Here we go, Gromov. Pocket jacks.
$900,000, the open.
Yeah, if there's anybody who is going to be willing to step out of line, we of course know it's Gromov. But finds a real one this time. Pocket jacks. And the old classic, Ali. Look at this, guys. I had a hand.
My favorite is when guys do it when it's like the 8th straight raise. The first 7 were way out of line, and then all of a sudden you got one that you're able to just try to salvage some credibility with. At this point, it's a move that, you know, people have seen.
I think my favorite thing about Yurosov is he just always looks bored. Like here, 300K for first. He's got 18 million, you know? He's like very likely to get top 2.
He may look bored, but he's engaged.
Oh, he's yeah, he's
know?
definitely engaged. Maybe he just has one of those faces, just expressionless. He's won so much money, Ali, he's become desensitized.
I mean, I think he still goes hard in any spot, any buy-in, regardless. It's just a function of, you know, the cloth from which he's cut.
Yeah.
But, again, it can be a little bit
Stone Cold Killer, right?
Yeah.
Stone Cold Killer, yeah.
You know?
By the way, I'm not criticizing by any means. It's very professional.
Yeah,
very
it's always
laser
the
focused.
quiet ones. By the
Yeah.
way, you know, you go over for the first time, open the freezer, there's several bodies in there, you know, that he's collected throughout his career. You're like, oh.
Oh.
I never would have imagined.
Well, Fabian's going to fold some hands, Ali. He's not folding this.
No,
Even
not at
with
all.
even with Musa being short, he's going to jam this hand.
And no, by the
I
way,
will predict it.
We know
Yeah.
why Akimov's doing what he's doing, because he is trying to leverage
Yeah.
the circumstances, and it requires real hand for Kwas to do as he's done.
Yeah, I mean, 10-4 off is kind of, you know...
It's dust.
taking the mick, as we say in Scotland.
What's the etymology there?
Well, I would actually normally say taking to something else, but this is a family show.
Right.
Or is it? Is this a family show?
I don't know.
All right, fine. Taking the piss.
Okay,
With the
come
10-4
on.
open.
That's PG at worst. You know, give me something R-rated if
Oh, I've got
if
a
you
few.
need
I've got a few of them
authorization.
in the locker. I'm going to save them for short-handed. But yeah, actually very understandable open, knowing that Fabian really can't defend anything apart from sort of top 5% of hands. Fortunately for him, it runs into ace-10. Akimov out of the way. Foul, another one, right, who's just hung around, right? He's just biding his time. We see Urasov get a walk.
He was ready for somebody to step out.
No, it has a hand.
Did somebody see them draw the final table? I want the video footage.
Fabian there commenting on how he has the worst seat at this final table, out of position to Urasov.
I was wondering what he was referring to,
Yeah.
but I'm glad that you shed a little bit of light, because
Did
it
you
was
hear
lost
him?
on me. But then as soon as I think about it, it is absolutely run bad.
He said, did anyone see the footage?
Yeah.
I want verification that the draw was done fairly.
Right. You didn't stick me in this seat.
Yeah.
Trying to make my life difficult.
Well, here we go, Ali. Musa has decided 4 big blinds. It's time to go. He is in the big blind next, right? So it kind of makes some sense. Figures to himself he's not going to get a better holding than this on average in the smaller big blind.
Well, remember, damage was inflicted by a Queen-9 suited.
Oh.
Here he is trying to utilize Queen-9 off, and Musa...
Honestly, final table poker is just so nuanced. Like ace-5, right? Queen-jack off, ace-5. Facing a 4 big blind jam. Yeah, sure, I'll call. But we're at final table. You've got 4 people behind you still, and they're hoping that Gromov will do the dirty work for them.
And it would be dirty work with 10-6 offsuit.
It really would, Ali. I mean, Musa might get this through. I know that Gromov likes to gamble. But here we go. He's gonna. The price is just too good. Here we go.
I choose the same hand.
Musa
I
at
don't know.
risk.
I don't know why.
But with the best of it.
No, I choose the same hand.
Round about a 2-1 favorite, Ali, to hold here and be back in the hunt.
So a spin being provided. You see Dimitri going, well, you know, who knows? Maybe I get lucky. Maybe he gets unlucky. 3.8 million in the middle and a pair of 6s for Gromov. Catastrophic developments for Musa. And it might be the appearance of a smile, but this is a man not amused. King on the turn doesn't help him. Can he find the needed 9 or queen, or will we have another casualty here at the FT? It is the latter. Running kings will seal Basel Musa's fate here in the main.
Yeah, fantastic effort, Ali. He really, really ground it out, hung around for a long, long time. We saw him on the short stack with 2 or 3 tables left, managed to ladder up all the way to 7th. Very good run for Musa. GG, sir. Takes
So,
a shade under 50K, maybe?
$49,300 is going to be added to his career tournament earnings of $489,000 and change coming into this one. Officially up and over $500,000 for the Lebanese product. As Nurmagomedov now 13 big blinds, has company down there in the back half of a 6-player FT, tight cluster. And when you consider that there are 3 players left with 15 or fewer big blinds, and then you look at what outlasting one another would be worth.
Sure.
I mean, now we play for $59,200, $15K if you slide into the top 5, the difference. And if you zoom out and look at 4th, that's going to be a whopping $40,000 difference.
Yeah, everything now, every decision magnified. Tightrope stuff. As we see Gromov, I'm not a fan of this, Ali, I gotta tell you. He decides to peel against, you know, a pretty strong range from under the gun. But Gromov, solver,
Would
approved.
you have been more of a fan of a 3-bet
Yes.
as we see the fortunate side card connections here? First, the 10-6 against Queen 9, which wasn't dominated, but got there.
Yeah, I think
Now-
flat call is the worst of all options.
Right.
I prefer fold or a potential light 3-bet using that ace. As we can see, it's going to work out likely. Look at this. This is very interesting. 1 big blind lead. Akimov going to be compelled to call now, Ali. Potentially you can bluff river. Potentially your hand's good against some holdings, not too many. Look at this river card.
Spades in the front door have been completed, and it is the 2 specific overs that, with decent frequency, will be a part of the kit brought to the affair by Akimov. So Gromov slowing down after barreling.
I mean, this is the clearest of all
Yes.
bluffs,
Yes.
in my opinion. The best thing about this, Ali, at a final table, right? We are going to check back the flop here occasionally.
Gets through, by the way, does Akimov?
Yeah,
Go on.
snap gets through.
Yeah.
We're going to check back the flop here occasionally with a hand like the nut flush draw, because we do not want to bet and face a jam here. We do not want to put our stack at risk. So we're going to have hands like Queen X of spades, right? Queen Jack of spades, for example. We're going to check. We do not want Gromov to put us all in and then have to call it off with all the other short stacks around. So we actually have nice protection in the fact that we can have a hand as strong as a flush. To go with our ace-queens that turn to queen. To go with our ace-king with a spade that now rivers a king. All of these hands are going to value bet. Beautiful spot. Nicely done.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Queen Jack offsuit for Nikolai Fall. I like seeing the eyes dart about and ensure that he has the latest intel in terms of stack depths that he's surrounded by here, 6-handed. Does decide to min-raise open, and now Yurosov in the cutoff. Queen Jack of his own.
Yeah, FT's just so fascinating. Foul recognizing. He's going to have to find some spots, Ali, to get a steal through here or there, or we're just going to blind out, right? Sees the queen and the jack. Thinks, yeah, I block some strong hands. I'm under the gun. I'm going to get respect. Let's go ahead and min. Looks to have timed it very well so far. Nothing Nurmagomedov can do here, that's for sure. Akimov, the literal worst hand in poker, albeit the suited version.
Listen, you could put a scoop of caviar on that 7-deuce suited, and it's still going in the bin.
It's definitely going in the bin. Nicely timed from Foul.
Yeah, a little bit of risky business, but, you know, you can't just...
You just have to.
Forever sit back. Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to fight for it. You got to fight for those chips.
You get eaten alive.
Yeah.
If you don't pop your head up out of the sand occasionally.
Yeah, nice hand selection to use. 2 blockers. Let's go. Look at the glamour at this FT, Ali. Oh yeah. You got to give kudos to the crew here. all of the dealers, all of the staff, all dressed up in their finery for the Gangster Series main. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, respectfully, I didn't think you were referring to the black T-shirt on Gromov. Or this burgundy polo.
That's finery too, of a different kind.
Sure. Yurosov, ace-6 suited.
Yeah, fist pump open for the chip leader. As we hear.
Yeah, before you go thinking that we're running a dog shelter out of the casino, Miss Songul Bekem, who heads up poker operations here at Merit, has Gucci and Chanel, her 2 pups, in tow anytime she comes around. And those 2 dogs live well, my friend, let me tell you that. Very spoiled and very welcome too, you know, by a lot of the players in here. Maybe more so when they're not barking about, but they're well behaved overall. As a Queen-4 deuce board is that which is presented to Fall, who has a dominant ace, but no desires to go sailing off against a covering chip stack.
Yeah, very tough here, out of position against an aggressive player. Yurosov likely to bet his entire range on this type of board, especially at final table. And it just shows you, Ali, the pressure of the FT. We know our hand's likely good, but we just can't defend it, don't have enough. Don't have enough of a piece. Yurosov gets a dominating hand out of the way. He's just in the dream spot here. You know, people cannot defend with the same frequency they normally would.
No.
He just gets to open pretty recklessly now. Gets to c-bet very wide. It's all going his way.
You know, Dimitri, he's scaled some summits in his day. $3.5 million in career tournament earnings. Over $750,000 his career best cash, coming off of a deep run in the EPT high roller. Got some World Series of Poker online bracelet action on his resume.
And look at this, Ali. Akimov trying to sneak one through. Well, the best of luck sneaking past the pocket kings of Foul.
No.
Not going to happen. I mean, barring something extraordinary, this is just going to be 3-bet jam and hand over. I don't think we can really do anything else, Ali, right? It would look insane to 3-bet non-all in here off 13 bigs or to flat. Every option just stinks of strength.
One thing that we can do is try on our acting chops is look
We
at
can.
Paul here, using a time bank, trying to make it seem like there's something stressful afoot, and in reality, it is just praying to make either Akimov, the opener, or the big blind behind him, think that he is in a cuspy spot. Far from it, though, 5.6.
Yeah, quite tilting
Sails in.
for Akimov. We've seen him now twice open the button light, twice run into big hands in the shape of Fal and Fabian. I mean, what can you do? Very reasonable to open. Punished, though. I'm going to start the anti-movement of this burning a time bank when you've got a premium. Grow up and behave yourself. He's either calling you or he's not, right?
I mean, I suppose it creates some balance. I don't know.
They never burn it like you said, though. It's normally a strong hand, and they're like, oh, I better use 30 seconds here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm going to go all in.
Yeah, especially when it's not a river spot, you know what I mean? Where it's like I either, catch the bluff or I don't, or it's always one of these sorts of affairs.
It's my very favorite affectionate rub down. Grow up. Come on. Grow up and go all in.
I like behave as well.
Behave's a good one. Well, speaking of growing up and going all in, Nurmagomedov likely to do it here, Ali. 11 bigs. Can't sit and wait forever, as you referenced. King, queen. Oh, the old time bank burn.
This is a needle.
He needs, look at that. Look, he didn't even need the 30 seconds. It was a complete waste. Needed 3 seconds more. I'm only teasing as he sends them in.
Well, perhaps the deck is doing a bit of teasing to Akimov. King Queen, though. He does do what's needed of him and fold. No takers. No problems.
Yeah, of course, every pickup so important at this stage. Final 6. For anybody just joining us here, Merit Poker Gangster Series main event, down to 6. Myself, Andrew Headley, and the wonderful Mr. Ali Nehad in the booth. Taking you through to the conclusion, Ali.
Doing our best.
We are.
It's been a bit of a grind getting down to 6. And let's see if there'll be any lubricant in terms of stacks finding their way toward the middle with more willingness.
Yeah, there's definitely a tipping point coming soon. The next blind level is going to be carnage. I'm going to predict it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They only go up every hour, though.
Yeah, once we get there, what does it do we know? Does it go 3,600 or is it 255? It's a pretty big difference. If it goes 3.6, we're in for a whole load of danger. So we see Yurasov unwilling to give Gromov a walk. Certainly could have considered just opening this hand himself, Ali, but I think he knows Gromov is so sticky. Decides to limp instead. A little bit of something for both. Very interesting here. Decides on the small min bet. Gromov 2 overcards and the gut shot, of course, going nowhere just yet. Ace on the turn, you can basically treat as a blank for the most part. Although, that being said, Gromov with 25 bigs will check some ace-x. So actually, ace is relevant. Certainly some of those low to mid aces, Gromov should be checking them pre. He's going to start to bluff, Ali.
That he is. Into this 3 million comes 1 million. Third pot.
It's actually gone half. So starting to, you can start to take out.
2 million in the middle, 3 million as a result of the bet, forgive me.
Yeah, Yurasov not buying the story that Gromov is selling. Big river incoming. If a 10 comes, it's a 6 on the river. Yurasov quite likely to sniff this out, Ali. If Gromov goes for this, I mean, essentially, right? You're not going to bet $1 million here on the turn with a 6. It's just not going to happen. You're going to check.
Yeah.
You're not going to bet $1 million with a 3 or a 5.
Yeah.
So you're essentially saying you have a flop straight of some kind that's slow playing, or flop 2 pair potentially, or an ace that decided to check pre. And Gromov, I think that's a pretty wise give up. Yurasov likely to put the hero cape on there a good amount, I think. I was mistaken pre. I thought Gromov had around about 15 bigs and thought he would shove his ace-x.
Yeah.
But with 25 bigs, you're going to check a bunch.
Too deep.
So
Too deep.
yeah, makes a little more sense that you would bluff this turn. Every pot that Yurasov drags, you know, the chasm starts to grow wider and wider between the rest of the field. He may get to a spot, Ali, where he can start open shoving pre at the next blind level with reckless abandon into the rest of them.
You know, we haven't yet seen that gear employed out of him, but you're absolutely right.
It's coming.
He's been patient.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to raise this. This is just experience. You know, any relevant blocker, it's going to be raised, Ali. He's going to min-raise them to death is going to be the plan.
With the white puck in front of him, As well as queen 6 offsuit. He makes it 800 to go and picks up an orbit's worth.
Yeah. It's all set up for him now, this next sort of 30 minutes to 1 hour. I do expect to see him forcing, pushing the pressure, pressing that chip advantage. Really is a horrible guy to have at your table with those
it's
chips.
Nothing personal.
No, just a horrible guy to have 22 million in front of him.
Yeah.
Because they just know he's not going to make mistakes, right? Like he's just going to play pretty much perfectly.
That's a great point.
Pre-flop at least.
And this is where also having the amount of experience that Yurosov does, see him picking up these 2-8s in the cutoff, in terms of final tables, is so invaluable.
Yeah, absolutely, and he really does have that pedigree. In for another min raise. And here we go.
Nurmagomedov, a candidate very much so. 4.3 million in front of him, you know, sub 11 bigs, ace king,
Yeah.
I imagine.
This is it. Oh, let's burn the time bank.
Let's get some TV time. Mom and the kids are watching.
Actually, very unfortunate here, right? We've just spoke about how wide Yurosov's going to be. Yurosov's going to raise fold here so often. Even to 11 bigs. He's not going to call that often, but he's not folding this alley. He's not folding 8s. Going to get called. Here we go.
There
Big
it is.
flip.
Just a double check back to make sure indeed there are snowmen there, but a bit of a torch for Nurmagomedov as he looks.
This is big.
To melt Yurosov's kit. 9.7 million chip pot, much bigger for Nurmagomedov, who needs to improve to stay alive, and he has not done so on a 10-5 deuce board. Could we have yet another victim here at this FT? It's looking that way, but we've seen far more difficult propositions come to fruition. Spade, ace, and king removed from play, 4 outs 1 time. And the deuce of diamonds is not one of them.
Yeah, good game, sir. We do lose Nurmagomedov in 6th. He put up an almighty battle, Ali, fair to say. Unfortunate there. You know, ace-king, very premium holding. Can't run down the pocket 8s of Yurosov as we watch his exit montage from this Gangster Series main.
Well, on the back end of that walk away from this table is a visit to the cashier, where $59,200 will be awaiting Nurmagomedov.
Look at this distribution now, Ali. Yurosov just under half the chips in play. I did reference to you that I thought he was going to start grinding them down and down and down. As if he needs any more help.
This is insane. Ace king for Yurosov. Opens. Akimov. Offsuit king 7 is dominated.
Need more minerals.
In the small, can't really do much. Nine for foul. Similar circumstances.
Yeah, it's interesting that when Yurosov wins that pot, as much as the players are thrilled to ladder, by the same token, you know, Yurosov now 28 million in chips.
6.
Not great news for the rest of the players at the table. It's basically a fight for second alley at the moment, or the fight to get heads up and then try and spin it up. This is gamesmanship, by the way. I'm pretty much convinced. Oh, he's in the big. Excuse me. I thought he was in the small.
No,
I apologize. Yeah. I thought he was trying to get the blinds to go up on somebody else at the table.
Listen, it is sporting to be defending with the 8-9 offsuit here as he hops in front of the ace-king on the Jack-Jack-9 board, checks it over with the flow of play. Let's see if Yurosov has designs. Yes, he does.
Yeah, very typical here. One big blind. Just going to target hands like a worse ace high, right, that we still beat. Fold out some random equity. Hand like a 6-7 suited. You know, it can't hurt to get rid of that. You do get called by King, Queen, and King 10 that you beat. So we see the Queen of Hearts roll off. Not the card Fal is most thrilled to see. He is still best. We can see another barrel, Ali, would work. Can be a little scary, right? Trying to barrel into this board. Fal can have a jack. Fal has a bunch of Queen X. Oh my goodness. River is the 10 of spades.
Both players making a straight. Advantage Yurosov oh so significantly on this paired board. No flush out there as played. What is going to be on Fal's mind?
Yeah, he's going to go for the one big blind block. He's going to get the bad news very quickly.
Yeah.
The danger here, Ali, is when you bet one big blind, you know, you do open the door for when Yurosov has ace-5 off, right? He just gave up on this hand. You do open the door for him to bluff with that.
You
a hand like
embolden
6s
dust.
or 7s, you give him a chance to bluff you. And that can be a problem because you might level yourself here when the raise comes, because it is coming.
Just how heavyweight will it be? 1.6 for X.
Yeah, I mean, you can basically treat that one big blind lead as a check, right? That's basically a check. That's saying don't put a big raise in. And people are notoriously unbalanced in these spots. They don't find it enough with a full house or with a king of their own. More money, less problems.
Indeed.
I won't sing the song.
Well, not a particularly singy mood there. As Fal whips his hand into the muck.
And Yurosov, Ali, with that pot, 30 million in chips. More than half the chips in play.
It really has all gone his way for the most part here at this FT. And it isn't a sun run. It's a man who's just done the right thing the whole way through.
Yeah, he's putting on a clinic at the moment.
Right.
Big stack clinic. I mean, it's basically his tournament to lose now. And that doesn't seem likely too often.
9.
Well, with Yurosov out of the way here. Gromov pouncing with Queen 10 offsuit. Ace deuce suited for Fal, who suffered losses a pot ago.
Yeah, this is interesting. You know, not normally a hand that we want to go for at a final when we're short, but Fal knows that Gromov is more than capable of being light here, Ali. More than most players, but still decides to send it into the abyss. So we see Gromov continuing to fight for pots. Try and keep himself at least within touch. I mean, you can't say touching distance.
No.
But, you know, wants to be far away from the Yurosov disappearing over the horizon.
I want to maintain visual contact.
Yes.
Not physical, just visual.
Yeah, this FT's turned into a grind for Fabian Quas also. Of course, had a lot of chips earlier. Lots of things went against him, but he's an experienced campaigner. Still in the hunt here with 5 left.
Probably going to go off right now.
8.
Suited, connected, and continuing to apply himself is Gromov. Yurosov, a couple of 6s in the big.
Oh, wow. A couple of ways this can go, Ali. He may choose the low variance route, recognizing, you know, that he can just raise and take lots of pots. But there's no discounting the fact that Yurosov could just jam here. You know, Gromov can't even call off Ali with a hand like Ace-Jack with the way the stacks are distributed.
Right.
And there it is. He just doesn't make mistakes, pre. He's just not going to make them. Makes it that much more difficult to play.
It's so annoying, isn't it?
It's horrific, yeah.
I've had that response. The guy that comes to my mind, by the way, who elicits that emotion for me on the limited occasions in which I've been out there in the cash game streets against him is Brian Rast.
Right.
He just doesn't know how to let off the throttle. He's going so hard in every single spot. Even when the poker game breaks down and we're playing Chinese poker, which is meant to be just an unwindy kind of affair, he's over here using card removal. We were playing 2 hands each, 13 cards. He's thinking back to all the cards that he saw in the first hand that he set so that he can optimally set the second hand. It's 4 in the morning, Brian. Please just set the hand and let's go. I'm not, but he just doesn't have it in him to do anything other than give it his best. And as I mentioned, it isn't a criticism.
Yeah.
It's just annoying.
It's very annoying. Sounds like he wants the piggy bank as well as the silverware. Is that what we're saying? He wants it all.
Yeah.
Fierce competitors, die hard.
Yeah.
As you see here, Yurosov, he has the all-in pre-flop candidate, Ali. I mean, he's just going to jam. I'm sorry, sends it in. We never want to be too predictive, but he's a machine.
Oh, I like that.
The man is a machine. But someone is going to have to stand up and be counted, Ali, to stop him. Otherwise, he is going to run away with this one.
When I see operators like this, often, if I don't know anything else about them, I just speculate. And not simply because of perhaps the anonymity, but just the manner in which they go about business.
Yeah.
These are guys with countless hours of online experience.
Oh, he has done it all. This is the thing also. This kind of pre-flop realm has been so thoroughly studied. And Yurosov, the type of guy that he's just going to know.
Yeah.
He's going to know. Raise this one. All in.
Right.
This one.
Right.
Big bet this one. Just going to know. We see foul. Jack 8 of clubs. Lets it go. Yurosov finally finds 2 cards that don't meet his expectations. Gromov now with the 10-6 of hearts. Mixes a limp in. And these distributions are so precarious. Look at this. Not to be deterred.
Bottom of range, it is always an idea, but maybe not in this particular situation.
Right.
With 5 left in the main, Akimov.
Yeah, this is intriguing. You know, we have this distribution where Akimov and Gromov are joint second, and Kwas and the name's escaping me for a split second.
Hang on. We're talking about Fal?
We are, thank you. And Kwas and Fal are joint third, right? And so we have this very interesting dynamic where Akimov is not actually incentivized to do this light Ali, which actually may mean he gets more respect here, right? He's not supposed to raise too light with the distributions. Oh my god, he limp shoves! What a legend.
This is nasty.
This is filthy. What a play.
Are those X-ray glasses?
Gromov.
You know, the weird thing about it is, for me, is you really don't assign bottom of range to the raise out of the big blind in the face of the limp in the same way that you might under other circumstances. And yet, in spite of that, with a hand that doesn't really block any of the sort of kit that we expect would make a play like that, you know, in an authentic manner, he just blasts away and leverages the ICM.
What a legend.
Wagging a big fat finger in the face of Akimov, who instantly regrets his choice.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, Gromov, what an absolute hero. Finds the limp jam with 10-6 suited. you know, massive ICM implications if he's wrong. Anyway, Fabian finds a big hand. Here we go. More than good enough, Ali, especially five-handed. Wow, how did Gromov find that? That is sickness. Right, there's about 220k in ladders still to come.
That's wild.
He just launches it. I love it.
Tell you what, when, as we can see Paul conceding to the Quas Jam, when it works, you know, we shower praise upon Gromov. When it's an implosion, you know, and granted he's the covering stack, but
not by much.
If it, yeah, exactly. If it's the beginning of the end for him,
4.1.
you know, but these sorts of swords are those which we both live and die by.
Right. That's just old school, right? That's an old school read spot. I mean, he has to have a read. That's the only explanation, right? That he just goes, you don't have it here.
I'm not going to pretend.
Yeah, I'm all in.
To really understand what it was in particular.
Well, he's not trapping.
That, like, no, no.
Turns out he was, in fairness.
Yeah, 10 high
what
was
a
good
hand.
against 9 high.
Yeah, what a hand. Things gone against Akimov a little bit this last sort of hour. Still firmly in the mix, of course. As we see the battle of the two short stacks. That tipping point, Ali, that we've been referencing, it's coming. These guys all have 15 bigs. Next blind level, they're all going to have 10.
Right. And that's not you assuming that they're going to dust off 5 blinds between now and then. It's just a function of the increase.
Yeah, foul here. Very uncomfortable spot. Yeah, don't mind it. Really don't. He would have got called.
Yeah, King 9 suited was ready.
Yeah. Nice discipline from Foul. And really, when those blinds go up, Ali, I did reference that I thought Yurosov would have that spot where he just gets to go all in pre-flop. Not every hand, but every playable hand. He's going to be doing it.
You know, I wonder whether or not these guys have got scouts working right now. Or, because I haven't heard anybody listening back to the stream. You know, there's been quite a number of spots where cards weren't shown.
Yeah, okay.
That, you know, would maybe inform us as to exactly what's what out there. So I'm curious if there's a support team soaking up the stream and then maybe answering some questions.
If you don't have friends on the rail when you're playing for 300k, you need new friends, right?
You need friends that live closer to Merit Poker. You're in Cyprus.
This is interesting. Queen 7 suited for Fabian. One thing he will recognize here is that if he does shove, that's not to say that he will. I think he's going to walk it a lot. But if he does jam, Yurosov, he's not just going to call you real light here, right? Yurosov's just picking up chips for free, essentially, at this table. In any case, can't fault fold, of course. Fabian decides to let it go. This is just going to be a case of all trying to outlast each other. All trying just to keep on ladder and get yourself heads up.
Yeah.
And then you can attempt to try and chop down the runaway train that is Dmitry Yurosov. Here we go, Fabian Quas, ace-8 of clubs, 13 bigs, says it's good enough, has the blocker, does rip it in. Fabian very patient, aware of which hand classes to use. Sends the chips all in, picks up the blinds and antes, of course. So precious, 1 million added to that short stack. action back on foul. Nothing to work with. And as if the boss needed more chips.
Right.
Wow.
He's got plenty to work with.
And
Not just chips, but kid.
He's just perceived to have any 2 cards here also. Unfortunately for him, nobody with anything to play back.
Gromov rates to be the man that would get himself into trouble against
He does, yeah.
Yurosov in a spot like this where he's just noticing the VPIP and thinking to himself, let me take bites out of this big guy who
How much you play?
should have some raise folds.
Oh,
Not
he's
that
going to
time.
have infinite raise folds
Yeah.
is the thing.
Yeah.
Even at 13 big blinds, you know? Yeah, I mean, this is just an ICM, for want of a better word, shitstorm for the remaining 4. It really is. It really is at this point. They all have the same stack, Ali. They all have 12 to 15 bigs.
By the way, Yurosov not in love with that because he wants one clear shorty to emerge.
Yes, that can
You
be
know?
helpful also. The thing is, though, I don't think it matters that much at the moment in terms of you can just raise, honestly, 80% of hands, and he's just going to print. Nobody can defend wide. But I hear you. If someone has 2 or 3 bigs,
Oh, yeah.
you can just open shove
even
all the
more
time.
attractive than the current setup for him as he's got deuces.
15.
And will he allow these ducks to take flight?
There we go. I did say the tipping point was coming.
No clipping of these wings.
He's just printing money so hard here.
Yeah, and you know, it's weird. Paul's chuckling. It's like
he knows, yeah.
The invincibility cloak.
This is how final table poker is so wild. When he jams deuces here, Gromov, I'm not saying he would do it, but he's probably supposed to fold 8s. Right, he's probably supposed to just throw 8s into the map.
How much? 35.
And if you're getting somebody to fold a hand as strong as that pre, well, good luck, everyone. As we see him there, 33.6 million in chips.
How about a 4-to-1 chip lead over Gromov, who, by the way, has been cobbling away himself.
Yeah.
You know, we saw the limp jam with the 10-6. But my goodness, this is a one-horse race right now.
Yeah.
And race might be a generous way to describe it.
Yeah, he is romping down the outside of the Grand National, heading towards victory. Whereas the 4 guys behind him just doing everything they can, sweating, doing what they can to keep pace. Basically a race between the other 4 to get heads up as things stand. Do you know what the Grand National is, Ali? You know what that is, right?
Well, in the U.S., the Grand National is our rodeo, but I
Oh.
would imagine it's something akin to the Triple Crown that we have in the U.S. for horse racing.
It is. I was just worried, you know, I said romping in the Grand National. You might have thought that was something else.
Oh, right. A couple of inebriated patrons that have gotten familiar with one another throughout the course of a fine weekend.
Believe it or not, my local pub is called the Grand National.
There you go. Any romps that take place at that pub?
I was continuing the joke. Oh, foul. 10-8 off. I mean, that's the body language of a man that's going to give a walk, is it not, Ali? Certainly is.
Reluctantly, but appropriately, and as we can see, at least an ace for
Yeah, we
Quants.
can see twice.
So close.
Avoiding being called. As we approach our next break in the day, Yurosov here
What do you think about
having the time of his life.
It's so much more fun to be Yurosov than one of these 3 shorter stacks behind Gromov right now.
Oh, here we go. Finally, one of the shorties. Finding a big hand, Ali.
Akimov will hoist the main sail.
It's so interesting because I don't think we get to induce Ali anymore with everyone having the same. Don't think we get to induce ace king. But yeah, he's going for the half stack approach. Makes sense. Oh, My goodness.
Ace queen is troublesome. Quas is the covering stack, but not by much.
He's not going to fold this, Ali.
Never.
It's too strong.
But the 3 million is a committing sort of open. He did leave himself 2.2 back, but we don't open in this manner because we expect to fold.
Here we go.
To this jam, which was somewhat predictable.
We did say clashes were imminent. And Fabian gets the bad news. Entitled to believe he'd be good here. Not the case.
11.2 million chip pot that doesn't involve Urasov somehow.
Yeah, Akimov at risk. Huge moment here potentially to go into second place in chips.
Queen 8-5 and a dagger to the heart of Akimov's ace king. No diamond on board either.
Oh. Max pain.
Well, added outs, courtesy of this 10 on the turn, a total of 7. But one of those cards on your screen needs to make an appearance on this river and have failed to do so. An unjust end to the campaign for Barzhan Akimov. Andrew.
Yeah, that is a rough one, Ali. Played a great final table. Have to feel for him. Very unfortunate, of course. As the stacks got shorter, eventually a confrontation was coming. Unfortunately for Akimov, can't find a hold against Fabian Quas as we see his exit montage. GG, sir. Fifth place money.
Yep, $74,000 to add to the 125K roughly that he had coming into this one in terms of lifetime earnings. He can be pleased, but disgusted at the same time.
Yeah, these ones really do hurt, Ali. You know, we hold there, we're second in chips, pretty likely to get at least three-handed, gonna ladder up a whole bunch of money, potentially have the chance to double through and be in the hunt for that 300K. Very sore, very unlucky, sir. Got it in good. What else can you do?
Not much.
Oh, here we go. Another all-in, right after him. Foul. Pocket fives. Gets it through. I did say the explosion was coming.
For sure, and look. Why? Yes. Deal? Chop?
Quas, by the way, not the first time that he took the worst of it and came out smelling like roses, as you and I were front and center for.
Yeah, I mean, he's had an absolute roller coaster. I believe he had 12 million with 2 tables left and has finally worked his way back to it as we see Gromov ship it in from the small. Oh, queen 4 off. Thought he looked a little more interested. Don't think this is enough hand alley to call off.
Nor do I. Nor does Fall in all likelihood, in spite of the fact that he's just got 3.2 back.
You win.
Yeah, announces. You win, sir.
It's official.
Dama. Okay.
As Gromov holds the king of clubs up to the king of spades on his t-shirt.
I read you.
You know what, Ali? Akimov got super unlucky. I think
He
we
really,
can all,
come on.
I think we can all, you know, acknowledge that
He
fact.
deserved better.
But this 4 that remain seems somewhat fitting. You know, Akimov for sure, GG sir, unlucky. But you know, Urasov, Gromov, who has entertained us wildly over the last few days. Quas, Fabian, who had all the chips, went on that tear this morning. Feels like a very long time ago. And then Fal, who has shown an unbelievable amount of testicular fortitude to stay in the hunt. Here we go. Sends it in from the small. Oh, Fabian Snap call.
Woken up with one here.
Here we
and
go.
all of a sudden, just a few hands removed from our last victim. Might we have another one on our hands? Val is the covered stack and is well behind a 3-2 dog and then some in a 6.8 million chip pot. And Quas rates to be claiming more pelts here on a two-heart ace-high board. Even he finally has to break character. It is good fortune.
Black.
Oh. Somehow not dead, Ali, on the turn. This would be filthy.
A glimmer of hope, but nothing more. As the board pairs on the river and Quas absorbs yet another stack and brings us to three-handed action here at the FT in short order.
Yeah, we did say a tipping point was coming, Ali. Little did we know it would come quite so quickly as we see the exit montage of Val put in a phenomenal effort. I think he'll be pretty much overall, Ali, satisfied. You know, ladders up to 4th. Did win that mini battle with the rest of the short stacks to get 4th place. Bravo, sir. Great run.
That 4th place money, $98,500, as you can see on your screen, and his departure assures the remaining 3 $133K payout at a minimum. The jump is over 80,000 up to 2nd, which is 217,500, as Nikolai Val will not be part of this podium, but he will be adding to his impressive career totals of 2.1 million plus.
One thing that's very interesting there, Ali, all of a sudden, like you said, we are three-handed. Now, the fact that Fabian managed to win back-to-back all-ins and dispatch of 2 short stacks, all of a sudden, he actually has a stack. He actually has enough chips to potentially take on Dimitri. Fascinating to see unfold.
King 6-3, no pair anywhere here. As three-handed action does require adjustments. Granted, every subsequent lost player from 6 on is more significant in terms of sort of range adjustments.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see Gromov does manage to change gears, when you've been folding for so long, which we know Gromov doesn't like to do. Opens the 10-8. It's a very favorable texture. Can't imagine Dimitri continues with this combo. Hasn't folded yet, but now releases. I'm excited for this three-handed. You've got Gromov, who will not be pushed around. We know that for sure.
Right.
You have Urasov, absolute beast, knows the game inside out. And you have Fabian making somewhat of a triumphant return to the poker arena. He's been away from the game for a little while, not playing as much as he did.
Listen, you wouldn't know it.
You wouldn't know it. Absolutely.
Picking up right where he left off. This was a familiar sight back in his heyday.
Retirement, what nonsense. Puts me on tilt.
Fedor Holmes, also
tilt.
Guilty of such
Massive
things.
Tilt. Fedor, retired. Do me a favor.
Urasov. Merciful limp here. Gromov happy to take a peek with King 3 without any additional investments. Unhappy, though, not to have improved on the 8-5 deuce board, where Urasov has 2nd pair, but no initiatives.
Yeah, happy to check this one over. We have a hand that we can comfortably check call with, can induce some bluffs. We have backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draws. We can let Gromov go ahead and fire off with some of the weaker parts of his range. As we see, takes a stab with King 3. Quickly shuts it down on the 10 turn. Dimitri now has to decide, do we go for a little bit of value here, Ali?
Well, which Dimitri?
Oh, are they both Dimitri?
Yes.
Ah. I forgot myself for a moment.
Можно доминацией выиграть у меня. 10-7.
Dimitri 1 and Dimitri 2.
There it is. Just go with Urasov and Gromov
I
as
will.
we've been doing.
I will. I was trying to do a little bit of familiarity.
Sure. These guys are trying to figure out who is going to take down $295,000, and it'll be through the use of the deck that they'll make that determination. As you get a look at the chip distributions here, 32 million plus in front of Urasov. Fabian Quas now 15.3, courtesy of eliminating not one but two players there in quick succession. Dmitry Gromov now running in third, but obviously the heart of a lion beats in that chest, and he will certainly be rising up to give the remaining two that he is surrounded by some real fits. As we're back here inside the booth, Ali alongside Andrew, and what a lovely little podium we're going to have to sort out.
Yeah, you know what? As this final table sort of got into full swing, I think if we had to choose a final three, pretty hard to find a better three than these three gentlemen. Obviously, we have Urasov putting on an absolute clinic as the big stack. Got himself in position here to take down the title. Fabian hung in there really well, made some prudent folds, kept himself alive, found a little bit of heat, those back-to-back all-ins, dispatching the two other short stacks. So all of a sudden, he has enough that if he doubles through Urasov, he takes the chip lead himself.
Yeah.
So Urasov has to tread a little bit more carefully. And of course, Gromov, not going to be messed around by either of the other two.
No,
fascinating dynamic developing as we take the break, and we'll come back, finish up three-handed.
That we will. $133,000 guaranteed to each of our remaining three. Who will be the champion? Only time will tell. Keep it close. We'll return in just moments with more action from this Gangster Series main. Possible first casualty here at this main event final table. File 2.1 million in career tournament earnings. You say deuce.
I'm calling
absolutely
it Ali.
delightful.
I'm going to put my neck on the line
Don't
saying
ride
he's
the
doubled
broom,
up.
James. Don't ride the broom.
Oh, no.
There, look what you've done. Gut shot wheel draw.
Bigger. Держать вес.
Foul. Calling for anything bigger than a 4. And a 7 will do just fine as he can take his seat with aces up. And now more chips than he had coming into that pot. Akimov spot.
But let someone else make the mistakes. I remember one in particular where I played a shootout final table. So obviously in a shootout, it's single table satellite format. So basically the point is
you have to win your table to advance.
You have to win your table to advance. But when you reach the final table, basically everyone's got the same stack. So it's a super dicey ICM situation, right? There's no one short, but no one big stacked. And I managed to be the first or second player out of the final table, which is just a disaster.
Nice work, James.
Yeah, thanks.
The good news is you seem like you're over it.
I think it was like 2013, and yeah, it still hurts. Actually, I think, if I remember correctly, I'll have to look at the result.
Oh, what have we here?
Corbin just...
Small blind jam into Gromov.
Oh, hello.
Who's got an ace?
Can't fold an ace. Gromov going to get a count.
Corbin came into today as the chip leader, James, but things have not really gone his way.
No, he did get aces all in three-way just for the final. To triple up to get to where he is now. That's how short he was.
Yeah.
Going to get looked up surely by Gromov.
Yes, there it is. And the queen 8 is in trouble. Unlike the last all-in and the call, the covered stack this time does not have the lead, as Gromov looks to be the man to claim the first pelt.
A7, I push A7.
Philip now.
Well, this isn't a fair coin. If Corbin thinks it's a flip, and now that's not a fair flop. King 5-3. Down to 23%. Queen or an 8. That which is necessary to preserve this final day chip leader. Not present, however, and the GGs will be issued as our first.
Have your tea.
Not parsimonious or falsifiable. It feels like a.
Parsimonious? I wasn't expecting to hear that word today.
Neither was I. I dug deep into I think it was freshman year of college for that one. Last time it crossed my lips. It's unscientific is what I'm trying to get at.
Akimov's kind of green. Foul now. 11 blinds, the button. You gulp and you jam.
As you stick with this color theory optimal business, James, I recognize that perhaps you've missed your calling in a more maritime manner because your commitment suggests you would be a ship captain that would never abandon his crew. You would just go down to the seafloor with the vessel. Noble.
It's the right thing to do, Ollie. Come from a nation of seafarers, and we got those little boats around the world, different places.
And this little ace-10. Ooh, it's got itself
Yep.
a caller in Kwas. Yurosov out of there to the relief of Fabian. And Fal has 175 back. So we're not all in just yet. And on a King 10-8 board.
He's going to love it.
He stays in front.
Now, these are the weird spots. Here, Ollie. You may see... Okay, Foul's just bet.
But you thought he might check back?
There's actually some value. You know your opponent's never folding.
Okay.
But if you can check down, Kwas might allow you to stay in the tournament. You stay in there with 175,000 chips. You bar an orb at the table. Someone might bust out. It's more of a thing. If Kwas was the big chip leader, I think it's more likely to happen.
Yeah.
In this case, I think he's actually right just to go for it. But say that was Yurosov, and Yurosov has 20 million. Oh, here we go.
Path to a chop would come in the form of a jack here on the river. Instead, it's 5 of diamonds. But to unpack what you were kind of getting at, James, it's basically if Yurosov as the chip leader.
Yeah, if you're the chip leader there, and the person's got 175 back.
Keep this clean.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's so unlikely you get called because exactly that. I think he still like to bet it. Hard for the ace to fold for a really small bet. But it's also hard to have bluffs. Nicely done from Musa yet again. Showing a very good understanding of the situation. Knock him off with a hand. He probably wishes he hadn't been dealt. It's 2-9. He's going to want to play it, but again, the players that are behind can just put you in the bin. Here we go. Prime candidate. Didn't take a spot before against Popov from the button. This one a little bit more attractive. Ace-Jack offsuit. Okay, he's going to just keep it coy. Take Akam off the street. I don't don't know if I like ace-jack off as appeal. I think we want to have some 3-bet bluffs. Ace-jack, ace-10 off seem to be the best ones. Maybe call the ace-jack, ace-10 suited.
Akimov's VPIP has been high enough as we see him flopping trip aces here. 7 dangler. The 9s could be feeling a little snug, in particular given the flat from Yurosov, who we imagine is going to have a wide variety. But in terms of Yurosov's choice to flat from the button, James, I'm a bit surprised given specifically Akimov's VPIP relative to the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's played some hands for sure, but I don't think an outrageous number. Obviously, we've seen there will be very legitimate holdings. And I like the c-bet from Akimov. You're just up against the king, queen suited, king, jack suited, these kind of hands, queen, jack suited, that don't even want to call this bet. You knock out the equity, and he can still have all the strength himself.
Now it gets uncomfortable for Akimov because this board is so non-dynamic on the flop that when the c-bet gets called, you sort of start to ask yourself exactly where am I at, and when you can't come up with a good answer, you check and see what happens.
Yeah, you can be up against 8s here that you beat, 10s you're behind 2, jacks may, no, jacks is going to 3-bet, 10s might flat. And of course, I wouldn't expect so much of the ace-jack off, but certainly ace-10 suited, ace-jack suited are in here. Maybe even ace-queen suited, because you want to keep in some weaker stuff. Question here is king-queen of diamonds, king-jack of diamonds still in here for the flop c-bet? Akimov clearly thinks yes, because he's going to make the call. And I quite like this. Against Yurosov, I think we have to keep him honest for one.
Oh, look at this.
Wow. And this could be, in Akov's mind, the genius card, because if your opponent is bluffing, he's bluffing with diamonds most of the time.
Right. Praying that maybe the backdoor flush has come in. And Yurosov, I don't think he ever expects aces full here as a combo that would have opened up front from Akimov. So very comfortably, I don't know that he thinks ace-king, ace-queen is lurking all that often
I was about to say,
either.
I think he checks. A great check.
Wow.
I was about to say, the only hand you're really going to get value from, I think there, is ace-10. Ace-queen could be in there. Ace-king probably keeps bluffing, barreling, pardon me. And maybe there's some diamond comes of himself. It's just hard to think of hands that are going to pay you off there, because Yurosev's bluffs works at this point, as we still play 8-handed. Fun one, Ali, that hand. Very fun. Like you say, the restraint you see sometimes in these is what makes it so exciting and interesting. The check back with the ace-jack. Come on, just a blind or so behind the chip leader now.
Could he have been well served to lead at that river?
No, I think you just want to check there and
hope that
he doesn't. You're hoping they've got diamonds and they bet. A lead doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I suppose Akimov would feel a bit cheated, proverbially speaking, to come to find out that ace-jack had checked back, because I think the ace was also a part of the sort of range that he expects is going to bet out at him. But as we kind of, you know, walk through, where is the upside? What pays me off?
Yeah, if it was an offsuit 9 on the river, then we would have seen a bet, I think, from the ace-jack still, because you can get called by hands like 10s, jacks, queens, kings, but those hands just don't want to call once a diamond hits.
Well, now the ace-jack belongs to Akimov, who flops top pair up against the open ender, largely uninvolved. Nurmagomedov, the defender from the big blind.
Whoa.
Plays it as a jam.
Here we go. The old stop and go.
Yep. Gave himself a chance to ride 5 high to glory if one of those Broadway combos was present in Akimov's hand. He would not have continued on this ace-high board, but it is the ace-jack type of Broadway holding, and it is the 8 on the turn.
Moose's face.
Ace-jack drawing dead, and yes, indeed, Musa's like, what's it going to take for me to get a pay jump here as one of the shorter stacks?
Why, when you just ping the 2 out.
Yeah. Well, you know how it is. We remember the pots we lose.
That was ages ago. I'm talking about now. Come on.
Yeah.
Fabian, 40 big blinds. Ace-queen suited. His adjustment. has been perfect as you'd expect. Having to play pretty tight. Let's see Eurosov.
Look at this.
Yeah, I think best serve with a call, given that Cross is opening the seat with dangerous players behind. Nicely done.
Yep.
Dimitri
agrees.
These two are so good at poker, Ollie.
You know, I like the simple nature of that description. You don't have to specify exactly all of the, you know, ways in which they're just good at poker.
Well, Eurosov,
real good.
Eurosov knows that Cross is opening pretty tight despite having this pretty decent stack of 40 blinds. So makes that adjustment. But Cross will know that there's lots of strength still in this range. It's not like normally you open with ace queen here and you think, oh, I'm going to be in great shape necessarily. Poe down to just 1.5 million. That a factor as well, of course, Cross opening into that stack.
And the ace finds its way to the flop. Not great texture for Eurosov to be able to do anything other than maybe peel one.
I wonder if Cross decides to ever check this.
It is a lot of hands.
And you're going to have some Broadway combos that don't want to bet. You're going to have some pocket pairs.
Is Quas supposed to be playing honest poker right now against Eurosov? And if that's the case, then the check might very well be able to induce Eurosov with all manner of kit to get after this board.
He's playing, Cross is playing very honest against the table just because of his seat draw and his stack depth 40 bigs. Eurosov going to call at least once. Makes sense. Like I say, you can certainly be ahead of some of the hands that open. Hello, Eurosov.
Set of tens on the turn, and an opponent that lacks a club in hand. Quas drawing dead, and really going to be hard-pressed to put Eurosov on this sort of hand. Now, the front door flush draw is completed.
Yeah.
You know, suited combos for Eurosov. I mean, are there many of them that are going to be flat callers pre?
Yeah, king, queen, king, jack. Queen, jack suited perhaps. He can be behind two. Now, I kind of like this. This is a middle of the road bet. He doesn't want to check and face bigger. This sort of sizing means Eurosov probably won't even get to raise his hand. Certainly wouldn't raise ace-10. Gets to go after a hand like ace-jack, perhaps. But it does leave him in a little quandary in these spots.
No, Eurosov. Flats now fills up.
Oh, what a run out.
The four is of no concern to Fabian, and I don't know how often he expects that Eurosov would show up with clubs here.
Clubs are the concern. He's not expecting sixes. Tens are possible. Now it's just hard to think of bluffs Eurosov's going to have, though, when this bet comes in. And with that in mind, I think Eurosov can go pretty small here because he just doesn't have many bluffs. Like it's not like he's in here with king jack with the king of clubs. He doesn't have that combo. Like the hand he might have to bluff with would be it's called the turn. I mean, jacks with the jack of clubs that didn't 3-bet pre. It's plausible. Unlikely. So he's going bigger. Which I understand because you unblock all the value. We could call you unblock the ace X's, the big ace X's. You unblock clubs.
4 million out there, 2.7 million the sizing, and Quas hates this.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie, talk to me. What hand can he have that's bluffing? It doesn't make any sense. The ace X's, the other ace X's is going to have to check back. He can have flushes. He can have tens full. Unless you're thinking he's got nines with 9 of clubs that stuck around on the turn and now turns into a bluff. Very unlikely. I don't think Quas will call this bet, and I think the bet size is a little greedy, though understandably so.
This would be a remarkable fold if Quas was able to find it. The issue is ace-kings would have been heard from pre almost certainly.
Yeah. It's not
sixes, I don't think he expects to be out there all that often.
No, sixes are not in there.
So
tens are.
Yeah, pocket tens. But even those could be played as a 3-bet pre.
Yeah, not impossible. I think against a much smaller bet, he could kid himself into thinking maybe I'm up against another ace-queen. Against this sizing. Wow, I thought he was going to fold this, but he wants to see it.
No, he doesn't. As he did pay the price.
I thought he might fold that one, Ali.
You know, the more that we kind of went through the motions there and went through the process of eliminating, the bettor's question is, do you really want to find out whether or not I'm out of line?
It's absolutely the case. Yeah, fascinating, because of course he knows Yurosov is wide. So in theory you could shove wider and get a lot of folds. Here we go, pot. I think this is it, Ali. 4 bigs, we have an ace. I think we have to take it every time. Doesn't feel nice. Yep. In it goes.
Shared sentiments.
I mean, you almost double up here if you get this through without showdown. That's how short he has gotten. Yeah. Fabian not going to love this, Ali, but he's going to have to call.
Asks for a count.
900k here, Ali, to win 1.95 million in the middle. Getting better than 2-1. He definitely has that with a hand like 9-6 of clubs. We can see he has better than that. Basically a coin flip.
1.2 million, yeah.
Fabian strikes me as the type of guy, Ali, who's just going to play to win here. Not going to lay this down. Could be wrong. Yep. Here it comes. And Papa Ali gets it in good to try and survive. Slim favorite.
Ace of clubs is a key card to be holding just in case Quas finds himself a flush prior to the river. 9% advantage for the Frenchman.
Oh, wow.
Well, a massive disadvantage now suddenly. The 10-8-7 board. And Popo is drawing dead to a win, and the chop is no longer available. Quas managing to flop a 10 high straight. What timing. Popo did all that he could. Pots and a lack of fight in that regards means that the little pots that do get picked up contain your chips more often than not. In terms of your blind and ante money being stepped away from.
Here we go. He's going to get to go back to back. Just in time. Was down to 2.4 million before the last hand. Goes for the old half stack affair, Ali. Just in case 2 people get it all in behind, we could potentially make a fold and still spin. This is it. Good luck, gentlemen. Sets him in.
Yep.
Big flip, Ali, in the context of this FT.
Yeah. Foul never intended to open and then get away from anything. It would speak up behind him. As it's 2 overs against the pair. 6.8 million chip pot. Nikolai Fall at risk, and boy, he stays that way on a 9-3 deuce board. Couple of diamonds. Oh. And a big, beautiful ace of hearts for Fall on this turn, but he's not making any motions until it's official. Now, back into his seat. A seat that's going to have twice as many chips and change.
Foul here. Ace-6 of spades. Does have the relevant ace blocker. Again, a function of where he is in the chip counts. Doesn't want to step out of line. Very understandable to fold. He has Musa behind him, and here he is on 12 blinds.
With a Queen-9 suited. I mean, this rates to be better than that which has been blindly distributed to his left.
Here it comes.
And he recognizes the opportunity before him, jams the 3.7 and runs into a couple of jacks.
Wow. Musa deciding to jam Ali with the short stack in the small blind. Perhaps thinking to himself, If I can get it through him, then I'm often going to get this one through, but he has run into a big hand.
Well, the only good news is that he's got Nurma covered.
Yeah, I mean, Akimov just taking his time here. Can't see him ever calling here,
no.
of course, against an all-in and call.
3.7.
Here we go.
So out of the way is Akimov, and in the way is Nurmagomedov. In terms of Musa's desires to just pick up blind and ante money.
Good essay.
And if he can't find a queen, some clubs, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. Gut shot, straight draw against this top set. Oh, forgive me. It's a 9, not an 8 on the board. So second pair, which is really unhelpful. And how about quads to ice this one?
Of all the runouts, he could choose Ali.
Yeah.
With his tournament life on the line. And 12 blinds. But there is something that me and Demps were talking about earlier this week. I'll come back to it once more. Because Musa all in. Ace, queen of spades.
Didn't have to wait long to find an excuse.
And welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino and Spa for continuing and very late coverage of the Gangster Series main event final table. What was a slow burn has turned into a raging fire, Andrew.
Oh.
Just 3 remain, and perhaps the biggest 3 names coming into this final table are the ones that have got themselves to the richest part of the prize pool.
It's a little bit of a treat for us. I was referencing this before we went on our break. You know, when we looked at that final table lineup, thought that could be spicy. You know, Yurasov, Fabian Kwas, both with insane pedigree, and Gromov, the MPO extraordinaire. You know, just completely fearless.
He knows his GTO.
Oh, he knows his GTO, to be clear. I just mean that he is the guy that is just totally fearless. We saw him limp shove, for example, a hand like 10-6 suited. He's here to win. So yeah, this 3, we're in for a bit of a treat, I think, as we look to crown a champion in the next couple of hours.
He set his stall out quite early in that he was playing hands in a way with 8 left, where he was clearly willing to like bust to the big stack if he needed to. Certainly is a guy who plays for the win, as we used to say.
Yeah.
He's in here now, shortest of 3. Even more reason for him to perhaps go a little bananas.
Yeah, the pressure's off now, of course, as the short stack, ICM and all that nonsense is out the door. It's out the... See, to be honest, if there's anyone who was unafraid of it, it was Gromov anyway. But we did see him willing to tangle with Yurasov early at that FT. Got the best of him on a couple occasions, then did lose a very large one. Put him back down into the pack. But he's recovered, been fearless. And yeah, you know, he's short, but he's got 20 bigs. Plenty of room to mount a comeback.
Yeah, and of course 133,000 is the current payout on deck. Finally into the 6-figure club. And we mentioned Gromov shortest. He's got about 8.5 million. Kwas 15.5, and Dmitry Yurasov with double that. He is the runaway chip leader as we look to throw things back down to the action here for more of this high octane, high stakes action.
This is going to be
here in the
fun.
Merit Poker Room.
This is going to be fun, Damps. One interesting little wrinkle before you arrived. Fabian has been short throughout this FT. Did manage to knock out 2 short stacks back to back. So he actually does have a stack now that could wound Yurasov. So something for Yurasov to kind of think about, you know. He can't just run this over anymore, as Fabian and Gromov, you know, with 18 bigs, they can take a big dent out of his stack.
They certainly can. Kwas, of course, if he were to double. Swap stacks with the chip leader. But it is Yurasov's to lose, surely, from here. Over half the chips in play with 3 left. And the only person with a bit of green on his t-shirt. High value chips, the greens.
Color
putting
theory.
it out there.
Color theory from James Dempsey.
Just saying.
Oh, hand one, Demps. No rest for us.
Not at all. 250, 500 the blinds, of course. Gromov ripping it in.
Yeah, as we would expect. All those offsuit ace-X, particularly the low and medium ones, gonna just send it in for around about 16, 17 bigs.
And obviously Fabian in that spot where he really is slightly cut back on what he can do with those 30 bigs with, of course, Gromov shorter. But is that even more the case given that we know Gromov's the kind of player who is willing to die in order to live?
Yeah, this is the thing. It's really interesting because Yurosov can, in theory, attack Fabian quite hard, right? Can go after him, recognizing that Gromov, although there's not that much distance between them, is still shortest. As you've said, not an inconsiderable big ladder up incoming for the next player out. So yeah, Fabian has to tread quite carefully, even though he has 30 bigs. I mean, Gromov just is box office, as I would like to call it. Just so much fun to watch him.
And it's often the case here at Merit, we mention it time and time again, the jump between third and second actually slightly larger than the jump between second and first. It's a little kink we always have
It
here.
really
But it makes this three-handed play really rather interesting.
So we see Fabian here with King 10. Pretty strong hand, three-handed.
Very strong hand.
Yeah.
Throw in a couple of those greens. Millie to play. You know you're at the good part of the tournament when you're opening to a millie. 10 starting stacks.
Remember the old famous Jerry Yang, 1 million. Do you remember back in the day, Demps, when we were young men?
Were we ever young men?
Yeah, we were.
I felt like we were just overgrown children for a while and then became old men instantly.
That too.
I don't think we had the young adult stage in us.
I'm still a bit of a kid at heart.
Yeah, that's half the problem.
What is it they say? Don't grow old. It's a trap. Right?
Speaking of traps, this opens one. He's waiting.
Oh. Yeah, these spot stamps, right? Yurosov going to be perceived to be a lot wider than this, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. And Fabian, a suited jack. Big blind ante's whipping around the table very fast now.
Is this the type of hand that goes into the bin sometimes, Demps, with the distribution, or we're still gonna start to defend it three-handed now?
I feel like suited's just too much, but it looked like he was thinking about it, didn't it?
I wouldn't absolutely hate it, trying to just sort of avoid.
I think if he had like 17, 18 blinds, yes,
Okay.
but with 28, feels like we can realize our equity at a high enough frequency. We get to see those turns and rivers, perhaps when we don't off the shallower stacks, but partly because of what you referenced, the fact that you can take a big chunk out of Yurosov.
It really can, yeah. As we see Yurosov elect to check one back here on the King 3-5. You know, nines falls okay into that little realm of check back. Maybe induce some bluffs or light call downs on later streets from Fabian. Takes it down on the 8 of hearts turn. I mean, he has been note perfect, by the way, Demps. I know you've just had a little 2.5-hour break or so. Just finds every spot, every blocker for the open, every 3-bet jam when somebody decides to open, you know, pushing the pressure. Gromov and Kwas, they've got a real task on their hands.
Yeah, I was very glad. I was keeping an eye on things, and I saw the bar stats going the way they were. And when I saw these three were still in the mix, I was very excited about coming back in.
Yeah, this is the kind of all-star lineup.
No disrespect to the rest,
Of course.
But these are the three that I think, as you get into the nitty-gritty of a very wide-ranging three-handed battle,
Yeah.
I want to see how they approach it. Cross pops the open ender on Jack 8-6.
It can go either way here, Demps, right? Blocking some continues wouldn't be the worst board to start stabbing. Potentially fold out a hand like Yurosov has. Maybe some queen or king highs unconnected. We know how sticky this man is.
It's vaguely connected, he's saying. I've got a 7. Let's have a look. I'm not scared. I'm going to be scared now.
Speaking of being more than vaguely connected.
I wonder.
Kwas turns the nuts.
If Kwas ever gets a little feely here, a little checky.
Wouldn't hate it. You can get some hands to start turning themselves into bluffs. You can get a check raise in there potentially.
Yeah.
Build the pot to try and get it on the river. Or you can just barrel away like this.
Yeah, he's bombing.
I guess when we unblock all the pairs, Demps, right, the temptation's there to just don't want Yurosov to check back an 8, right, or a 6.
Yeah.
Rather just try and get money in the pot.
I guess really hoping your opponent's peel with a hand like Queen 10, Queen 9.
Right, which will never ever fold. Yeah, unfortunately for Fabian, Yurosov at the pretty much bottom of his flop continue range. I did have the pleasure earlier in the week when I was in the 5K high roller, had Fabian on my table.
Oh, sick brag, playing 5Ks, playing with Fabian Cross.
You know. But I was just kind of having a laugh with him, and I was saying, I thought you were retired. What's this all about? And, you know, he said, oh, I've only played about 4 hands of poker in the last few years. I said, I saw you at the Battle of Malta the month before. I literally saw you playing every event. Caught him bluffing Demps.
Yeah, there we go.
In real life.
Yeah, well, you know my thoughts on these retired poker players.
Don't get me started.
Come on now. Can't retire from this game. Just don't play it as often.
This is interesting, Demps. Gromov had with a potential candidate to maybe check, right?
Right, but this is feels like he's willing to...
Yeah, raise call?
Yeah, I guess so. Are we raise folding Queen Jack?
Yeah, I don't think so.
This is exactly what I mean. He is willing to die.
Yeah, he's just... I was calling it Gromov solver earlier. Like, just he does things just a little bit differently, right, to your average Joe. But he makes it work. It's very fascinating. Kind of mid-range hand there. Not really strong enough to raise call, but Gromov deciding. Going to pounce on this weakness.
Yurosov keeping up the aggression from the button. A king, all it takes. It's a very interested looking Fabian Cross with the same hand but suited. Thus far. In this 3-handed match, not much has changed. We are about where we started.
The old ace 6-6. Typically see the 1 big blind c-bet. I think Fabian's supposed to defend a multitude of king highs. This one, Demps, with no backdoor clubs. Do we still have to call 1? Maybe. Maybe still have to call 1. Keep
King high's a lot of hand, isn't it?
It is. Really is.
Gets a wide range.
Especially on this board when Yurosov, you know, definitely perceived to be opening definitely a bunch of worse hands than king high.
I wonder if we see another chipper into this pot.
This is just one of these board stamps, isn't it? It's really hard to barrel off into the ace 6-6. And very likely.
Obviously, the lightest hands course was going to call the flop with our King X and Queen X.
Exactly.
I've got there.
Not sure how well we're served to seek value here.
Right, but does Yurosov feel like he goes for value when checked to try and get maybe a Queen high? Cool. Maybe get a hand like 5s, 4s.
Yeah, Fabian deciding that he's going to try and target a hand like a queen.
I like it.
Yeah, I think it makes some sense. I was about to say we probably don't get raised much, but maybe that's not the case. You know,
and it's of course from Cross's point of view, kind of potential bluffs he could have. Maybe a 7-8 of spades type hold that takes one off.
Certainly not a lot. Yurosov flicks in the call. Besides, river pair of kings, strong enough against a player as experienced as Fabian, who will find some wider flop continues. And they chop this one up.
It's funny, Yurosov looks so both present and unpresent at the same time, if that makes sense. He's so always focused on what's going on, but a vacant look every time. He just looks not bothered.
It is, it really is.
It's like, you're playing 3-handed for the Merit Gangster Series main event title. 300k on the line, and he's like, yeah, well, he's a bit like Kermit.
That's what I said to Ali. As he won so much money, had so much success, that he's now just desensitized to the whole thing.
Yeah.
And just sort of cold-blooded killer, just there, But he's clearly very focused, you know, just sitting there.
Yeah, oh, he's focused.
Zoned in.
He watches every action.
I want to see him smile, Demps. I'm waiting.
Well, maybe, just maybe. If the cards fall his way, you'll get your wish.
Nice pace of play here, three-handed, which is always a pleasure for us in the booth. Yurosov defending Jack-7 suited.
Yeah, these guys don't waste their time.
Yeah, not a great texture this for the ace-3 of diamonds. Gromov decides to shut it down. I think a bunch of small leads here is in order, Demps.
1 million is the decided upon wager, and Gromov with all those draws out there. So hard though for his ace-3 to hold up if it is ahead.
I mean, this is wide in the extreme, in my opinion. We can have the best hand, of course, but we're behind a lot of hands.
And Yurosov with a kicker that plays to that 7. Does that mean we always have to bet here?
I think so. I think mandatory value bet. I think it's fair to assume that Gromov is going to c-bet a bunch of 10x. Not going to have too many checks with them.
He's called him.
Wow.
Suspicions were high, but the first major misstep of the three-handed battle.
Wow, talk about a non-believer, Demps. I mean, I guess we do beat some bluffs, right? A bunch of 8x, 9x, going to be perceived to overbluff this spot. Any unconnected hearts or clubs could do the same. I think the turn call
set up for the
painted
river,
him in, yeah,
He's
painted
like,
him into a corner.
Why am I calling this if I fall to a pair up on the river?
Fabian
loves seeing that. Gets himself that much closer to locking up at least second place. With Gromov down to just 10 blinds now, and Fabian is going to go after it. And look at this.
Oh, wow.
How much you play?
Is this a spot where he ever just rips, or is this hand too much?
This hand's too good. I think the problem Fabian has here is that Yurosov is definitely going to be looking to leverage pressure here. The fact that Fabian really has to be pretty tight 4-bet shoving, in theory at least, with Gromov now on 10 bigs, but he does decide to just jam. Interesting. Perhaps thinking, Demps, that he'd rather just keep the momentum and take the decision out of Kwas's hands. There's some merit to that. Like if he jams here, can Kwas call with pocket 8s or something like this? I'm not sure he can.
Feels like he can't, can he?
So, with that being said, if you
think... With the pay jumps so unique to him, being that the third to second is bigger than second to first, so crucial now for Fabian Kwas to lock up second place if he can.
Yeah, I agree completely. So, I guess if your opponent can never call off with a hand as strong as that, 8s or 9s, for example, then jamming can serve you well also.
Let's see if Yurosov finds a fold. He does. Allows this situation to develop perhaps where Gromov is going to be jamming pretty wide from the small.
Yeah, I think we probably just have to send this in, Demps. Just so much money in there, pre 1.2 million.
Right, and it plays okay.
It plays fine. Yeah. No time to be folding.
How much the question? Kwas is going to see it's 8 big blinds. There's no way this ace is going anywhere but into the middle. Far too much hand. A chance to knock out Gromov and get down to the final 2.
Yeah, we're never absolutely overjoyed, are we, Demps, at potentially risking some of our stack to double up Gromov, but an ace is too good.
And it's taking the chips away from this man, taking him out, getting that ladder up yourself, doing the hard work. He tables the ace-4, but as we say, 10-8. It's in fine shape. 43% equity.
Basically a coin flip. Little less. Big moment here, early three-handed.
Gromov sees an ace-high flop, but there is hope. An 8 rolling out behind. Can he make 2 pair trips, or maybe a queen for Broadway? He's going for max equity. Hoodie recovered, stood up, and finds the queen!
Finds the queen, Demps.
A man who knows how to get it done. Binks the queen on the river for running Broadway. And a crucial double-up that maybe even just works more into Yurosov's hands again, because now they've got nearly equal stacks.
That is some turn of events. An essential $50,000 to $60,000 coin flip there, Demp. Something in the realm. Very sore one for Fabian. If you can hold there, of course, would have gone into heads up. Only a 2-to-1 disadvantage. All things being equal now. Yeah, Gromov and Kwas both on about 9 million Demps. And that is music to Yurosov's ears.
It's one of those things, maybe for Yurosov, pure dollar-wise, even he serves best by getting the ladder. But in terms of increasing his chance of winning this tournament, that's certainly done that, hasn't it? Because now these two are just handcuffed.
Yeah, this is the best result for sure. Yurosov now gets to do a bunch of open shoving, I would imagine.
Right.
And gets to just leverage that pressure, hopefully for him, just chip these guys down hand after hand.
And I was about to say, I like this from Gromov. We know he's the kind of player, he's playing for the win.
Oh.
It's going to open this. Encourage the jam. He's not afraid.
Oh my goodness. See, I think against some players here we can shy away from shove. But Gromov, we've seen he's in there. He's going to open wider than most.
Right.
Like, I'd be a bit terrified about this open into the chip leader. But Gromov is Gromov. Kwas might take this.
He has gone for it.
He's taken it.
He's gone for it. Gromov, snap calls. Turns over ace-queen, dominating Fabian Kwas.
My goodness.
Is this going to be a 1-2 punch? Whatever happens here, we have an elimination or a player left with just 75,000 chips.
Wow, and in keeping with the action so far this week, bang, 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 back-to-back all-ins.
Here we go.
Gromov at risk, but only just. Both players.
Gromov sees a 9-5 deuce board. Too many clubs on that flop for comfort. Fabian Kwas now flipping. 4, right color, wrong suit. They don't know it yet, but they have identical stacks. Near enough. 4 again on the river. Gromov holds a massive 1-2 punch. Sees Fabian Kwas left with dust.
Wow.
They're going to count it down. We have to check. I mean, our graphics can sometimes be a little off by a chip or two. That's how close this is going to be, Andrew.
Unbelievable Demps. We've seen fireworks all week long. We get to three-handed, back-to-back all-ins, back-to-back confrontations between Gromov and Kwas. And Gromov, as you said, landing the haymaker, wins both pots. And Fabian potentially down to 75K. What is that? A tenth of a big blind. An eighth of a big blind.
Yeah. Well,
wow.
500K big blind. Let's have a look. What's he pulling back here? Let's have a look. He's working it out, counting it down. Looks like we are right. Is it
2 chips?
It is
Three
a chip
chips.
and a chair, damn.
3 chips. Still has 75K. What great news that is for Yurosov, of course. He just wins the next hand auto, right?
You would think so. No, it's Gromov.
Gromov's in the big blind. What
yeah, he
hands,
just goes all in, right?
What hands does Gromov call off with? Can he call off with any hand? Does he have to call off with aces, I guess?
Yeah.
Kings?
Pocket sixes, let's run it.
I mean, he's not calling off with 10s, is he?
I don't know. You never know with it. Well, I mean, if you call and you double, you're now the chip leader and you can win the tournament. Gromov is the guy, right, who goes to win.
I assume we're just auto-folding in this seat because just to make that an opportunity, right? You can trust.
True, that's very true.
He's actually gone for it. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, I hear you. Kwas could just lay it down.
I would have just laid it down.
Just in case.
Trusting Yurosov to rip here, and just in case he rips into queens and hits a king with king 10 and you get the ladder up.
Collision equity, Demps.
Yeah. I mean, so crucial here when you've only got 75K.
Now, this is quite tilting for Gromov, but Yurosov wants to keep Kwas around now, right? So he's going to ISO. like, he wants to keep him in, right? He wants to keep him in as long as possible.
Yep. And, of course, Gromov desperate to knock him out. So he's going to call, see if he can't make something happen. Ace, king, 5. Yurosov finding the best of it. Bets. Kwas looking for Broadway himself, the only way out of this coup. Is he about to be very unlikely third place finisher? Just 2 hands ago, he had Gromov all in with the best hand. Queen on the turn. Jack now and he chops. Queen for the win.
King on the river. Eurosov improves from unneeded trips. Fabian Quas out in third place for 133K in what has been a breakneck pace three-handed match, Andrew. And it wasn't even necessarily like the action was overly driven. The cards were the cards.
Yeah, I think a situation Demps, I'm with you. Sometimes the cards just play themselves. As we see Fabian Quas's exit montage. Really great performance. He had all the chips earlier this afternoon. Chip down was round about 6th or 7th in chips with 6 or 7 left. So once he got into, you know, three-handed play, gonna have been feeling pretty good about life. But two pretty much kind of coolery hands three-handed did for him. And we have the two Dimitris heads up.
Yeah, Dimitri v Dimitri. It's a good point, actually. When I left the booth, Fabian Quas had just gone on a very bad run and was left with, I want to say 5 million, 6 million going to the 300K big blind level. So in my mind, to run that up to a third place finish, and what really could have been a top 2 finish is very impressive, and as we would expect from him. He's going to leave with $133,000. We're not going to waste too much time. The final two are getting prepped for their heads up match. It'll be coming up in just a few minutes, so please don't go anywhere.
Unlike the last all-in in the call, the covered stack this time does not have the lead, as Gromov looks to be the man to claim the first pelt.
A7, I push A7.
Philip now.
Well, this isn't a fair coin. If Hordman thinks it's a flip, and now that's not a fair flop. King 5-3. Down to 23%. Queen or an 8. That which is necessary to preserve this final day chip leader. Not present, however, and the GGs will be issued as our first. Keep this clean.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's so unlikely you get called because exactly that. I think still liked about it. Hard for the ace to fold for a really small bet. But it's also hard to have bluffs. Nicely done from Musa yet again. Showing a very good understanding of the situation. Knock him off with a hand. He probably wishes he hadn't been dealt. It's 2-9. He's going to want to play it, but again, the players behind can just put you in the bin. Here we go. Prime candidate. Didn't take a spot before against Popov from the button. This one a little bit more attractive. Ace-Jack offsuit. Okay, he's going to just keep it coy. Take Akam off the street. I I don't know if I like ace-jack off as appeal. I think we want to have some 3-bet bluffs. Ace-jack, ace-10 off seem to be the best ones. Maybe call the ace-jack, ace-10 suited.
Akimov's VPIP has been high enough as we see him flopping trip aces here. 7 dangler. The 9s could be feeling a little snug, in particular given the flat from Yurosov, who we imagine is going to have a wide variety. But in terms of Yurosov's choice to flat from the button, James, I'm a bit surprised given specifically Akimov's VPIP relative to the rest of the field.
Yeah, he's played some hands for sure, but I don't think an outrageous number. Obviously, we've seen there will be very legitimate holdings. And I like the c-bet from Akimov. You're just up against the king-queen suited, king-jack suited, these kind of hands, queen-jack suited that don't even want to call this bet. You knock out the equity, and he can still have all the strength himself.
Now it gets uncomfortable for Akimov because this board is so non-dynamic on the flop that when the c-bet gets called, you sort of start to ask yourself exactly where am I at, and when you can't come up with a good answer, you check and see what happens.
Yeah, you can be up against 8s here that you beat, 10s you're behind 2, jacks may, no, jacks is going to 3-bet, 10s might flat. And of course, I wouldn't expect so much of the ace-jack off, but certainly ace-10 suited, ace-jack suited are in here. Maybe even ace-queen suited because you want to keep in some weaker stuff. Question here is king-queen of diamonds, king-jack of diamonds still in here for the flop c-bet? Akimov clearly thinks yes, because he's going to make the call. And I quite like this. Against Yurosov, I think we have to keep him honest for one.
Oh, look at this.
Wow. And this could be, in Akov's mind, the genius card, because if your opponent is bluffing, he's bluffing with diamonds most of the time.
Right. Praying that maybe the backdoor flush has come in. And Yurosov, I don't think he ever expects aces full here as a combo that would have opened up front from Akimov. So very comfortably, I don't know that he thinks ace-king, ace-queen is lurking all that often
I was about to say,
either.
I think he checks. A great check.
Wow.
I was about to say, the only hand you're really going to get value from, I think there, is ace-10. Ace-queen could be in there. Ace-king probably keeps bluffing, barreling, pardon me. And maybe there's some diamond comes of himself. It's just hard to think of hands that are going to pay you off there because Yurosev's bluffs wins at this point as we still play 8-handed. Fun one, Ali, that hand. Very fun. Like you say, the restraint you see sometimes in these is what makes it so exciting and interesting. The check back with the ace-jack. Akimov just a blind or so behind the chip leader now.
Could he have been well served to lead at that river?
No, I think you just want to check there and
hope that
he doesn't. You're hoping they've got diamonds and they bet. A lead doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
I suppose Akimov would feel a bit cheated, proverbially speaking, to come to find out that ace-jack had checked back, because I think the ace was also a part of the sort of range that he expects is going to bet out at him. But as we kind of, you know, walk through, where is the upside? What pays me off?
Yeah, if it was an offsuit 9 on the river, then we would have seen a bet, I think, from the ace-jack still, because you can get called by hands like 10s, jacks, queens, kings, but those hands just don't want to call once a diamond hits.
Well, now the ace-jack belongs to Akimov, who flops top pair up against the open ender, largely uninvolved. Nurmagomedov, the defender from the big blind.
Whoa.
Plays it as a jam.
Here we go. The old stop and go.
Yep. Gave himself a chance to ride 5 high to glory if one of those Broadway combos was present in Akimov's hand. He would not have continued on this ace-high board, but it is the ace-jack type of Broadway holding, and it is the 8 on the turn.
Moose's face.
Ace-jack drawing dead, and yes, indeed, Musa's like, what's it going to take for me to get a pay jump here as one of the shorter stacks? Better's question is, do you really want to find out whether or not I'm out of line?
It's absolutely the case. Yeah, fascinating, because of course he knows Yurosov is wide. So in theory, you could shove wider and get a lot of folds. Here we go, pot. I think this is it, Ali. 4 bigs, we have an ace. I think we have to take it every time. Doesn't feel nice. Yep, and it goes.
Shared sentiments.
I mean, you almost double up here if you get this through without showdown. That's how short he has gotten. Yeah. Fabian not going to love this, Ali, but he's going to have to call.
Asks for a count.
900k here, Ali, to win 1.95 million in the middle. Getting better than 2-1. He definitely has that with a hand like 9-6 of clubs. We can see he has better than that. Basically a coin flip.
1.2 million, yeah.
Fabian strikes me as the type of guy, Ali, who's just going to play to win here. Not going to lay this down. Could be wrong. Yep. Here it comes. And Papa Ali gets it in good to try and survive. Slim favorite.
Ace of clubs is a key card to be holding just in case Quas finds himself a flush prior to the river. 9% advantage for the Frenchman.
Oh, wow.
Well, a massive disadvantage now suddenly. The 10-8-7 board. And Popo is drawing dead to a win, and the chop is no longer available. Quas managing to flop a 10 high straight. What timing. Popo did all that he could. Pots and a lack of fight in that regards means that the little pots that do get picked up contain your chips more often than not. In terms of your blind and ante money being stepped away from.
Here we go. He's going to get to go back to back. Just in time. Was down to 2.4 million before the last hand. Goes for the old half stack affair, Ali. Just in case two people get it all in behind, we could potentially make a fold and still spin. This is it. Good luck, gentlemen. Sets him in.
Yep.
Big flip, Ali, in the context of this FT.
Yeah. Foul never intended to open and then get away from anything. It would speak up behind him. As it's 2 overs against the pair. 6.8 million chip pot. Nikolai Fall at risk, and boy, he stays that way on a 9-3 deuce board. Couple of diamonds. Oh. And a big, beautiful ace of hearts for Fall on this turn, but he's not making any motions until it's official. Now, back into his seat. A seat that's going to have twice as many chips and change.
Foul here. Ace-6 of spades. Does have the relevant ace blocker. Again, a function of where he is in the chip counts. Doesn't want to step out of line. Very understandable to fold. He has Musa behind him, and here he is on 12 blinds.
With a queen-9 suited. I mean, this rates to be better than that which has been blindly distributed to his left.
Here it comes.
And he recognizes the opportunity before him, jams the 3.7 and runs into a couple of jacks.
Wow. Musa deciding to jam Ali with the short stack in the small blind. Perhaps thinking to himself, if I can get it through him, then I'm often going to get this one through, but he has run into a big hand.
Well, the only good news is that he's got Nurma covered.
Yeah, I mean, Akimov just taking his time here. Can't see him ever calling here,
no.
Of course, against an all-in and call. Here we go.
So out of the way is Akimov, and in the way is Nurmagomedov. In terms of Musa's desires to just pick up blind and ante money.
Good essay.
And if he can't find a queen, some clubs, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. Gut shot, straight draw against this top set. Oh, forgive me. It's a 9, not an 8 on the board. So second pair, which is really unhelpful. And how about quads to ice this one?
Of all the runouts, he could choose Ali.
Yeah.
With his tournament life on the line. And 12 blinds. But there is something that me and Demps were talking about earlier this week. I'll come back to it once more because Musa all in. Ace, queen of spades.
Didn't have to wait long to find an excuse to get the remains forward.
Yeah.
Will there be anybody giving him a spin behind, though? So far, no.
Yeah, it feels as if Fal is going to have to call basically any 2 here if Akimov gets out of the way. Unless Akimov, look at this.
Oh.
I think he's thinking about trying to eliminate Musa, right? Thinking
right,
that if I call,
exactly,
Fal can call.
Trying to say, hey, buddy, come with me. Let's get this work done.
Yeah. But he hasn't got what he wanted, and all of a sudden, Musa in a very unlikely spot. Look at his face.
Yeah.
Sees the 9-5 of diamonds and thinks, wow, you couldn't lay that one down, buddy?
It feels personal, doesn't it, when they have the 9-5 of diamonds? You're like, did I say something earlier that's got you wanting to paint a target on my back? Ace King 7 will be just fine by Musa, although that 7 of diamonds could be a concern. No longer, though, as the 10 rolls off and one pair of inadequate ranking.
Yeah, Fallon.
As I think about it, it is absolutely run bad.
He said, did anyone see the footage?
Yeah.
I want verification that the draw was done fairly.
Right. You didn't stick me in this seat.
Yeah.
Trying to make my life difficult.
Well, here we go, Ali. Musa has decided 4 big blinds. It's time to go. He is in the big blind next, right? So it kind of makes some sense. Figures to himself he's not going to get a better holding than this on average.
And welcome back for one final time to the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino and Spa right here in northern Cyprus, where the Gangster series has gone from 566 players, Andrew, to just the final 2.
Yeah, it's time, Demps. We're down to heads-up play, and this is going to be exciting. We have Dmitry Yurasov has put on an absolute clinic at this final on the big stack, standing in his way of glory and that $295,000 first place prize. Dmitry Gromov has provided us, excuse me, it's getting late in the night, provided us with some of the best moments I would venture over the last couple of days. Absolutely fearless, here to win. I think around about a 2-to-1 chip deficit, so excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, it looks around 2-to-1 and the difference of prize money of around $80,000, and we definitely have 2 of Merit's best battlers. I think it's fair to say these guys get down and dirty. Perhaps fitting that it is those 2 playing out for the Gangster title in particular. Shout out, of course, to Fabian Cross, who did bust out in 3rd place, had a very good shot at being the man to take things heads up.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of these spots now that I guess you make Yurasov the favourite, right? He's got a 2-to-1 chip lead. He has a wealth of experience. He's taken down a lot of titles. But Gromov feels like the type of guy that, you know, if he gets some momentum, Demps, if he finds that double up, it's going to be tough to shake off. So, yeah, intrigued.
Yeah.
Business time, heads up.
Definitely not the kind of guy you can run over, which is the kind of person you always want to play heads up. You want to play someone perhaps a little passive. Gromov is the complete opposite. He's not going to make it easy for Yurasov. Yurasov's going to be put to some big decisions, I think, if he wants to win this title. And of course, it is an illustrious title. The back end of an amazing festival where you've had some fantastic storylines already. I actually have to confess, on the break I went outside and I saw Gia, our high roller champion, swanning around.
The boss.
Drinking a glass of red wine, resting on his laurels, looking forward to the next series perhaps. Nothing to do for him this evening than to cheer on his boys, as it is Dmitry
v. Dimitri. 79 bigs, place 34. We could be in for a very long match here.
Yeah, it's the battle of the consonants, as we'll say. Dmitry Yurosov v. Dmitry Gromov. Yeah, intrigued. I thought you brought up a great point there. Yurosov probably wants to just slowly grind his opponent down, right? That's typically a style that people will use heads up. Yurosov probably would think that he's got a little bit of an edge. I think that's fair to say against most players, having the pedigree he does. I'll be intrigued to see if Gromov will allow him to do that, or whether he'll want to inflate some pots and sort of equalize things, try to play some large ones. Here we go, Demps. Heads up.
Here we go indeed. Hand number 1. Gromov, there we go. Maybe a slight adjustment, just limping in. Obviously, a lot of hands we're going to play this way in this heads-up battle.
Yeah, you do start to see limps being a feature, especially round about this 30 big blind mark and below. Action goes check, check. Yurosov here turning the best hand. And be very confident that it's good. Of course, goes for immediate value. Quick fold from Gromov.
First blood going the way. Most of the rest of the blood's gone on this final table.
Yeah. A little small glancing blow only. Very small pot, but Yurosov takes down the first one. Yeah, I'm really intrigued by this. Really looking forward to it. You know, Gromov seems to approach poker as a whole, Demps, in a sort of creative, non-standard fashion. And heads up, of course, you have to be extremely creative. As we see Yurosov here decide to open for a raise with 8-5 off. Gromov with the dominating King 5, of course, going to defend. And look at this, Demps. Talk about action right off the bat.
Yikes.
Top 2 for Yurosov. One of the most disguised top 2 pairs you could possibly imagine. Gromov here. Middle pair, strong kicker, immediate dicey waters.
Yep, and straight away we're seeing a 3 big blind bet. Try and get this pot up there.
Wow.
The only card, yeah. It's a weird one. The deuce, obviously, the only one that doesn't improve these guys.
Feels like one of the card stamps that Gromov is going to have to continue to be sticky against, right? Yurosov not going to have too many deuce X. Of course, we can have a few of them ourselves in the big.
I love the pace at which he just comes blasting here. He's just quickly putting these bets in. Give your opponent just no time to really think. Yeah. Other than, you're not thinking, what am I going to do to this size, what am I going to do to this size? Before you have an answer to that, you're already facing the bet.
Yeah, I mean, Yurosov's gone very large here, as he should here with top 2. His opponent very likely to have some kind of a strong draw, or an 8 or a 5 of his own.
Look at
so
this.
Decides to bet big.
Already, Gromov is heading to a river with less than pot behind, and a slightly concerning 6 in that some of the bluffs might be at hand, like 6-9, 6-7.
Yeah, my goodness. Those hands, Demps, likely to check back if Yurosov hits a 6, probably. So when he bets, and rest assured, likely to ask for all of it here with this combo. Here it comes. Wow, and
snap fold.
Quick fold from Gromov.
I think Gromov obviously kept him on this for 2 streets. Knows he can call with the 8.
Может быть, а может нет.
Worried could be a hand.
Не скажешь даже сейчас. Доиграем, но когда доиграем, скажу, конечно.
Yeah, probably gets to the river, Demps, with one of his worst hands, right? A 5, albeit with a king kicker.
У меня 3.
Impressive to snap fold. You would think he might take a little bit of deliberation. Had a strong read. Yurosov picks up both of the first 2 pots. Second one, a substantial one. Took about a third of Gromov's stack there. All of a sudden, Gromov down to 19 blinds. That 2-1 advantage has turned into a 5-1 chip deficit. Or 5-1 advantage, excuse me, for Yurosov as we see a limp and check.
Ace 6-9, your flop. Gromov, finally, with the best of it. Unfortunately, going to get no action.
Yeah, going to be happy to just stop the bleeding, I think, Debs. Just settle in.
Settle down. Hang on a second. Don't run me over. Let me feel like I'm in this match a little bit. Yes. I cannot believe the pace at which we've reached this heads-up match. I left you guys at 150-300, start off with 8 players.
Yeah.
We're at 250-500 level. And we're playing heads-up. And we're playing heads-up with 2 players who can get it in pretty liberally.
Yeah, these guys swinging for the fences. Potential clash here, of course. 2 pretty strong hands heads up. Yurosov limping queen 10. Gromov with the king 4 suited. You never know quite what he's going to do. He's going to ISO this one, Demps. 1.5. Makes it 2 million, excuse me. Yurosov, of course, continuing. Queen 10. Very strong hand in heads-up play.
Ace 8-8 flop. Neither player improving. Gromov with what rates to be the best hand, and he is going to fire out a milli.
That's a pretty good flop, right, for king 4 suited. You can expect Yurosov to limp jam a bunch of his ace-X. Look at this.
Yurosov, what's going on here?
Oh.
Club on the turn. Well, if Gromov needed an invitation to fire another barrel, that may well be it. Pot behind.
Actually really interesting. Gromov.
Does it look stronger perhaps if he goes for like another small sizing hit? It looks like he ain't milky with an ace.
I kind of like check.
Okay.
Like based on the fact that if Yurosov does have an 8, for example, or a slow played ace, then we never get these hands to fold, right? When we check, I mean, like, we can bet turn and maybe get another king high to fold. Is that part of it? You know,
right.
we can get a king 9 to fold that beats us. Maybe
for the most part.
Yeah, maybe some merit behind that. But when we check, we allow Yurosov to bet. A hand like Queen 10 is a bluff. A floaty type hand like a Jack 9 suited wrapping around the 8s, potentially. Interesting one.
Like it.
Yeah, Gromov, though, does decide to fire. Oh, my goodness, Debs, this could be it.
Gromov, ace 9 of clubs. Limping in, setting the trap. Yurosov surely going to activate here with the ace 9, 4xing. Gromov sees those 2 million chips out in the middle. Going to ask for more, one imagines. Is he coming out with some sort of clicky sizing here? That's kind of his MO. No.
He sends it.
Sledgehammer, all in.
I mean, this
Can
is
Yurosov fold?
No, this is
he
it.
Calls.
This is it. Calls it off.
He calls, Andrew. We're all in. Gromov with a chance to get back to parity. Look at this. 28 million in the pot. Yurosov with 28.7 behind. Is this the start of the march for Dmitry Gromov?
My goodness, Demps. Just like that. From 5 to 1 underdog. To almost being back in.
A gulp for Yurosov. He knows he does not want to miss this one. Chance to win it right here. 7-4 deuce. No help to Yurosov. An uphill battle perhaps ahead of him. Having to play Gromov heads up, deep stacked. Deuce on the river. Split chance, but also the spade draw. Ace is a working. 9 of clubs!
It's a 9 of clubs!
9 of clubs on the river, Andrew. He's done it with the original out. Dmitry Yurosov dealing a terror blow to Dmitry Gromov. Outdrawing him, spiking that 3-outer, all in pre-flop. He is the Gangster Series main event champion. And what a turnaround it has been for him, given how short he was yesterday, late on.
Absolutely insane stuff, James. We did see yesterday 2 or 3 tables left. Yurosov down to 8 bigs, looking thoroughly miserable with life. Not looking miserable anymore. Spun that stack up, and at that final table, really put on a sensational display of big stack poker. And 6 hands of heads up. It's all over, Demps.
Is that all it was? 6 hands. We thought this could go forever. Yurosov walking out of here with, of course, that top prize, $295,500. Gromov, the consolation prize, $217,500, but of course did secure that all-important jump from Fabian Quos in third. That's the one you really had to make, the third to second. Out of those 2, they tried to get heads up. And look, Gromov, if he holds there, is in an even heads-up match with, what, 55 big blinds deep.
Yeah.
We could have had an epic up on our hands. As it is, Lady Luck shone on one of the Dmitris.
Yeah, bit of a cooler, you know, ace-9 versus ace-queen heads up, 26, 27 blinds. Both players with a little too much hand. I'm sure Yurosov not thrilled to have to call it off, but you got to call with ace-9. Gets there on the river. And just like that, Demps, we've got our champion. Sensational week here at Merit.
Not just that, of course, but we are tying our bow on the Gangster Series. And what a series it's been. First time for you joining us in the booth. I know your eyes have been opened a little wider, perhaps, than some of the stuff you've seen here at Merit.
Unbelievable. I've really enjoyed it. It's been a fascinating mix of styles. You know, you do see some non-theoretical stuff going on here, but someone like Gromov, for example, who kind of toes that line between genius and insanity, we touched on that the other day, played a fantastic game, so commiserations for him in second. But yeah, Merit, what a place to play poker. Looking very much forward to a time where I'm not in the booth. I'm looking forward to playing some of these events, getting in the mix and trying some of my own MPO.
There we go. He's converted. We've got him MPO'd, all good to go. Of course, guys, that is the end of our coverage for this series and for the year. But that's only because January is just next month when we will return for the Western series. For now, it's our time to say thank you to everyone and thank you to the staff at Merit who have made such a wonderful event. And on behalf of myself, Andrew, Ali, and of course David, who left us a few days ago, our wonderful producer Mobilitas, and the incredible Sharehands crew, we will say goodbye. But before we do, we are going to throw it down to Ali, who is going to have a word with our champion.
On an island in the Eastern Mediterranean this evening, we assembled perhaps one of the most talented, experienced, and impressive final tables in Merit poker history, and it was led by none other than the man who just took the crown, Dmitry Yurasov. And I want to start things off, as Vladimir, you're going to be translating for us here, by asking Dmitry about how challenging it must have been for him to navigate his way to this final table, given the specific manner in which people play. We call it Merit Poker Optimal. What kind of adjustments did he make?
Дмитрий, расскажите, пожалуйста, насколько ваш путь к финальному столу был сложным, как для вас складывался этот турнир?
Ну, в целом, как бы, турнир, как бы сказать, ну, гладенько вначале шел, но потом был определенный момент, когда у меня в моменте на довольно больших блайндах уже остался очень маленький стэк, ну, повезло раскрутиться.
The tournament for me was quite good. There was a moment when I got the very short stack, but I doubled up, so and at the funny table, I just tried to call the chips and I got it.
Yeah, and that final table, of course, as I mentioned, was an incredibly difficult one. As experienced as Dmitry is, he had Gromov on his left, he had Kwas on his right. How difficult was this final table for him to navigate?
Дмитрий, насколько вам тяжело было именно играть за финальным столом, учитывая то, что был Громов, Квос?
Не сильно тяжело, это не мой первый финальный стол, как бы в офлайне, поэтому, ну, в целом было нормально, как бы. Не сильно напряжно. Ну, Дима немножко меня понапрягал, конечно. Но в целом.
For me it was easy because it's not my first final table in big tournaments. Dmitry probably tried to put me some troubles, but I did it.
Yeah. Certainly did, and he's earned himself $295,000 in the process. My last question for him is one that I ask so many people that come to Merit and then keep on coming back. What is it that he attributes his, passion for visiting us here and playing in these events here at Merit? What does he like so much about this facility and these tournaments?
Дмитрий, что вы могли отметить, что позволяет вам вернуться сюда еще раз, вот, что для вас есть?
Хорошие составы, море. Как бы, и мне довольно удобно с Минска сюда путешествовать. Примерно так.
First of all, it's a very good field, and the sea, the hospitality, the food, especially dealers, very, very beautiful goals.
Yeah. Well, listen, we're feeding you not just delicious cuisine, but also $295,000 and yet another trophy to add to your case. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with pleasure that I present Dmitry Yurasov with our Merit Gangster Series main event trophy. Here's your champion.
Thank you.
Crystal Cove Hotel Casino and Spa.